Welcome to my Laravel from Scratch course where I will teach you all the fundamental things that you need to know to become a good Laravel developer. Besides that, I will also create a couple projects such as a complete blog, e-commerce and things like CRM systems. First of all, my name is Dari, I'm 25 years old and I'm currently living in the Netherlands. I'm a backend developer that works mostly with frameworks such as Laravel and Symfony. Some of you guys might know me from my YouTube channel, where I mainly create videos for web developers. It is also the place where I'm most active. I try to upload 3 to 4 videos per week and to answer all of your questions. Besides that, you can obviously find me on social media and mostly on Instagram. I must admit that I'm not very active, but I will definitely plan to do that in the near future. I try not to be a programmer that shows something on the screen and to be inactive the rest of the time. Usually, I try to help people that send me messages or emails about issues they run into. So please, don't think that I won't respond, but just give it a try if you run into an issue and we can work on it together. This course is recorded at the end of 2020, so don't think that this is a Laravel 6 or 7 course where I just changed the name of my course. All techniques used in this course are based on Laravel 8. I will definitely show you what the differences is between Laravel 6, 7 and 8, but my main focus is mostly Laravel 8. The way I like to work is to basically explain difficult subjects as easy as possible and as fast as possible. Usually, people try to make a certain topic difficult, but that's the opposite of me. My main goal is to basically teach you something in quote-unquote simple terms. And besides that, I will add source code on every single video, so if you run into an issue, just have a look at it and see what the differences are. Now Laravel is a little bit more advanced than plain PHP, so it is a good idea to start learning some other things first if you are new to coding. Think about the basic concepts of plain PHP, object-oriented PHP, mostly terms like inheritance, interfaces and polymorphism, and the clear idea of what the MVC structure actually is. Laravel runs in a Blade template, but it's mostly based on HTML5 and CSS3. You can see Laravel as an open source PHP framework. It uses the model view controller design pattern, which makes it very easy to reuse existing components of different frameworks. Usually the first question I get is, well, why should I ever use Laravel if I'm good in PHP? And to be honest, I get that. Because PHP is a programming language and Laravel is a framework that is built in PHP. And I hope that that makes sense because, well, there is no Laravel without PHP. And to give you another example, if we look at the motorcycle, PHP is like the bare bones of the motorcycle. And you can see Laravel as the engine, the exhaust, frame, wheels of the motorcycle. So yes, PHP is way more powerful, but Laravel makes it possible to create PHP-based projects easier. And I mean a lot easier since it does most of the work for us. So what are the advantages of using the Laravel framework? Well, first of all, authentication. Authentication in Laravel is very simple. If you have ever created a login system in plain PHP, you must know that it takes a while before you do all the checks and so on. Well, Laravel provides a simple way to organize authorization logic and control access resources. Also the mail services. In plain PHP, it's terrible to use. Laravel provides a clean, simple API over popular drivers. It can make web applications way faster, because in PHP you constantly need to remove your cache. Well, you don't need to do that in Laravel. And the last and, in my opinion, the best point is the security. Laravel helps to secure the web application by protecting it against the most serious security risks. Think about things like SQL injection, cross-site request forgery, cross-site scripting. And I can name a lot more advantages, but these are just a couple. Everything has disadvantages, and so does Laravel. It is a new framework that makes use of Composer, which is not as strong as NPM. It has less inbuilt support compared to Django and Ruby on Rails, and some updates that come out might be problematic. There are a couple very good PHP frameworks like Symfony, CodeIgniter, CakePHP and Zend, but in my opinion, Laravel has retained the top position at the list because of the security that it provides, the MVC architecture, migration of databases, and the command line interface. I want to quickly show you what you could build in Laravel. These are not the projects that we will be creating in this course, but I get a lot of questions of people asking what they can create with Laravel. Keep in mind that these things usually require more than Laravel only. Most of them have stuff like Vue or JavaScript for the front end. Obviously, we could create a basic website which will ensure you to become familiar with JavaScript. You can create a to-do list, which will make you understand the core concepts of Laravel. You can create a login system, but in Laravel, you can build a login system in pretty much 5 minutes, but it is a good practice to try it out. You can create a blog where you can learn how to create a CRUD application. You can create a bookmark manager, timesheet, let's say a restaurant order app, a personal portfolio, a content management system like WordPress, or think about Shopware, which is built in Symfony. You can create a social network like Twitter or Instagram, and you can create an e-commerce. If we hop to the official website of Laravel called laravel.com, you can find a button on the homepage which says Documentation. So let's click on it. Whether you like reading or not, or you're just like me that enjoys watching videos instead of reading long pieces of text, I still think that the Laravel documentation is very nice. I've saw a lot of comments on the internet of people saying that they do not like the Laravel documentation, and I totally respect that, since everyone has his own opinion on it. I think it is necessary for me to show you how it actually works before we continue on, since it's such a huge part of Laravel itself. Now on the left hand side of the screen, you can see the topics that we are going to cover in this course. Whenever you click on one, it will open a new screen that will show you content based on that specific topic. What the Laravel documentation does is basically the steps that we need to follow in order to accomplish something. And even inside the section, you can navigate. So right here. Right now we're in the installation part, but we could also go to configuration or the pretty URLs. If we scroll down, you can see section 1, installation. And it has the server requirements that we need. And if we scroll down, you can see how we could actually install Laravel through Composer. Now, let's click on database, just to see what happens. You can see a drop-down menu with a couple other options. So let's click on migrations to see what will appear. The database migrations are basically the version controls for your database. Let's say that you don't want to run your Laravel on version 8. Well, in the top right corner, you can basically change it to whatever version you want. The lowest is 4.2 and the highest is 8. The X stands for, well, everything after the 6th point. So it could be 6.1, 6.2, 6.3. There's also a search bar that we could use. So let's write down many to many, which is an eloquent relationship. The first option is the one that we need. So let's click on it. And you can see that we have been redirected to the part of eloquent relationships, #many to many. To get a good understanding of what a many to many is, they have a piece of text which you can read. So a many to many relationships are slightly more complicated than HasOne and HasMany relationships. Well, we can see the table structure, the model structure, and how we could use it. What I'm trying to show you is that the search bar is very accurate. Whenever you run into an issue, just come over to the Laravel documentation and try to search for your issue. What I've done before this video was basically removing every necessary application that I had. And what I would like to do is to reinstall everything together so we're all on the same page. In order to work with the Laravel framework, we need to pass a few requirements, so let's start off by doing that. The first thing that I need to add is Homebrew, and Homebrew can be seen as a package manager that makes it very easy to install and update applications on a MacBook. So let's hop to Google Chrome, let's go to google.com, and right in the search bar, let's search for Homebrew. Let's click on the brew.sh. And right here, you immediately see how we could install it on a MacBook. So let's click on the icon on the top right corner of the install homebrew. You can see that it turned green. What we need to do right now is to go to our terminal. There are two ways how we could open our terminal. The first way is basically clicking on the icon in our name bar, terminal right here, and let's click on it. But that's not what I want. Let me close it. As a programmer, I want to use my mousepad or mouse as little as possible, and I want you to make a habit of it to do the same exact thing. What I would like you to do is to hit the command spacebar, and you can see that the search bar just appeared on the screen, which allows us to search for whatever we want. So right now, let's say that we want to search for terminal. And you can see that our terminal has been opened without even touching our mousepad. So let's make it a little bit bigger. And my terminal might look different than yours, but we will install plugins for our terminal later on. Now in our terminal, let's command V the homebrew installation that we just copied. Let's enter our password, press enter, and you can see that the script will be installed. This may take a while, so pause the video and come back when your installation is done. Alright then guys, my installation has been done and I hope yours is too. I won't go in depth about Homebrew because that could be a course apart, but I basically want to continue on right now with installing Laravel on our laptop or PC. Before we continue on, I want to see which PHP version we have running. That can be done by writing down PHP space _ version. Let's hit enter, and let me zoom in a little bit. And as you can see, I'm running on PHP 7.3.11. If you do not see anything, you can basically run brew install PHP, which will automatically install PHP version 7.4 for you. I'll try it to see what the output is, so let's hit enter. And you can see that it's downloading PHP. And this might take a while, so I will cut it out once again, pause the video and come back when your download is done. My installation has been done, so let's clear it. And let's do PHP-V, which also stands for version. So this is more like a shortcut of the version. So let's do that. Well, mine is still on 7.3. So let's quit the terminal. Let's open the terminal again to see if there are any differences. Zoom in. Let's say PHP-V. And you can see that my PHP is running on 7.4 right now. But you might have noticed that it's not necessary to install PHP whenever you have an older version running. So instead, you could basically say brew upgrade PHP, which will do the same exact thing, but way faster. Alright then, now that our PHP version is set up, we can continue on by installing our MySQL. And this can be done in the same exact way as how we just installed our PHP. So let's write down brew install MySQL. Let's hit enter. And once again, this may also take a while. So what I would recommend you to do is to pause the video once again, and I will see you back in a second. Alright then, one more thing before we continue on is, well, we need to tell brew that it needs to start MySQL. And that can be done by saying brew services start MySQL. This might take a second, probably not too long. Alright, successfully started MySQL. Now, in order to see if this works, we need to write down MySQL space -u root space -p. Let's hit enter. Let's hit our password. Let's hit enter. And you can see that we're not in the, well, greater than symbol anymore, so in our root directory, but we now have entered MySQL. And right here, we're able to perform all types of SQL things. So let's say show databases. And you can see all the databases that I have right now. And to exit MySQL, you basically need to write down exit, semicolon. Let's hit enter, and we're gone. Let's write down clear. Now that we have installed Homebrew, PHP, and MySQL, I want to focus on installing Composer and Laravel. If you are new to any type of PHP framework, Composer will not make sense to you yet, but believe me, it is an awesome feature when you start understanding it, and it takes time for you to understand it. Like I said, the next thing that we need is Composer, because Laravel is installed through Composer. So let's open the browser, and inside our Google search bar, let's just Google for Composer. It's the getcomposer.org, so let's click on it. When you get on the website, you immediately see a download button, so let's click on it. And right here, you can see the download commands that we need. So what we need to do is to copy it, and you can copy all 4 lines. And you basically need to paste it right inside your terminal. I haven't deleted my Composer because, well, honestly, it's a pain in the ass. But I will just paste it right here to see what happens. And as you can see, our Composer version 1.10.15 is successfully installed. To see if this works, we can try to install Laravel on our Composer by basically saying Composer global require Laravel /installer. And let's hit enter. And you can see that changes are being made in our Composer directory. And this might take a second, so pause the video and I'll see you back in a minute. Alright then, what we've basically done is sending a message to Composer saying that it needs to pull in everything of the Laravel installer. And as you can see, our dependencies have been pulled in. Now the next thing that we need to do is to place Composer's system-wide vendor bin directory in our path. And this may sound difficult, and I did struggle doing this a little bit the first time. So just bear with me and give me a minute. We need to place our vendor bin directory inside our global path. So inside our terminal, let's echo out $path. And as you could see, a weird path just appeared on our screen. Now we need to create a path. So basically, if your bashrc hidden file already exists, you can write down vim /bashrc to go inside our bashrc. But I have deleted mine, so what I need to do is to write down nano space /bashrc. Let's hit enter. As you could see, my bashrc does not exist and it just created a new file. So what we need to add right here is export path is equal to, well, double quotes. Inside our double quotes variable home /.composer /vendor /bin variable path. Now in order to save something inside the nano, we basically need to press Ctrl X. Now you're getting a pop-up message, well, do you want to save it? And let's basically write down Y. Let's hit enter, and we have been pulled out of our bashrc. To see if this works, let's write down source ~bashrc again. Alright, and let's write down Laravel. And you can see that our Laravel installation has been completed. But before we continue on, I want to set up a workspace where we store our projects, and this can be different for anyone. I will show you my way. As you can see in my terminal right now, we are in our root directory. So you can see the > sign. You have probably the name of your laptop right there. What I would like to do is to go inside our desktop, create a folder where we can store our projects. Well, I basically already said what we're going to do, but there are 2 ways how we could create a folder. You probably know one. Well, we could go to our desktop, create a new folder, name it workspace, and we're done. But I don't want to do that. So let's delete it. Let's go back to our terminal, and I'll show you the way I like to work. So inside our terminal, let's write down clear first. And in here, let's write down ls, which means list computer files. So we will basically print out all the files that we have in the directory that we're in right now. Where I want to go is to my desktop, so into this folder. So let's write down cd desktop. Or you can write down cd d, hit tab, and you can see every word that starts with a D. So let's say desk, tab, and you can see the autofill went straight to desktop. Let's hit enter. As you can see right now, we're inside our desktop directory. By the way, cd stands for change directory. So what we've basically done is change the directory to our desktop. Inside our desktop, let's create a new folder using the CLI. And in order to do that, we need to write down mk there, space, followed by the name of your folder. In my case, it's workspace. Let's hit enter. Let's take a second to guess what mk there stands for. Well, make a directory. Now that we have our workspace, let's cd, or well, let's ls first. So you can see that our desktop has a workspace inside of it. So let's say cd workspace. Let's go inside our workspace. And now that we have Laravel installed, we could use a new command that will create a fresh Laravel application for us. Let's say Laravel. I want a new project, so the keyword new, followed by the name of your project. So let's say first project. Let's hit enter, and you can already see the Laravel sign and our installation just begun. Pause the video again, because this might take a minute again, and come back when your video is done. Alright then, my installation has been done, and I hope yours is too. And as you can see, we're in our desktop workspace. So let's say ls again to see what just has been added. And as you can see, a folder called first project has been added to our workspace. So let's cd into our first project. And right here, let's write ls to see what's inside of it. And whoa, our first Laravel project has successfully been created. Now, before I finish up the video, there's a second way how we could create a project, and that is through Composer itself. There isn't any difference, but the command is. But I think it's good to show you what the other ways are as well. So, since we're in our first project directory, let's write down cd ... to go back one directory. So we're back in our workspace. And what I want to do is to remove the file, not by right-clicking on the folder name, but by writing down rm, which stands for removes, space -rf, which stands for recursive force, space, followed by the folder name. And in our case, it's first, so let's write down fir, tab, first project. Let's hit enter, that's ls, and now you can see that our first project does not exist in our workspace anymore. And let's double check that to open our workspace, and you can see that it's empty. Alright, let's go back to our terminal, and what I want to do right now is to create it one more time through Composer. And to do that, we need to write down Composer, create -project, space, --prefer -dist, space, Laravel, /Laravel, space, followed by the project name. So everything that we have right now is fixed, followed by whatever we want. So let's say first project. Let's hit enter. And you can see that we're creating a new Laravel project, but will take a second. So once again, pause the video and I'll see you back in a second when you're done. Alright then guys, my installation is done and I hope yours is too. So in our workspace, let's write down ls. Let's cd into first project. Let's hit ls again, and you can see that the output is exactly the same. Most of you guys know that Mac runs on Linux, and when working with a Laravel project, you need to use your command line a lot. Even if I rewind and think about what we've done so far in our terminal, we basically installed, well, PHP, MySQL, Composer, and Homebrew. We created a file and a folder inside our terminal. But, well, if you look at our terminal, it does not look good. And don't look at my beautiful colors that I have right here. Well, I had your terminal, the basic white one with a dark background. Before this video, I actually installed some plugins, but I just don't know how to get rid of them. The problem you probably have is that you cannot see any difference between a confirm message or a deny message, because everything is printed out in white. Now, what we could do is basically style our theme, fonts, and so on. So that's something I want to do in this video. I actually found a very nice repository on GitHub that we could use. So let's go to Google. Well, that went wrong. Let's search for Kevin Smith's GitHub. And the version that we need is the iTerm2 Solarized. So what I want to do is to download a complete new terminal, which is way more efficient. So what we want is, well, this is the default, But what we want is to turn our terminal into, well, the power level 10K. So we want more colors that have a specific meaning. We want the branches to be shown. We want the time to be shown and everything else. And don't worry for now. I understand that most of you guys are new or just haven't heard of some of these terms. It's alright. I've been there. And honestly, I need to learn so much too. During this course and your programming career, you will learn it and you will get used to it. First off, let's scroll down. So, how to install? We need iTerm2. And this is basically a replacement for Terminal and the successor to its first version of iTerm. We could go to the website of iTerm, so let's Google it, iTerm, iterm2.com. We could click on the download button, but nope, we have Homebrew right now. So let's copy this command. Let's hop to our terminal again. Let's clear it. And let's actually get out of our first project. Let's go to our desktop, cd. All right, let's paste our command in here. And you can see that something is happening on the screen, and that's our installation while it's downloading. And a fun thing is that it's pretty much the same as the terminal that we have, but it has a little bit more advanced features, such as a split plane view, hotkey, mouse less copy, instant replay, paste history, and, well, a couple more. Alright then, my installation has been done. Let's go back to the browser, and, well, what we need is all my ZSH. But we need Homebrew installed. And by now, I expect you to have that. But I'm just mentioning it because every once in a while I ask students to download something which they will not do, and later on they'll come and ask why it doesn't work. Once again, you need Homebrew to be installed. So what we need to do is install it with curl. So let's copy it. Let's hop to the terminal, paste it right there, hit enter. And well, I have it already installed. But what I can do is to actually remove it. So let's cd to go back to my user's diary. Let's say rm rf.o my zsh. So it has been deleted. So let's cd into the desktop. Wow, that went wrong. Cd into the desktop again. And well, let's paste it one more time. And it's cloning our zsh. Well, terminal would like to have access. Let's say OK. All right. And something new has happened on our screen. You can see that our terminal went from the name of our directory to, well, desktop git. And I think this looks way cleaner. So let's move on to the next steps. What do we need to do now? When the installation is done, edit the ZSHRC and set the theme to something different. But before we do that, let's quickly install power level 10K because the Agnoster default theme that you see right here looks more like the first picture over here. And I want the power level 10K. So let's scroll down again. Let's copy the git clone of power level 10K. Let's go to terminal, paste it right here, hit enter, and you can see that a clone is going on right now. Alright then guys, now in order to change our terminal, we basically need to copy the ZSHRC. So let's copy this piece of text. Let's go to our terminal and let's get out of our desktop by writing cd ... In our root directory, let's open, or well, nano, what we just copied. We just opened a hidden file because a punctuation mark is right in front of the name, which stands for hidden. What we need is, well, let's have a look. We need the ZSH theme to be changed. So let's remove it to power level 10K / power level 10K. Let's hit Control X. Do you want to save it? Yes, so why? And the file needs to be the same. File name, excuse me. Alright, what we did right now was nanoing and doing it inside the terminal. You could also say open that specific file. And what will happen then is that it will open inside a text editor. But I think that this is just way too much work. I just rather work with my up and down button. And you can basically change it over here. Alright then, let's close off a terminal. Let's terminate it. And let's actually quit it. That needs to be done if you want to see your changes. But what I want to do right now is to open iTerm. Let's click on it. Well, it's an application downloaded from the internet, so let's open it. Allow notifications. And well, this is our new terminal. So what is it asking? Install Maslow Nerd font. Well, let's say yes. Let's install a new font. Why not? And it's basically asking if we want to restart our terminal. So the way we do that is to go to the iTerm2 name and let's say quit iTerm. Let's say OK. Let's open it one more time. Let's say these are all the installation things that we need to do. Does this look like a diamond rotated square? Well, yes. So why? Does this look like a lock? Well, yes. So let's say yes. These are icons. Yes. Alright then, this is pretty important for you to know. How do you want your terminal to look? Well, I like the rainbow, so let's say 3. The character set, how would you like to have it? I like the Unicode, so let's set 1. Show current time, which version do you like? And this is all whatever you like. Don't do what I'm doing right now because these are my preferences, but do whatever you want to do. So I live in the Netherlands, I need a 24-hour format, so let's hit 2. So the prompt separator, let's say number 1, I like the angled. Prompt tails, well, this is a pretty weird one, let's say flat. Prompt highlight, 1 line or 2 lines? Well, I like the 1 line. Prompt spacing, well, let's actually add spacing. Icons, well, I like many icons instead of few because I don't like to read. That may sound very weird, but I like to look at icons and know what I need to do. So let's say 2. The prompt flow. So I don't want it took 5 seconds. So let's say 1. And enable transient prompt. Well, let's say yes. So why? Alright then. Install prompt mode. Let's say 1. Yes. I already have the file, so I need to overwrite the current one. So let's say Y again. Apply changes. Let's say yes. And it's fetching right now. So our installation process has been done. As you can see, our terminal looks very good. So let's say ls. And alright then, this looks good. But before we continue on, let's close it off. So let's quit it. And let's open it one more time, just to be sure what the output is. This is what we need. What you could do is to install fonts. And you can install your icons and everything else. Well, we basically have done that right now because we're running power level 10K. If you're using 9K, you need to manually install these 3 files. Let's see what we could do. Let's open our terminal. Let's go to iTerm. Let's click on Preferences. Let's click on Profile. And right here, we could basically click on Text and we can change our font. So let's say that I want the Maslow bold. My font size have just changed to bold. It's not what I like, so I'll go back to the basic one. You need to change your terminal to whatever you like. Not what I like, but what you like. The output will always be the same. You could also change your colors, because sometimes the colors might be harsh. You could change your theme color. So let's say color preset, and let's say smooth. Well, it's not what I like. We can say dark, which is more black. But what I like is solarized dark, what we just had. There's one more thing that I would like to show you, and that's how you could use someone else's color scheme. Because, well, honestly, it's a pain in the ass to change the colors yourself. So what I want to do is let's close off our preferences. Inside a new tab, let's search for iTerm2 material theme. And it's a GitHub repository created by Martin Seeler, who was kind enough to design color schemes based on Google's material design color palette. And on top of that, he gives us instruction on how to use it. So let's scroll down. And yes, right here, how we could use it. It basically says clone the repo or download the file. Well, let's just download the file by clicking on it. And well, this does not look a downloadable file, but what we could do is Command S to save it and save it somewhere where you won't delete it or you won't lose it. So what we need to do is to get rid of the txt, save it. But well, this is a Mac thing because it still adds the txt. So what we could do is to open Finder. Let's go to, well, the location where we saved our material design. Let's rename it and let's get rid of the txt. All right, use iTerm colors. All right, let's close it. We don't need this, so let's go back. We'll basically need to go to Preferences, Profile, Color tabs to change it. So let's open our iTerm, Preferences, Profiles, Colors. On Color preset, say Import. And right here, we could click on Material, Design Colors, iTerm Colors, open it. Well, I already have it, so add duplicates, add it anyway. And basically, we could choose, well, Material Design Colors. And that will then import Material Design Colors to our color scheme. I would like to continue on with opening our application in the browser. Now Laravel comes with a pretty cool package called Artisan, and you basically can see Artisan as the command line interface of Laravel itself. Later on, you will get a better understanding how Artisan is and what you should do, or could do, with it. You could create classes without even writing a single line of code in your code editor. I assume that you guys have worked with PHP before, where you basically could go into your local host and click on the right directory. So let's do that. So in our Google Chrome, let's write down localhost, hit enter, and you can see that this site cannot be reached because localhost refused it. Well, it's slightly different with the Laravel project, since it's not located inside our HT docs. Think about it, what do we need in order to run PHP? Well, with PHP we need to run XAMPP, but for Laravel we don't need XAMPP. There's no connection between Laravel and XAMPP. Now you're probably wondering, well, how do I even start it then? Besides creating classes and models in Artisan, there's also an option to open a project in the browser. So let's go back to our terminal, and right here, we need to go inside the directory of the project that we would like to open. So let's go to cd desktop, and inside our desktop, we want to cd into workspace, and inside our workspace, we want to cd into first project. Let's hit enter. Let's ls just to be clear that we're in the right directory. All right. And in here, we basically need to write down PHP space artisan space. And what we want to say to Artisan is that we need to serve. So basically to start running this project that we're in right now. So let's hit enter. And as you could see on our screen, our Laravel development server has started, and you can see an HTTP link right here. So let's copy it. You could also command click on it, but then it will open in Safari for me. So let's hop back to Chrome. Let's replace localhost with the path that we just had. And wow, our first Laravel project has been opened. Now, if we hop back to our terminal, you can see that it's not possible to do anything in the command line interface because it's serving at the moment. So if you want to perform other stuff inside the command line, you basically need to open a new tab. So let's, well, click on the plus symbol right here, and we have our new tab. To stop it from serving, we basically need to Control Z. Alright then, you can see that our Laravel project has been stopped. Let's hop back to Google Chrome, refresh it, and you can see that it won't stop refreshing because, well, we stopped serving it. You need to be aware that you can only use the PHP Artisan serve inside the directory of a Laravel project. So let's get out of our first project by saying cd ... We're back in our workspace. And right here, let's write down PHP Artisan serve. And you can see that it's not possible to open PHP Artisan. Let me zoom in a little bit. The reason why this is happening is because the serve command is basically a shortcut for the PHP built-in web server, which will call the main of our application, which then will be run. Now, another good thing to remember is that by default, the HTTP server will listen to port 8000, as you could see right here. However, there might be a case where your port number 8000 is in use. And I can give you one example, and this is something that happened to me before. Let's say that you're working with API connections later on, and you have a Java project running on port number 8000. Next to your Java project, you want to run your Laravel project. What you basically need to do is to say PHP Artisan serve again, but it won't work. So we can change that. We can give our own port to Artisan. We basically need to say PHP Artisan serve space -- port is equal to whatever number you want. So let's say 8081. Hit enter. Well, obviously we need to go into the right directory, So let's say cd first project. And let's hit the arrow up button. To PHP Artisan serve port is 8081. Let's hit enter. And we're starting our Laravel project on port number 8081. Let's copy it, go back to Chrome, hit it inside the URL, and you can see that we're running it on 8081. I want to show you how we could change the IP in the URL to a piece of text that we would like to do. Because if we go to our, let's say, desktop /workspace /first project, cd, and we say PHP Artisan serve, we will get the IP address of our local host. So let's copy it. Let's go to Chrome, paste it in, and this works fine. But what if you want to change it? Now, what we could do, let's say Ctrl-Z to get out of our Artisan serve. Let's go back to our root directory. So let's write cd. And in here, we could basically say sudo nano /etc /hosts. And these are the hosts that we have. We could say 127.0.0.1 has a name of first project .test. And let's get rid of the local host that we have. So let's do that. All right, Control X, save it, say yes, enter. And let's do it one more time to see if it works. All right, let's copy first project test. Let's get out of it. Let's go back to Google Chrome. Let's write it inside our URL. Let's hit enter. And you can see that it works as well. So instead of having the IP address and our port, we could basically say first project.test. You could use any code editor you want when working on a Laravel project. And I'm not here to tell you that you must work with Visual Studio Code or you must buy a license on PHPstorm. I'll let you decide what you want because the output will always be the same. A code editor is not only something that looks good and you can take some good looking pictures of it, but fundamentally, code editors are developed to help developers code. And if you're following this course, I assume you already know what a code editor is and you have yours already set up. But I want to show you a list of code editors you could use for the best Laravel experience. Let me sum up a couple good points when you are searching for a good code editor. Try to find a code editor that takes care of the syntax. And by that, I mean that it gives you an immediate warning if something is wrong. Auto indentation and auto completion is an awesome feature as well. Try to look for a code editor that speeds up the process. You need a code editor that benefits you, not me. And you won't need it in this course, but you definitely do later in your career, and that's Git. So try to find a code editor that is compatible with Git. Alright then, I want to show you 2 free code editors and 2 paid code editors that I personally love to use. But once again, a paid version is not necessary. So the first one is Visual Studio Code, and in my opinion, and probably the opinion of 90% of the internet, Visual Studio Code is the best free code editor. It is also available on all major platforms. A couple key features that Visual Studio Code has is cross-platform. It has Git built in. It has an in-editor debugging system. It has a large library of extensions and plugins. It is very lightweight if you compare it to other code editors. Now the second free code editor that I recommend is Atom, and Atom is highly customizable. A couple key features are the snippets, the code folding, the UI is incredible, highly extendable, and you can open files very quick. Now when I work with Laravel, I usually use PHPstorm. The developer of PHPstorm is JetBrains, and they have lots of good code editors. It is purely based for PHP developers, and this is the code editor I use most of the time. It is a full PHP IDE, so you can get debugging, version control, testing, error checking, intuitive code navigation, and way more. Now, another paid code editor that I like is Sublime Text. And if you want a code editor that is easy to use for pretty much every programming language, Sublime Text is your go-to. In the early stages of my programming career, I used it a lot. The UI is the best thing about it, because of features like distraction-free writing mode, quick shortcuts, split editing, and much more that is added. And like I said, it's not a free code editor, so it has a price of $80 per year. What I would like to do next is to install Visual Studio Code and PHPstorm for Laravel developers. Now, like I said, Visual Studio Code is incredible to use whenever you're on a Mac, Linux, or Windows. Even though I use PHPstorm a lot as well, I think you can get your Visual Studio Code quite like PHPstorm with adding the right extensions. So let's hop to google.com and let's search for Visual Studio Code. And we need the first link, which will redirect us to the Visual Studio Code website. So let's click on it. Alright then, the download process is pretty straightforward. I think the download button will change based on the operating system you are using. But if it isn't, click on the drop-down menu and click on the operating system that you are using. So I'm using Mac, so let me click on download for Mac. And alright then, pause the video and I will see you back when the download process is done. Now that our download process is done, let's open and see what happens. Alright, in my downloads folder, you can see a Visual Studio Code application, so let's double click on it. Well, Visual Studio Code is an app downloaded from the internet, let's open it anyways. And our code editor just opened. If we try to use our Laravel project in here from the bat, it will work, but it's awful to use. So therefore, we need to add a couple extensions which will make it a lot easier for us. But before I do that, let's make it bigger. Let's close off the release notes and the welcome screen as well. I want to quickly show you how you could adjust your Visual Studio Code to your preferences. Now, if we go to Code, click on it, let's open Preferences, and let's go to Settings. Right here, you will find a list of all the settings that you can change. And if you're on a Windows, you basically need to go to File, Preferences, and then Settings. If I could give you advice, try not to adjust a lot of things, but mostly the basic things. So think about the font size, the font family, tab size, easy stuff rather than autosave delay or, well, let's say the multi-cursor modifier. Of course, whenever you open your code, you can zoom in, but you could also change your font size. So right now, mine is 112. Let's change it to 16. I'm alright with the default settings for now. Pause the video, take your time to adjust some settings right here, and I'll see you back in a second. The next thing that I would like to show you is how we could change the color scheme. If your operating system is a Windows, go to File, Preferences, Color Theme, and on the Mac, let's go to Code. Once again, click on Preferences, and let's go to Color Theme. There's also a shortcut on a Mac, so let's close it. Let's hit Command KT. And alright. Right now you can see all the color themes that we could use. So once again, pause the video, test a couple out and see which one you prefer. And don't be worried, the output will always be the same. This is just the color scheme that you like. What I like is just the default dark, but well, let's test monokai for once. And you can see that the color changes. Now I want to go back to my Visual Studio default one, which is the color theme that I prefer. Now, to open our extensions, let's go to Code again, Preferences, and let's click on Extensions. And oh yeah, it's also in the sidebar, right here. So let's click on it. Our extensions are gone. And if we click on it one more time, you'll basically see the marketplace right here. A cool thing about Visual Studio Code, and honestly most code editors, is, well, you can add languages, debuggers, and a lot of other tools to speed up your development process. Now, what I would like to do is to search for an extension called Laravel Artisan. It's the first option. It's created by Ryan Neddy. What Laravel Artisan allows us to do is to perform commands in the terminal of Visual Studio Code. What we've done so far was opening our own personal terminal. I'll show you later on how we could use the terminal of Visual Studio Code itself. Now let's click on the install button and our installation process is done. It's that quickly. So let's continue on with the next extension, since we've got a lot of extensions to add. The second one is called Laravel Blade Snippets. And it's the first option again. It's created by Winnie Lin. And Laravel works with HTML. Well, let's actually click on install and I'll tell you what it is. But it comes with a powerful templating engine called Blade. And by installing this extension, we basically have a syntax highlighter, which is awesome, as you could see in the screenshot on my screen. Now, the next extension that I need is called Laravel Blade Spacer. It's the first one, created by Austin Cameron. So let's click on install. You can also see the amount of downloads. Well, this one has 100,000, which is quite a lot. When working with PHP and HTML, you always have to wrap your PHP code inside the opening and closing PHP tag. It's a little bit different because of the Blade templating. Now in Blade, as you could see in the screenshot, we wrap Laravel or PHP stuff inside a double set of curly braces, as you could see right here. Now you obviously want a little bit more spacing around it, and that's what this extension basically does. It adds a space to the left and to the right of the text where you want to type in, as you can see right here. Alright, the next extension that I would like to download is called Laravel Go To View. Let me see if I can zoom in. Alright, this is way better. Now it's the first one created by Coding Jew. Let's click on the install button. And what this extension basically does is whenever you hover over a file name that you add, so let's say you're returning a view from your controller or inside your form, you can basically hover over it and go straight to the file instead of searching for it in the sidebar, as you could see in the screenshot. You can see a controller right here called foo.bar. It hovers over it and it goes straight to the view. This is also handy when you have an error and you want to double check if your path is correct. You could always hover over it and see if it's correct or not. Now let's move on to our next extension because we got a lot more to install. The next one is called Laravel Snippets. Alright. Let's click on install, and it's by the same developer called Winnie Lin. And what this does is whenever you're typing a word, Visual Studio Code recognizes a prefix. And you can easily get an option to fill in the rest of the text, so you don't need to write out every single word, as you could see in the screenshot. Now let's continue on because we need Laravel Extra IntelliSense. It's created by Amir. It has 167,000 downloads. Let's click on install. You could basically see this extension as an extra Laravel snippet. This basically auto-completes route names, params, views, variable configs, the .env file, middlewares, and a lot more. You could also scroll down, by the way, and see what it actually does if you want more information about a specific extension. Now, the next extension is a pretty important one called, let's say, Live Sass Compiler. Laravel Mix is a wrapper built to work efficiently with Webpack. And Webpack is an open source JavaScript module builder. What we need is something to compile our Sass or SCSS files to CSS. And that's what this does. It's the first one created by Ritwik Dev. Let's click on install. And you probably don't understand right now why we need a live Sass compiler when we're working with Laravel. But later on, when we're designing our website, you will definitely understand why we do this. And since we're on the topic of styling, we could also search for, let's say, beautify CSS. And I want the second option because I want a beautifier for SCSS, SAS, CSS, and less. So let's click on it. It has more than 700,000 downloads. Let's click on install. And I think the name speaks for itself. You can beautify your styling. Since we've actually added our Laravel IntelliSense, let's go on and install our PHP IntelliSense as well. So let's search for PHP IntelliSense. It's created by Felix Becker. It has 4.5 million downloads, which is quite a lot. And let's install it. I won't explain to you what it is because it's actually the same as our Laravel extension, but this one is purely for PHP. Now, the next one that I need is called getter/setter generator. It's the third one created by Agustin Martinez Ibarra. Let's click on install. And I don't think that this is a must-have extension, but it's pretty handy to have. If you have a set of properties and you want to generate getters and setters of them, you can do that easily instead of, well, copy-pasting it every single time. As you can see in the screenshot, you select the properties that you have and you can generate getters and setters of them. The next few extensions are not necessary, but they will help you develop better Laravel code. The first one is called bracket pair colorizer. It's created by Koenraad S. It has 3.8 million downloads. Let's click on install. Even though it's not necessary, I think we can conclude that this is a pretty darn good extension. Now, you've probably worked with code where you have lots of if statements, loops near each other, or even inside each other. What this extension does is changing the curly braces color of every single set, so you can detect easily if you're missing one or not. As you can see right here, the if statement has a blue curly brace, but the entire function has a purple one, so you can easily detect which curly braces pair. Now, the next extension is called Emmet Live, and it's the second one created by Yuri. Let's click on install. And this is my go-to extension when I install a new code editor. Whenever I work with HTML and PHP, I don't want to write out every single word. And with Emmet, you can basically write down div or any other shortcut, hit tab, and it will auto-complete the word with a greater than and less than symbol around it. Let's also install GitHub. We don't need it, but I'll do this for you because I know that it is very important to have. It's created by Knister Peter. Let's click on install. There might be a big chance in this course where we're going to use JavaScript. So let's go ahead and write down JavaScript. We need the second extension. It has 4.2 million downloads. Let's click on install. And what this basically does is the same as IntelliSense, but then for JavaScript. And the last extension that I want to add is called VS Code Create Icons. And it's the first one created by Emmanuel Ziad. Let's click on install. And what this does is basically adding an icon right in front of the file name so you can detect which type of file it is. You can see it when you look at the file extension. But if you're working on large projects, it is awesome to use. Now, this was it for installing our Visual Studio Code. We might add a couple more extensions later on when we're deeper in the course, but this is what you need to start off your Laravel projects in Visual Studio Code. As you can see by the title of this video, PHPstorm is a paid code editor and it comes with a price tag of 195 euros per year. In my opinion, it's not worth it unless you're working at a company where they pay for it. You could also test it out for a 1-month free trial. So if you want to see what the difference is between PHPstorm and any other code editor that you used before, go ahead and try it out. But I must admit, PHPstorm comes with a pretty cool feature, and that's a free educational license. So if you are a student, you will get free access to not only PHPstorm, but every other JetBrains IDE. Since there might be people watching this course that are students, I'd like to quickly show you how you can set up your PHPstorm for the best Laravel experience. In my opinion, PHPstorm has a lot of extensions integrated that you need to manually install on any other code editor. And that's awesome, because it means that this video won't be too long. So let's hop to Google, let's search for PHPstorm, and let's open the jetbrains.com website. Right here, you can see a download button and a free 30-day trial. So let's click on it. And the download just started. So pause the video and start it when your installation is done. Alright then guys, let's unpack the DMG file. It might take a second. Alright, let's drag PHPstorm into our applications. And let's double click on PHPstorm. This might take a second because it's verifying. Let's open it. Let's allow notifications. And you can see that our PHPstorm is opening up. We have our first Laravel project set up. So let's click on Open. Let's go to our desktop. And let's open our workspace and let's open our first project. Let's click on Open. Alright, let me go to full screen. We're not going to do anything right here. I'm not going to show you code. But what I would like to do is to show you off how you can adjust some settings. First off, let me show you how we could change the theme. Now, if we go to PHPstorm in the top left corner, let's click on the name. Let's go to Preferences. And right here, you can see our plugins that we could add, but that's not what I want to do right now. First off, I want to focus on appearances and behavior. So let's click on it and let's open Appearances. Straight at the top, you can see a section called Theme. And if we click on the drop-down, you can see a list of themes that we could use. Whenever you want to change your theme, you need to click on the theme that you want. So let's say Darkula. Let's click on Apply. And you can see that your theme has been changed. Now, you can change any settings you want over here. Think about file colors, material custom themes, material themes. But what I want to show you now is how we could add extensions, because basically this is whatever you like and not what I like. But I want to set my theme back to Adam 1 Dark. Let's click on Apply. And alright, this is what I like. To be honest, you don't need to add many plugins in PHPstorm because most of them are already integrated. Think about getters and setters generators, hovering over a path and going straight into that file. So let me show you how it works. Right here, you can see a menu item called Plugins. So let's click on it. You get a list of plugins and you could also search for plugins. The one that I want to show you is called Laravel. So let's click on the Install button. Let's click on Restart IDE. So restart it right now. And that's basically it. This is how you add plugins in PHPstorm. I know it's not a lot, but whenever you work with PHPstorm, you will understand that it's an all-in-one code editor that already has everything integrated. I want to go through some important files inside the directory because every single file in here is actually pretty important. But before we continue on, I forgot to activate our Visual Studio Code Create Icons. So let's do that real quick because I want to see my folder icons right in front of the greater than sign. If you're on a Windows, go to File, Preferences, or if you're on a Mac, hit Shift-Command-P. Now right here, let's write down File Icon Theme. Let's open it. And instead of disabling our file icons, let's choose VS Code Create Icons. Alright, this is what I'm looking for. If it does not work for you, you could also go to the Help navigation item, write down File Icon Theme, and look, this is where you could find it. Alright, we're ready to kick off. If we look at our application, you might wonder where the model, view, and controller folders are. And to be honest, I was wondering the same exact thing when I started working with Laravel. I want to show you on a basic level how this application is built up. And during this course, you'll get to know the ins and outs of every little file inside of our directory. To be honest, there isn't a clear model view controller directory where we could create small components and use them within classes. The folder names are a little bit different, but don't get me wrong, it's still an MVC-based framework. By default, the model classes are stored inside the app directory, right here, where you can find a models directory, so let's click on it. And by default, there's always a user.php. So let's open it. You might wonder what the user.php file is because we've never created it. And you're right, because Laravel will auto-add a user.php file. Later on, when working with databases and models, you'll get a better understanding of this. The models that we create right here can be used in our controllers to interact with the database. Now for the controllers, you need to be in the same directory, but instead of the models directory, let's open HTTP. And right here, you can find the controllers directory. Let's click on it. You can see this as the place where you are going to organize the behavior of your application. So we're basically going to create some kind of model that we're going to use inside a controller in order to retrieve information from the database. And then we're going to pull that data in the right location of the view, which we're running in the controller. If we open our controller.php file, you can see that our class is extending the base controller. And our base controller is basically an abstract class called controller, which we honestly won't touch. But we can use command click, so let's click on it. And right here, you can see the base controller that we're using. One thing is good to keep in mind is that, well, let's actually close off the controller. Let's open our main controller. And this controller that is extending the base controller is basically the file that our new files are going to extend. So if we're going to make a usage controller, we need to extend this controller file. And instead of saying controller, let's say class user controller extends the default controller. But let me go back for now because we won't do it in this video. Now in order to see your views, you need to open the resource directory right here, where you will find the CSS, JavaScript and views. Now let's open the views directory. And in here you'll see a welcome.blade.php file. What are other important files in here? Well, directories. We have our database, which I actually don't want to talk about right now, because I want to make an entire section dedicated to the database. We have our routes directory, so let's see right here, which has an API.php, channels.php, console and web. Now the API file is basically the location where you register API returns for our application. The channels file is where we register all the events broadcasting channels. The console.php is the location where we define console commands. Well, the most important one is the web.php, so let's open it. And well, this is the place where we are going to register routes, which we will do in the next section. Now, if you want to import products, you basically need to place them inside the storage directory. So let's say that you have a .csv file. Well, you basically need to store them right here. You can also find your logs back here. Right now it's empty because we haven't done anything, but I'll cover this later on as well. I want to talk about the .env file since it's a pretty important file. Now, env stands for environment, and this is the place where you put all of our environment setups. How this works is, well, you basically need to create an environment variable, what we have right here, so app_name, and we need to set it equal to a value. And as you can see, there are lots of predefined environment variables in here. Even if we scroll down, you can see a lot of them. You have your database connection, you have your drivers, you have the Redis host, and way more, the app URL, the app key, the app env, and the app name. Everything about the server that is running in the project and many different values for different servers are set up right here. And in some kind of way, you can see these as constants. A constant represents unique memory locations, and an environment variable is a variable that is set outside of the program. What I would like to show you right now is how we could use the environment variables. Just bear with me and follow along. Now, if we scroll up, let me close off the vendor directory. Let's open our routes and let's open the web.php. Right here, you can see that we're referring to a specific view called welcome. What we could do is change the return value. So instead of saying return view, let's delete that. And right here, let's say that we want to return env parentheses semicolon. So right now we're referring to our .env file. So inside the parentheses, let's add a set of single quotes. And what we could do right here is to write down our environment variable. So let's say db underscore database. Now let's save it. Let's go open a new view. Let's go to first project.test. And you can see that our database name has been printed out on the screen. Now let's return to Visual Studio Code. What I want to do is to do it one more time, but instead of using a variable that is already defined for us, let's create our own. So let's open the env file again, and right above app name, let's write down creator underscore name is equal to your own name. So let's say Dari. Let's save it. Let's go back to our web.php file, and instead of saying db name, let's change it to creator underscore name. Let's save it. Let's hop back to Google Chrome, refresh it, and you can see that our variable that we created has been printed out on the screen. And to be honest, I don't recommend you to use environment variables all the time, but mostly for domain names, URLs, authentication, mail addresses, or service account names. You also may have noticed that there is an env.example file inside our root directory. So let's open it up. Let me close off the marketplace. Let's see what the difference is with the env file. Well, the variable names are all the same, as you can see. And what this .env.example file does is simply an example of what might be in the .env file. So if you delete your env file or make changes that you don't need, you can easily rename the .env.example to .env, and you can get started once again. Or let me give you another example. What if you're working on a large project with multiple colleagues, where you are using Git? Does every single person needs to push the .env file to the master? Well, no, because everyone has his own database credentials, and you want to keep the .env file for yourself. What you could do is to send the example file to the master so you know what key and value pairs you need for the project. There are two pretty important files, which are the composer JSON and the composer Lock file that we have in our root directory. A couple videos back I've talked about Composer, and I've said that it's a dependency manager for PHP that allows us, the developers, to specify project dependencies. Now, this needs to be done inside the composer JSON. If the structure of this file is new to you, no worries, this is a .json file. Let's have a look and see what is happening over here. We have pulled a project in with the name of Laravel. The type is equal to a project. It has a description, so the Laravel framework, and it has keywords. It has a license of MIT, which is a permissive free software license. Well, actually the next part is the most important part of Composer, and that's the requirement part. What you see right here is the vendor name, so PHP, PhyDeveloper, Fruitcake, Guzzle HTTP, Laravel, and Laravel. They are all separated with a /. So let's see what's going on over here. Let's open our vendor directory, and let's write down or search for Guzzle HTTP. Let's open it, and in here you can see another Guzzle file, so it's searching for the directory inside the vendor called Guzzle HTTP. So it's requiring this specific file over here. Whatever is in the vendor directory is a library. And Composer makes it easier to keep vendor libraries out of the repo. You might be confused right now, but you'll get a better understanding of it if we move deeper in the course. Let's rewind for 1 second. The libraries that are added right here have weird numbers attached to it. And basically, this is the version control with a specific format. So let's take the version number with 3. The first number stands for the patch, the second number stands for the alpha, and the third number stands for the beta. You could also see that almost every version has a caret right in front of it. And the caret stands for the version range. So as you can see right here, we have version 4.2 with a caret, which is equivalent to, let's say, greater than or equal to 4.2, but the version is less than 5. So if Developer comes out with a new update and it updates it to 4.3, it's still compatible because it will look for a version that is 4.2 and it's less than 5. Let me undo it. Alright. So basically, none of the releases until version 5.0 should break backwards compatibility. Alright, right below the require section, you can see a require-dev right here. And these are packages that are not necessary for your project to work. You also don't need to add them in project version. So if we delete anything inside the require, our application will crash. But if we delete something inside the require-dev, we're still able to run our project. The config and the extra options are not very necessary, but the autoload might actually be. Right here. Some libraries that we add require autoload. So if we go to our vendor and we scroll down to a file called autoload, let's open it. And you can see that it's basically requiring our composer. Let's go back to our composer file, where you can see that we're requiring 3 things. We have our app, so basically the entire app directory. We have our database factories, and we have our database seeders. If you want to autoload a specific file or a specific directory, you can easily add it on the line below, and it will always be autoloaded. Now, to be honest, the rest of this stuff is not very important. As you could see in our root directory, there's also a composer.lock. I won't go too in depth about it because it's pretty much the same exact thing as the composer JSON file. But the point of the lock file is that it basically specifies the exact version that we have installed so they can be reinstalled. If we go back to our .json file, you can see, like I just said, that there is a caret right in front of the version. If we go to our composer lock, you can see that there is a V. You can see that the caret has been replaced with a V. So a definite version. If you have any type of issue on the log file, or you want to update some dependencies or libraries you've got, you basically need to go to the terminal. So let's do that. Let's cd into our workspace. So desktop first, workspace, first project. Alright. And in here, we need to do a rm-rf space composer.log to remove our composer log file. Alright, let's write down ls. And you can see that our composer JSON file is still here, but our composer log file is gone. Now to recreate it, you can perform either composer install, or you could perform composer update. There isn't a right or wrong here, but if you run the composer install, it will check if the composer log exists. If not, it will perform a composer update and create one. If you perform the composer update, it will check the composer JSON file. Then it will determine the last version and it will install it and update the log file. So let's do a composer install. Pause the video because this might take a second. As you can see right here, it's updating the dependencies and it's writing the log file. Let's ls. And right here, you can see that our composer.log file has been generated again. The last thing that I want to show you related to Composer is how we could add libraries into our Composer log file with a single command. If you have ever wondered how you could add APIs like payment methods, authentication, resources, or any type of library, it's through Composer as well. Whether you have worked on a training app or real-life project, most of the time you'll go to Google. So let's do that. Let's go to Google Chrome. Let's open a new tab. Let's go to google.com. What I want to do right now is to show you how you could quickly, and I mean a lot quicker than the manual installation, is to install Packagist through Composer. The way people usually do it without a framework is, going to Google, search for, let's say, Molly API PHP, Let's open the GitHub repository. If we scroll down to the installation process, you can see that we have a composer installation right here and a manual installation part, which is basically saying that we need to download it and include the vendor/autoload. That's not what I want to do. What I want to do is to add it through Composer. This can be done by copying and pasting the command right here. But what I would like to do is to show you a pretty cool website. Instead of using the GitHub, let's go to Packagist. Let's click on packagist.org. You can see Packagist as the main Composer package repository. You can easily search for packages and use Composer to manage your projects or libraries. Right here, you can see a button Browse. Let's click on it. Where you could, browse to all the packages that are available, and there are a lot of packages available. What I want to do is to search for Molly. It's the second option created by Molly/Molly API PHP. Right here, you can see a composer, so let's copy it. Let's go back to our terminal and paste it right inside our first project directory. Let's hit enter. And you can see that it's pulling in all the necessary libraries for Molly. When the installation is done, you can see that it has been pulled in. So what we could do is to go back to our Visual Studio Code, and in our vendor directory, let's search for Molly. So right here, and inside the Composer lock, let's Command F and let's search for Molly. Alright then, you can see that a package with the name Molly/Molly API PHP with a version of 2.24 has been pulled in from this specific GitHub repository. And the last thing I want to say is that sometimes when I do this, it won't import the libraries immediately. Whenever I have that, I basically go to the terminal and I write down composer update to update the dependencies. But usually it works when you install a library through Composer. Like I said in the last video, if we delete anything inside our vendor, we could get it back very easy because we are requiring that specific file inside our Composer lock. So let's remove Molly inside our vendor directory. Alright. By doing that, we cannot use Molly anymore because it does not exist in the vendor directory. If we go back to iTerm and run a Composer update one more time, this might take a second. Alright, let's hop to Visual Studio Code, where you can see that Molly has been added once again. We've touched on the vendor directory a little bit in the previous videos, and specifically on the autoload file that's inside our vendor, right here. What this auto file does is basically including the Composer dependencies. And by now, we all know that Laravel uses a lot of libraries that are required through Composer. So it's good to realize that the core framework of our Laravel application is located inside the vendor directory. That also means that if we somehow mess the file up or delete it, we can't run our Laravel project anymore, which I also said in the last video. If we take a look at our vendor directory, you find a lot of folders inside of it which you probably never seen before or heard of. These are all features that Laravel automatically pulls in for us. So it's not that you need to add them whenever you need them, but they are already here when we need it. If we hop back to our terminal, we can perform a command called composer show --tree. Alright, right here you can see the dependency tree of our project within version numbers. So let me scroll up, because this is quite a lot, as you could see. Alright. Take your time and see what kind of dependencies are in here. And well, you might see a lot of Symfony dependencies and you might think, well, isn't Symfony a framework of itself? And yes, you are partially right. Laravel uses a lot of third-party libraries which are mostly Symfony components. And to be precise, 30% of the code inside our Laravel project comes from Symfony itself. Before we wrap up this part of the course, I would like to show you the composer dump autoload. And this command won't download anything, but it regenerates the list of all classes that needs to be included in the autoload. So let's click on enter. Oh, my bad, we need to add a dash. So it's dump dash autoload. And you can see that it's generating optimized autoload files. As you can see right here, these are the files that are required in our requirement. Let's go back to Visual Studio Code. Let's open our Composer JSON right here. All right, that was it. So if the Laravel vendor folder is missing or you're getting an error, you just need to run Composer install and everything should work fine. We have finally reached the fun part of this course, and that's where we are going to dive into the code. And in this video, I want to focus a little bit on basic routing. Let's open our routes directory and let's go to web.php. And right here, we have our routes stored that are assigned to the web middleware group. As you can see, we are calling our route class right here, and we want to perform some type of request. In this case, we want to perform a GET request. And later on, we will talk about other types of requests that we could perform. But for now, every single time the route receives a GET request to the /, which is basically our URL, so our home URL, we want to do something. Now, this / is optional, so if we remove it, it will basically be the same exact thing as adding it, but I prefer to use it. So let me add a comment real quick. Alright, right here. If we want to go to firstproject.com, we basically need to write down a /. But every single time you want to make a request to, let's say, firstproject.com/users, the GET request needs to receive a /users. Once again, the / is optional, so the output of users or /users will be exactly the same. Now, inside our function, right here, we can do whatever we want. And as you can see right now, we're returning a method view with the name of welcome. And honestly, returning a view inside your web.php is not a good habit to get used to. Later on, I will show you how we could return a controller, which will then return a view. If we switch to our terminal, so to my iterm, inside our directory, we basically need to run php artisan serve. Alright, it's serving right now. Let's copy the URL. Let's go to Chrome. Let's paste it in the URL. And this will redirect us to the welcome page of Laravel. Let's go to our code editor and see what's inside the welcome.blade file. So let's open our resources and our views directory. And in here, you can see a welcome page. Let's click on it. Alright. And well, let me actually see what we have inside our browser. We have a button called Documentation. Let's go to Visual Studio Code, Control F or Command F. Let's say Documentation. And right here, let's change Documentation to Doc. Save it, hop back to Chrome, refresh it, and we change the button. Alright, let me undo that real quick, because that's not what we want to do in this video. I want to focus on endpoints. So let's do that. Let's go to web.php again, and let's create a new route, but I basically don't want to copy paste it every single time. Let's just create it on our own. So what we want to do is a route to users. Let's start off. We want a route, colon. We want a GET request, parentheses because it's a function, semicolon. Inside our GET request, let's add single quotes, / users. Now outside of our first param, let's add a comma. Let's write down function, space, parentheses, curly brackets. Let's hit enter. Inside our curly braces, let's return a piece of text. So let's say return, welcome to the users page. Let's close it off with a semicolon. Alright, let's save it. Let's hop to Google Chrome and let's change the endpoint in our URL. So right now it's basically the / and let's add / users. Let's hit enter. And you can see that we've been redirected to, well, basically the string that we're returning to the view. So a quick recap. Whenever a user wants to make a GET request to /users, which is the endpoint, we are returning a piece of text of welcome to the users page. Whenever a user makes a GET request to the home page, so the /, we're going to look inside our views directory for a file called welcome. What we have done until this point is creating a new GET request and sending back a view or a piece of text. But you need to keep in mind that all routes should return a response to the browser of the user. And a pretty cool thing in Laravel is that there are multiple ways how we could return a response. So what we've done so far, let me add a comment, is route that sends back a view. We have a route to users. We're returning a string. And what I want to do is to create a new route, but instead of sending back a view or string, I want to send back an array. So instead of copy pasting it again, let's create it one more time. So let's add a comment, route to users dash array. Alright, so we want to perform a route. We want a GET request. We want the request to be towards /users once again, comma, function. And we want to return set of brackets. And let's add some text in here. Let's say PHP, HTML, Laravel. Alright, let's save it. Let's go back to Google Chrome. Let's refresh it. And you can see that the output, let me zoom in, is an array with 3 elements. So index 0 is PHP, index 1 is HTML, and index 2 is Laravel. Alright, let's go to Visual Studio Code again. Keep in mind that Laravel will automatically convert an array into a JSON response. So let me add that as well. But we could also send back a JSON object instead of sending back an array. So let's create that one. So let's say route to users, but now as a JSON object. Let's say route, GET request, and you'll get familiar to writing down the request very soon. Another request to the users page, comma, function, parentheses, curly braces. And what we want to do right here is to return a new response, which is a method, so parentheses, and we want to point to JSON, which is also a method. So let's add another set of parentheses and a semicolon. Let's go inside our JSON method. Let's add curly brackets and let's hit enter. So in here, we could basically say our name is equal to Dari. Our course has a name of Laravel Beginners to Advanced. Let's save it. Let's hop back to Google Chrome, refresh it, and you can see that we have a JSON object right here with our name and the course. There's also a possibility to return functions. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. And right here, let's create another route to users, but right now with a function. So this is the last one. So let's say route, get. We want /users. We want a function, curly braces, parentheses and curly braces. And we want to return a function called redirect. Where do we want to redirect the user to? Well, let's say that whenever a user gets to /users, redirect them to the home page. Let's save it. Let's hop back to Chrome. Let's refresh the page. And look, we're back at the home page. There are lots more return options, but for now, I want to keep it very simple. And later on, as we proceed in this course, I want to show you how we could return a download file or redirect them with flash messages. Now that I've showed you a couple responses, I want to show you how we could create a new page and link it right to our new route. First off, let's hop back to Visual Studio Code and let's get rid of all of our routes, except for the first one. Let's get rid of the comment as well. So instead of saying welcome, let's return a view called home. If we save it and go back to our Google Chrome, let's test it actually out to see what our error message is. Well, our view is not found. So let's create that one. Let's go to Visual Studio Code. And inside our views directory, we need to create a new file. And since the HTML portion of Laravel is running on Blade, we don't need to add the .html extension. But instead, we need a blade.php. So let's do that. Let's create a new file. Let's call it home.blade.php. Let's hit enter. And you probably might wonder why. And later on, I will go in depth about views and Blade. But bear with me for this video. Let's save our page. Let's go back to Chrome to see if our error will disappear. Refresh the page. And nice, this looks good. Let's go back to Visual Studio Code. In our home.blade.php, let's write down doc and hit tab. Inside our body, let's create an H1 which says this is our new homepage. Let's save it. Let's hop back to Chrome again. Refresh the page. It's cool, isn't it? I remember how stoked I was when I did this the first time. We've basically created a new view inside our views directory. We went into our blade.php. We said, well, whenever someone goes to our landing page or homepage, return a view called home. And that has been done right now. We've created our new file. We have set up a route. Let's structure it a little bit with the controller in between. We don't want to do logic inside the web.php file. So what we could do is to create a new controller. And there are two ways how we could do that. We have a super fast way or the manual way. And to show you the differences, let's start off by doing it the manual way. So in plain PHP, we would go to the controllers directory. So let's open app http controllers. We would right click, create a new file. Let's call it products controller.php. And then we would start off with PHP codes or PHP opening tag. In Laravel, we need to define our namespace. So let's do that. It's app/http/controllers. It's basically the path to, well, this directory. And then we could create our class called products controller, which extends the core controller. And don't get me wrong, this works fine, but did someone timer it? Because it took me way too long. Instead of doing this, we could use PHP Artisan to create a controller for us. To be honest, not only a controller, but a lot more things. So let's hop back to our terminal. I need to cd again inside my desktop, cd into my workspace, and then I need to cd into my first project. And by the way, it might look longer now because I'm explaining it, but when you get used to PHP Artisan, you'll understand that using Artisan is so much more easier. Before I show you how we could create a controller, let's write down PHP Artisan with a flag called !help. Alright. Right here, you can see a couple commands that we could perform in order to list all commands. The one I use is called PHP Artisan list. So let's do that. Let's write down PHP Artisan list. What you've seen on the screen right now is a complete list of all the PHP Artisan commands with examples. So let's scroll up. There are a lot of stuff that we could use. Whenever you want to perform some kind of Artisan command and you don't know the name, use the PHP Artisan list command to list them all down. They're all written down alphabetically by section name. Right here, you have a command to clear your cache. You have your authentication. You have your database. You have your config. You have your events. You have your make. And well, that's actually what we need. So what do we want to do? We want to make a controller. And the description is create a new controller class. Alright, that's good. So let's see what we could make. Let's write down PHP Artisan make controller space, and we're not done yet because we need to define the controller's name. And before we do that, let's hop back to Visual Studio Code. Let's remove our products controller. Well, let's save it first. Let me scroll up. Let's delete it. Move to trash. Let's go back to our iTerm. And let's say we want to create a new controller called products controller. And let's hit enter. As you can see on my screen, we have created a controller successfully. So let's see what the output is in Visual Studio Code. You can see that our products controller has been created. Our namespace has been set, and it's using the request, which is also good, and it created a class for us. Isn't that cool? If we remove our controller one more time, so let's delete it. Actually, if you're on a Mac, you could also press Command Backspace, which will remove it, and on a Windows it's probably Control Backspace, so let's do that. I'll use this way from now on, so if you don't see me right click on a file name, you know how I'm deleting a file. Alright, let's hop back to our terminal. Let's hit the arrow up, but instead of hitting enter, let's add a space and let's write down -help, so a -help flag. Alright, so what are we seeing right now? We have two types of flags. You have a short version and a longer version. First version is, well, basically the shortcut. Whenever you use -I, the output will be exactly the same as -- invocable. And all these options have some meaning. So, if we try to create a controller through Artisan that already exists, it won't let us because it's already there. Let's do that. Let's hit the arrow up without the help. So, let's make a controller. Alright. Let's hit the arrow up one more time. Let's hit enter. And you can see that we're getting a message because the controller that we're trying to create already exists. What we could do is to add a new flag, which is the, let me scroll up, --force. So let's do that. Let's hit arrow up again. Let's hit space. Let's hit --force, which will basically override the controller that already exists. So let's hit enter. And as you can see, it has overridden the controller that we had, and it has created a new one. And to be honest, there are lots of more options which we will learn during this course. We could even make a model and attach it immediately to our controller with a -m flag, as you could see right here, which is making a model for us. For now, let's keep it simple with the basic commands that we just performed. Like I've said before, we don't want to send back a view inside the web.php. Right here. But instead, we want to return a controller and then send back a view. So first off, in our web.php, we need to add a new use of the right controller that we would like to use. So let's scroll up, and right here at the top, let's say use, and it's basically the path of our products controller. So let's write down app/http/controllers, with the class name. So let's say products controller. What's next? We need to do something with a route to send back a controller. So let's get rid of our route that we have right now and let's create a new one. What we want to do is to create a new route with a GET request. Alright. The first param is basically what the endpoint needs to be. So let's say /products, comma. And now we need to define the class. So to do that, we need to add brackets followed by the class name. So let's say products controller, class. Alright. Then we need to add another comma. And that's the function name that you want to use inside your products controller. Right now, we don't have one. But let's add in single quotes, index. What's going on right here? We're saying that we have an endpoint called /products. We want to pass in a controller, so the products controller, and perform whatever is inside the index function in our products controller class. So we don't have our index function, so let's go to our products controller. Let's get rid of the comments. Let's create a public function index. And in here, let's just return a view. And well, we don't have a view right now, so let's do that first. Inside our views directory, let's create a new folder. Let's call it products. And inside our products, let's create a new file called index.blade.php. Alright, let's write down doc, hit tab, go inside the body, create a h1 called products. Let's save it. Let's go to our products controller. We want to search inside our views directory for a folder called products with a file name of .index. The dot is basically a /, so products /index. Let's save it. And let me actually save my web.php as well. Let's go back to Chrome. And let's change the endpoint to /products. And as you can see, products has been printed out on the screen. Now this is option number 1. There is also a second way that is new since Laravel 8. So let's go back to our web.php file. And right below our route, let's create a new one. Well, let me add a comment first, which says Laravel 8. This is a new way. Alright, so let's add a new comment, Laravel 8. Also new. The second method is basically to use a string syntax. And I actually think that this is pretty much a long way of doing it, but since it's new to Laravel 8, I want to show it to you. So what we could do is to add a new route. So route, : get. Alright, let's go inside the parentheses. Let's add an endpoint of /products. Second argument, so comma, is single quotes. The entire route to the products controller. So once again, it's app /http that's a backslash, controllers, /products controller. But instead of adding a new parameter, we could basically say add, so search for a function or method called index. Alright, let's save it. Well, let's actually comment out the first route. I know it works because it will override it, but just to show you that this works as well. In our /products endpoint, let's refresh it, and the output is still the same. Now, before I wrap up this video, I want to show you how this was done before Laravel 8, because if you Google on route issues, you mostly run into old versions, and it's a little bit different since Laravel 8 came out. So let's go back to our Visual Studio Code. Let's uncomment it, and let's create a new route. So before Laravel 8. I just want to show you what the difference is. The beginning of the route is the same. So the route : get. Inside our parentheses, we still need to add an endpoint, so /products. We also need to add a second param, but this is a little bit different. In here, we basically need to add the controller name, so products controller, add, followed by the method name. So in our case, let's write down index again. If we save it and hop back to Google Chrome, refresh it, and we're getting an error message because the old method is not working anymore. Like I've said, I prefer to use the PHP callable syntax, so the first method that we did. Just to give you one more example, let's do it one more time. Let's create a new route to a GET request to /products /about. Then we want to add a comma with the controller class, so brackets products controller, class, and the method is about. We don't have it right now, but we will do that in a second. I basically want to show you that in our products controller, we could send back whatever we want. So let's say public function about, and instead of returning a view, let's just return a basic string. So let's say return about us page. Let's save it, save our web.php as well. Let's go back to Google Chrome. Let's change the endpoint to /products /about. And the About Us page has been printed out on the screen. Now that we've created our controller and we're able to return a view, I want to pass in some data to the view. There are a couple ways how we could do it, and I want to show them all. So let's start off with the first method, which is the compact function. And what the compact function does is basically creating an array of the variable with its value. So let's go to our controller. Right above our view, let's basically create a new variable called title, and let's set it equal to welcome to my Laravel 8 course. Alright, let's go right inside our view method. Right after products.index, let's add a comma. So we need to add a second param to view. And what I want to pass in is compact, which is a function. And inside the parentheses of our compact function, we need to pass in the name of the variable. So let's say in single quotes, title. So basically this title right here is referring to the title variable that we have. Let's hop to our view. So our index.blades.php in the products folder, right below our h1. Let's create a paragraph. And to add variables from the controller inside the views, we basically need to add a double set of curly braces. The next section is dedicated to views, so we'll go over it in a bit. In here, let's write down our variable name called title. Let's save it. Let's hop back to Google Chrome. Let's change our endpoint to /products. Oh, I made a mistake right here. Let's go back to our web.php. And well, let me get rid of the last two and the products/about as well. And we don't need the comment for now. Save it. Let's go back to Google Chrome. All right, this is what we need. Welcome to my Laravel 8 controller has been passed in through the controller. It is also possible to send multiple variables back to the view. So let's create a second one called description. And let's set it equal to, well, created by Dari. Let's save it. And right after title, let's add a comma and let's add description. Well, let me align this actually. All right. Let's go back to our view. Let's create a new paragraph. And let's call this one description. Save it. Hop back to Google Chrome. Refresh it. And created by Dari has been printed out. The second way how we could pass in data is with the with method. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code, to our controller. Let me actually comment out the compact method. Oh yeah, and what I just did was selecting every line that I want to comment out, hit Ctrl or Command, /. And let me add one more comment. This is the compact method. And the next method that I want to show you is the with method. So what do we want to do right here? We basically need to return a view again. And inside our parentheses, we need to write down the path. So once again, it's products.index. And right after our parenthesis, our closing parenthesis, we need to create a pointer. So dash greater than. And we want to point to a with function. Then we need to pass in the name that we want to give it as a string. So let's say in single quotes, title, followed by the variable name. So that's separated with a comma, title. So we're passing in title with the with method. Let's save it. Let's hop to Google Chrome. Let's refresh it. Oh yeah, of course. We need to get rid of the description inside our view. Let's do that. Save it. Let's go back to Google Chrome. And welcome to my Laravel 8 course has been printed out. I like the compact method and the with method. But keep in mind that the names of the variable and the placeholder name needs to be identical. The with function is good to use if you want to pass in one variable, so you cannot add the description either. It's also possible to pass in an array with the with method, so right below our description. Let's create a new data array. So let's set it equal to brackets. Go inside our brackets, hit enter. And let's say that product 1 is equal to iPhone. We're creating an associative array right here. Comma. Let's add a second value of product 2. And the value is Samsung. Well, let me actually change the name for the iPhone lovers. All right. Let's copy paste our view. Let's comment out the first one because it's a string. Let's change the title to data and the title to data as well. Let's hop to our index.blade.php view because title won't work right here. So let's get rid of it. And just like with any other programming language, we need to loop through an array to print out the values. And to create a for each loop in Laravel, let's write down the @ sign followed by for each. Set of parentheses, and we need to close it off as well. So let's say @ and for each. All right. So let's go inside the parentheses because we need to do something right here. We know that we have passed in our data right here. So let's do that. Let's say that we want to loop through data as a single item. Inside our for each loop, let's add a paragraph. And inside our paragraph, let's write down curly braces followed by the item. So one single item every single time. Save it. Go back to Google Chrome. Refresh it. And you can see that our data iPhone and Samsung has been printed out on the screen. There's also another option to create a for each loop because we have emit. Let's write down for each. Let's hit tab. And you can see that our for each loop has been created. And this is basically what I'll be doing from now on. All right. The next way is, well, not the way I prefer, but I'd like to show it to you. Let's go back to our products controller. Let's comment out the view. And let's create a new one. Because right now, we're going to pass it directly in the view. Let's create a new view. So return view to products.index. Let's add a comma. But instead of adding a variable name or the width or compact method, I want to pass in our array right here. So let's add brackets, hit enter. Let's write down the key, which is equal to data. Let's add a value, so let's point it to the variable data that we have right here. Let's save it. Let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh it. And the output is, well, exactly the same. What we've done so far was doing a request to a single page. Right now, I want to focus on route params. This might sound difficult, but trust me, it isn't. Sometimes you want to pass in some kind of data to a specific file to render dynamic data. The first thing that I want to do is to clean up my page a little bit. So let me get rid of all the comments that I have. And alright, this is good for now. Let's hop to our web.php. Whenever a user does a request to /products, it will display all products. But a user might also have an option to click on a button that then shows data of that specific product. If you have ever noticed in the URI of a shop, you basically have seen a, well, let's say /products, /product name, or a /products, /product ID. What I'm showing you right now is basically a name param. So let's create a new request. Let's say route get to the endpoint of products / and right now we need to define our route param. And in Laravel, they are always encased within a set of curly braces, so we're opening and closing curly braces, and they should consist of alphabetic characters. So what I want to do is to say to ID. I think it looks better and it's a little bit easier to read. Then we need to pass in the controller, so products controller class, comma, and a method that we haven't created but we will do called show, which will show a specific product. Alright, let's hop to our controller. Let's scroll down right below the about function. Let's create a new public function show that we just mentioned in the web.php. Think about it. Do we need to add something in here? Well, yes. We've added an ID in the web. Now we need to use that same ID inside our controller. So let's pass in variable ID. Now if we go to the browser, well, if we add something after our endpoint, so let's say an integer of 24, nothing has happened. Well, we're not getting an error message, and that's good. So we're missing something. We need to perform some kind of action to get the ID in the URL. Alright, let's return to our view. And inside our function, let's return that specific ID, which we defined in the web.php. So let's save it. Let's go to Chrome, refresh it. And you can see that 24 has been printed out on the screen, which is equal to the endpoint that we have. If all this is new to you, let me explain you one more time what we just did. In our web.php, we created an endpoint we've said that if there is a request in the URI to anything after products, grab it and set it equal inside our controller to an ID variable and basically return that specific ID. Let's do something else right now. Instead of using IDs, let's pass in a product name. And again, let's start at a route. So instead of using ID, let's say name. Let's go to our show method. Let's get rid of the return ID and let's change it as a param to name. Let's actually copy the array that we have inside our index. Let's paste it right inside of the show method. Let's change the keys to iPhone and the second one to Samsung. Alright, right outside of our array, we need to return a view of products.index, comma, brackets, and let's send back an associative array. So we have our products to our data array, brackets, and we want to see if there is a match between the name that has been passed in the URI with the key of our array. So let's say variable name. Alright, before we go back to our Chrome, let's hop to our views. Let's get rid of the for each loop because it will cause an error. Let's create a new paragraph again. Curly braces, variable products. Let's save it. Let's go back to Google Chrome. But instead of saying 24, let's write down iPhone. And you can see that iPhone has been printed out. If we change it to a value that does not exist in our array, so let's say URI, we're getting an error because URI is not defined as an index. So what we could do is to hop to our controller, and right after our array, we could add a null coalescing operator. And we can do that by adding a double question mark, add a string. So let's say product, concatenate, variable name does not exist. Actually need to word wrap it in a second. Alright, let's save it. The double question mark returns its first operand. So first what's on the left hand side. If it's a null, it will return the second operand, which is a piece of text that we have. Let's save it. Let's go back to Chrome. Let's refresh it. And product URI does not exist, has been printed out on the screen. Working with route params is pretty much a must when you start to develop bigger websites, and especially e-commerce sites. When you have a lot of products or web pages, this is the way to go. What we've done until this point was creating a route param where we expect an ID or a string in the URL. And it works, but is that really what we want? If we expect a string from a user in the URL, why would we give them the opportunity to write down a string when we expect an integer, or vice versa? Well, probably just like you, I've watched the videos of Laracast as well. And the one thing that stood out to me was when he said, users are guilty until proven innocent. So what we could do is to prevent users to write down the wrong data type in the URL with the where method on a route instance. So let's hop back to our web.php file. Let me open my routes. Let's open the web. Alright, let's start off with the ID that we're expecting inside our route. Let me add a comment, which says the pattern is an integer. What I want to do right now is to only let the user add an integer in the URL. Let's align this on the second line. Now after the closing parentheses, let's add a point to the where function. And inside the where function, we need to pass in two params. The first one is the name of the param. And in our case, in single quotes, we want to refer to the route param called ID, which is equal to the ID in the GET request. As the second param, we can pass in a regular expression which defines how the parameter should be constrained. If you have worked with login systems in regular PHP before, you might have used a pattern to validate phone numbers or email addresses. But for now, let's say comma, let's add single quotes, brackets, and inside the brackets, we want the ID to be in between the number 0-9. Alright, let's save it and test it out. Let's go to Google Chrome. Let's write down 9. So product 9 does not exist. And this works fine. Let's try out a string. So let's say iPhone. Well, 404. The page does not exist. This is pretty cool, isn't it? But alright, there's one issue right here. In the web.php, we basically said that the number, or the integer, needs to be in between 0 and 9. So if we enter 10 in the URL, we're still getting the 404. And in order to fix this, we need to make a little change. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. In our where function, we basically need to go outside of the closing bracket and write down a plus sign, save it, refresh the browser, and this works. So right now, we're basically saying that it needs to be a number, but it can be more than one number with a plus sign. So a number is 0 until 9, but 10 is 2 characters. So with the plus sign, we're saying that it can be multiple integers right next to each other. Whether you're an advanced programmer or not, this is something you will use a lot. And the same thing can be done for strings. So let's copy paste our method and comment. Let me get rid of the comments right here. All right. Let's say that the pattern is a string. Let's comment out the first pattern because we don't need it right now. All right. So we're doing a GET request to products/ID. Well, let's actually change it to name. Referring to the products controller class, the method show, where, not the ID, but the name, has a pattern of, well, not 0 till 9, but A until Z lowercase, A-Z uppercase. And let's actually turn on word wrap. So let's go to help. Let's write down word. So let's toggle the word wrap. All right. So right now we allow a pattern as the route param with letters in capital and lowercase. But if you only want to have lowercase, you could basically get rid of the A until Z in uppercase. But it doesn't matter when you work with URLs. Now let's go back to the URL and change it to, let's say, iPhone. All right, iPhone has been printed out. Let's test an integer out. So 2234. And we're getting a 404. So it actually works. The last thing that I want to show you is how we could add multiple patterns. So let's say that we have an endpoint of, well, iPhone/12. So right now we need a pattern for iPhone and a pattern for 12. And this is easier than it might look because we could easily pass in an array in the where method. So let's do that. Let's go back to Visual Studio Code. Let's actually get rid of everything in the where. All right. Let's change the endpoint. So we want the name /ID. All right, in the where method, let's add a set of brackets and let's hit enter. Let's set the name equal to, well, single quotes, brackets, A-C, closing brackets, plus sign. Outside of the single quotes, let's add a comma. And then let's set the ID equal to brackets 0-9 bracket plus sign. Let's save it. All right. Let's go back to Google Chrome. Refresh it. This works fine. But if we change the endpoints to 12/iPhone, we're getting a 404 because the pattern needs to be in the same order as the endpoints. Let's talk about another interesting topic called named routes. And honestly, named routes is something I use a lot when I work with Laravel. It lets you refer to a route when generating redirects or URLs more comfortably. And this may sound weird, so let's test it out. Well, first off, let's get rid of our last two routes because we only need the basic first one, which is referring to the index. What we want to do in simple terms is basically to assign a nickname to this specific route with the name method. Let me actually align it first. All right. Right after our route, let's point to a method called name. And inside the method, we could write down any name that we want. And this could be identical to the endpoint products, but it could also be something else. But what I actually recommend is to keep it identical to the endpoint. So let's say, in single quotes, products. Now let's save it. Let's go to our index function in our products controller. All right. And actually, let's clean it up because we don't need our variables in array. Let's get rid of the data that we have inside our return view. All right, let's save it. Let's clean up our view as well. Products, index, and let's get rid of our paragraph. All right, so in our products controller, before we write down any code, it's good to know that the route method is a global method, which basically means that we could use it anywhere in our code. Now, whenever we want to specify the index page of our products directory, we basically could say, well, we want to print _r, a route, which is a method that refers to the name of products. Let's save it. Well, let's change the endpoint to /products. And you can see that our entire URL has been printed out. This is also pretty handy when you work with buttons. So let's hop to our views. So our index.blade. Right below our h1, let's create an anchor. Let's name it, well, let's say products. And the href needs to be curly braces. We want to say the route is single quotes products. Save it, hop to Google Chrome, refresh the page. Let's click on products, and the endpoint is still the same. This is very useful when you want to link stuff easier to each other, and you can easily change the URL without changing all of its references. Like I've said, Laravel comes with a Blade templating engine which lets us design a unique layout called Blade. Two of the primary benefits of using Blade are template inheritance and sections. Just like in PHP, most of the web applications will have the same layout across the web page. Think about the navigation, the footer, or the head. In addition to template inheritance, Blade comes with lots of shortcuts of common PHP control structures, instead of constantly adding the, well, let's say the opening PHP tag and the closing PHP tag, and inside of it to create an if statement, we could basically, well, let me get rid of it, say PHP, hit tab, which will create a PHP directive for us. We could also say if, go to the if block, hit tab, and we got an if statement directive. And the cool thing inside of the directives of Laravel itself is that we could add HTML elements inside of it. At the time I started recording this course, I was also working on a YouTube mini-series where I was creating a personal portfolio. If you click on the link resources on this specific video, you will see a GitHub repository link in the description. It will redirect you to my GitHub repository where I have a personal portfolio for beginners. So let's open it. I will also add the code inside the resources. By the time you're watching this video, there will be much more pages available. But at this moment, I just finished the homepage, and that's exactly what we need for now. What I want to do is to migrate this project in our current project. So let's click on code. Let's download it as a zip file. This might take a second. Before we migrate my HTML and CSS code, I want to clean up my code a little bit. So what I want to do is to get rid of my products controller because, well, we don't need it right now. So let's delete it. Let's move it to the trash. Let's get rid of our products in the view. So let's delete it. All right. And let's go to our web.php and let's change up the route. Let me zoom in a little bit. Let's change the route to / and let's change the controller to pages controller. Let's also get rid of the named route that we have because we don't need it, and let's put it on one line. All right. Let's hop to our terminal to create our pages controller. All right, in here, let's say PHP Artisan make a controller for me called pages controller. Let's hit enter, and our controller has been created successfully. Let's hop back to Visual Studio Code. We can see our pages controller right here. Let's open it. And what I want to do with my pages controller is to create our basic pages. So let's create our first function called public function index. And let's just return a view with the name of index, which we will create right now. So inside our views directory, Let's get rid of the home and welcome file. We don't need it. Alright, now inside our views directory, let's create a new file called index.blade.php. And what I want to do is to paste our project in here. Alright, so let's hop to the file that we just downloaded, called Portfolio for Beginners. Let's open the index.html in Visual Studio Code. Alright, let's copy everything. And let's paste it right inside of the index.blade.php. If we save it right now and go to the browser, the output won't be good because the style sheet hasn't been linked. But don't worry about that for now. We actually forgot to do one more thing, so let's hop back to our web.php and let's change the use of products controller to pages controller. Otherwise it won't work. Alright, let's hop to the browser. Let's change the endpoint to /, so not to /products. And this works fine. Well, let's scroll through it because it does not look good, but it's alright, no worries. Whether it's the home page, the about page, or the contact page, all of our pages will have the same header and footer. So let me show that to you. So at the top of our page, we have our HTML tag and our entire head tag. We have our body, which will be different on every single page. And we also have our footer at the bottom. Let's see. So right here, which will also be the same. So what do you prefer? Do you want to copy paste it every single time into every single page? Well, no, right? You only want to change the actual content inside the body. Let's go to the web.php to create a new route. And on the line below, let's say route get to /about, comma, pages controller, class, and the method is about. Alright, let's save it. Let's hop to our pages controller. Let's create a new method called about. And let's return a view called about. Let's save it. Let's create the about page in our views directory called about.blade.php. And let's copy our entire index page inside of our blade. Alright, let's save it. And this is what I mean. You don't want to repeat yourself by adding the footer and the header inside the about page as well. So what do we need to do right here? Let's hop to the index page now. As you could see, everything inside the head and footer tags are redundant because we've got it inside the index page too. Now what we could do is to create a new directory inside our views where we are going to store redundant stuff like the header, the head, and footer. So let's create a new directory inside our views called layouts. And inside our layouts, let's create a new file called app.blade.php. If you have worked with PHP before, you usually had a footer.php, a head.php. It's a little bit different with Laravel. We could basically paste our entire page right here and remove everything that is actual content. And that content will be changed on every single page. One more time. The structure of our application will be inside the app.blade.php, but the actual content will be stored inside the index or about page. So let's do that. Let's get rid of everything above the footer until the header. Let's do that. So until the header. Let's get rid of it. Now in here, we could write down an @ sign followed by the keyword yield, parentheses. And yield is used to define a section in a layout, and it's constantly used to get content from a child page into a master page. So the app blade is our master page and the index page is the child page. We need to give our yield a name. So it's basically a section. So let's say in single quotes content. Let's hop to Google Chrome, refresh the page. And well, nothing is happening right here, because we need to do something with the content inside the index.php file. Alright, so let's hop to the index file. Instead of getting rid of the content, let's get rid of the footer. Alright, and let's get rid of the head and header. So right here. So we only want to have our actual content inside the index.blade.php file. The first thing that we need to do is to say that we want to extend the layouts.app file. So let's say add extends at the top of our page, parentheses, single quotes. Now right here, we need to write down the path to the app.blade from the views directory. So let's say layouts.app. Now we still haven't done anything with the content from the app.blade, so let's do that. Let's copy everything that is content for a second. Alright, let's hit backspace. And right here, we need to wrap the entire content that is different on pages inside something which is called a section. Now, this section needs to receive a name, and it needs to be identical to the yield name that we have in our app.blade. So it needs to be content. So let's do that. Let's say single quotes content. A good thing to know is that you always need to close off your section. So right after a section, let's hit a couple enters, and let's say add and section. Now let's save it. Let's hop back to Google Chrome, refresh the page. And as you can see, we only have our header, so our logo and menu items, and our footer. So what we could do right now is to place our actual content inside the section. Alright, let's save it. Let's hop back to Chrome, refresh it. Let's scroll up, and you can see that we have our content, so the body, we have our header, and we have our footer, but we have separated from each other. So let's rewind for a second. What did just happen here? So let's go back to Visual Studio Code. In our app.blade.php, which is basically the core HTML, we separated the header. So let's see, we separated the header, which is our navigation, and our footer from the actual content in our page. We have linked the actual content with a yield to a section called content. Then we went into our index.blade.php file and said, hey, extend everything that we have at the top from layouts.app and fill in the yield section with this actual content section. We can even go deeper than that. We could also separate the navigation with another method called include. So let's create a new file in our layouts directory called header.blade.php. And in here, let's store our entire navigation. So let's scroll up. Alright, we have our header, but this is optional. You could either take your header tags, or you could only copy the actual content inside of it. For now, let's only copy the nav. Oh, that went wrong. Oh my god. Alright, let's copy it. Let's go back to the header.blade. Let's paste everything in here. Let's save it. And let's go back inside our app.blade. Let's get rid of the nav. And inside our header tags, we can use another tag called include. So let's say add include, parentheses. And inside the parentheses, we need to write down the path, which is layouts.header. Let's save it. Let's hop back to our Google Chrome, refresh it. You can see that our navigation is still here. So let's do the same thing for the footer. Let's create a new file called footer.blade.php. Let's go back to our app.blade. Let's copy the entire content inside of the footer. Let's say that we want to add include, in single quotes, a file called layouts, well inside the layouts directory with a name called footer. Let's go inside our footer.blade and let's paste it right here. I actually forgot to copy the last div. Yeah, I did. Let's close it off. Excuse me. Let's save it. Let's go back to Google Chrome, refresh it, and our footer is still here. I quickly want to show you how we could easily change the active link in a menu, since it's a pain in the ass to do it in PHP. I also think that this is one of the most common operations on every website that you work on. So there are a couple ways that you could use, but I want to show you two ways that I prefer. So let's go back to our code editor. Inside our header.blade.php file, let's create a new answer. So let's copy one, let's paste it. Oh, this went wrong, my bad. Let's change the first one to home. Let's change the href to /. The second one to about. Third one to portfolio. And the last one to contact. Oh, actually, let me show you one more thing that we could do. You can see that we're 2 tabs to the right, which is pretty annoying. And instead of hitting backspace on every line, we could copy it, press Ctrl or Command, and hit the left bracket to go to the left and the right one, so the closing bracket, to go to the right. And I think this looks way better. Alright, but let's continue on. The way I usually add dynamic classes is with a request method. Right after the href, let's create a class, set it equal to nothing at the moment, and in here we need to use Laravel. So let's add a double set of curly braces, and then we need to call a method called request. Then we want to call a property, well, a method called is. So the pointer means that we're calling a property or a method. And inside the is method, we need to see if there is a match with the / in the URL, because, well, that's the home page. Let's go outside of our is method. Then we need to use a ternary operator, so a space question mark, space. If it is true, so if the request is equal to /, so basically nothing after the page name, give it a class, so in single quotes, of active. Else, so colon, if it's false, keep it empty, so only a set of single quotes. Let's do the same thing one more time for the about page. So let me outline it. You don't need to do it. Once again, it's optional. Alright, so we want to give our answer a class, or not, obviously. In Laravel code, we want to see if the request is, in single quotes, equal to about. If it is, so ternary operator again, we want to say the class equal to active, and else keep it empty. Alright, let's save it because we don't have our portfolio and contact page. But we need to do one more thing. Well, we need to do something with our active class. So let's go to the app.blade, and inside our head, let's create a style tag. Let's style the class.active, and let's give it a color of red. Nothing special right now. Let's save it. And one more thing that we need to do is to copy everything inside the index page to the about page. Because, well, the about page is the static page that we had. So we don't want that. Alright, let's save it. Let's hop back to the browser. Let's refresh it. Alright, we have no endpoint, so we're on the home page. You can see that our home link is red at the moment. Let's click on About. Let's scroll down, and the About link has been highlighted. It is also possible to check if a URL uses a particular pattern. Let's say that we have about / a user, so Dari or John, but you still want the About page to be highlighted. Well, let's hop back to our Visual Studio Code, to our header. And this is actually very easy. The only thing that we need to do is to go inside the is method, after the about, add a / and the about page will still be highlighted. We have the option to show images directly from the public directory in Laravel 8. And basically, you can save files wherever you want within your application, since we've got the permission to create directories and files anywhere that we want. There are two ways that I recommend in order to output images on your website. The first way is to store it inside the public directory, right here. And there's also another way which a lot of other people use. And I prefer it when I work on large applications with a lot of images. And that is to link the storage directory to the public directory. If we hop to the folder that we just downloaded from my GitHub repository, you can see a folder called img in here. So let's click on it, and you can find 3 images. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code. Let's right click on the public directory and say Reveal in Finder. Alright, so let's go inside of our public directory, and in here, let's create a new directory called Images. What we need to do is to go inside our Images directory. Let's copy the images that we have from my GitHub repository, and let's paste it right inside of the Images folder of our Laravel project. Now let's hop back to Visual Studio Code. Let's open our public directory. You can see the image directory that we have and the 3 images. Alright, let's open our index page because we have a couple images right here. So let's scroll down. Well, this is the first one, which is the icon box. Let's actually get rid of everything inside the source. And here, let's create Laravel tags where we want to use the URL function. And inside the URL function, we need to write down the path to our image from the public directory. So let's say images / icon-box.jpg. Before we save it and test it out in the browser, Let's go right above our div and let's create Laravel tags and let's do one print underscore r just to see what's in URL. So let's say that we want to print our URL, single quotes, save it, and let's hop back to the browser. All right, let's refresh it. Well, we need to go to the home page. Let's scroll down. As you can see right here, the URL method is a helper that is used to generate URLs for your application. And it's exactly the same as the URL that we have right here. You can see that our image has been printed out, so this works fine. Let's get rid of the print underscore r. And let's change it one more time for the second. Well, we could copy it actually for all the other images. Let's replace them. All right, we have another one. Let's scroll down. All right, this is a different one. So let me align it. Get rid of everything in the source. Curly braces. URL method. Inside the URL method, we need to have the path to images / well, what was the name actually? All right, theme-section.jpg, I guess. Let's see. Oh, -home. My bad. Let's save it. Hop back to Google Chrome, refresh it, and all of our images have been printed out. The second approach that I would like to show you is to create a symbolic link, and this can easily be done in the command line. So let's hop back to the terminal, and inside the terminal, let's write down PHP Artisan. We want to link the storage directory. So let's write down storage : link. Let's save it. And as you can see right here, a symbolic link has been created from the public storage to the storage app public directory. All right, let's go back to Visual Studio Code. And right here, you can see a storage directory. Let's select every picture that we have and let's drag it right inside of our storage directory. Well, are you sure that you want to move the following 4 files? Obviously. Let's delete our image folder. All right. Now, if we save it and hop back to Google Chrome, it won't work because we have the wrong path. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code and let's change it up a little bit. Let's scroll down and let's start off with the first one. Right now, it's not stored inside the image directory anymore. So let's change it to storage. Let's copy storage and change it on every single place. All right. Images, and that was the last one. Yes, save it, go back to Google Chrome, refresh the page, let me scroll up, and we have all of our images printed out. You might wonder which one is the best, and in my opinion, if you want a little bit more security on your images, use the storage way. If you want to keep it simple, create a folder in the public directory, and it's fine as well. But just know that using the storage method, you are saving all private images and documents in a storage directory, which will give you full control over files. And later on, you can even allow certain type of users to access the images or documents. And oh yeah, before I wrap up the video, instead of using URL that we have right here, we could also use a method called asset. Let's save it. Let's go back to Google Chrome. Let me scroll up. And we still have 4 images right here. The asset is a method that is specifically used to include CSS, JavaScript, and image files. But you need to remember that it needs to be stored inside the public directory. So that's the only place where the asset method will look. Either way is fine, whether you use URL or asset. I want to quickly show you how we could easily write control structures in Laravel, since Blade provides a very convenient syntax for it. So I don't want to touch the index page, but let's go to the about page and let's work in there. Let's get rid of everything. All right. Every control structure in Laravel begins with the @ sign, followed by the type of structure. So there are multiple and we will go over all of them. So we also need to end it by going down and say @end structure. So if we have an if statement, it's end if. If we have a for, it's end for, and so on. Inside the section, we can write down normal HTML tags. So we could use H1s or H2s or even divs. Anything that you want. It's It's also possible to include variables right here with the blade syntax, so the double curly braces and let's say variable name. Now, what I want to do is to start off with the if statement. Let's say that we have an add if, parentheses, and on the line below, you need to close it off with end if. Inside the parentheses, we could add a condition to see if something is true or not. So let's say that if 5 is less than 10. If that is true, print out a paragraph called 5 is lower than 10. At this moment, it is actually true because 5 is less than 10. So let's save it. Let's hop back to Chrome. Let's change the endpoint to /about. And let me zoom in because 5 is indeed lower than 10. But what if 5 is greater than 10? Which is not true. So let's save it. And as you can see, nothing has been printed out. In order to fix this, we could create something which is called an else if statement. So if the if statement is not true, check the else if. And for that, we need to go right below our paragraph. And let's say add else if, which has a condition, so parentheses. So let's say that if 5 is less than 10, print out a paragraph of 5 is indeed lower than 10. Let's save it. Let's hop to Chrome, refresh it, and 5 is indeed lower than 10 has been printed out. Now, if the if and else if are not true, we can print out any piece of text that we want with an else statement. But before I do that, let me show you what I mean. So let's say that if 5 is double equal to 10, save it, Google Chrome, nothing has been printed out. And for that, we could use an else statement. So if the if and else if are not true, we can print out another piece of text in the else statement. And it's the same process. Right below our else if, let's create an else, which do not have a condition because it will print it out if the if and else if are wrong. Let's say h2, all conditions are wrong. Let's save it. Let's go back to Google Chrome, refresh it, and all conditions are wrong has been printed out. There's also something pretty cool in Laravel that PHP does not have, and that's the unless directive. But before I show it to you, let's hop to our controller because we need a variable for it. So inside our pages controller, let's say in the about function that we have a variable name. Let's set it equal to Dari. Well, let's change it to John. Let's say with name, and let's pass in variable name. All right, let's save it. Let's go back to the about page, and let's create the unless directive. Since I've got Emmet installed, and I think I've said this before, we could write down unless, hit tab, and our syntax has been created. Now, as a condition, let's say the function empty. We want to see if name is empty or not. And if it is, let's create an h2, which says name isn't empty. Let's save it. Let's hop back to Google Chrome. Well, right now you can see that the paragraph is printed out. So what's going on right here? Because name is not empty, right? Because we just have set it equal to John. Well, the unless directive is the opposite of the if statement. So in PHP, we would have done something like this. We would have said that if it's not empty, variable name, print out name isn't empty. Save it, refresh the browser, and this works as well. Let's get rid of the if statement. And I've actually touched a little bit on the empty function, how we used to do it in PHP, but Laravel comes with a pretty cool directive, which is the empty directive. So let's write down empty and hit tab. And this empty directive will check if a variable or input field is empty or not. So what do we want to check? Well, to see if name is empty or not. So if it is empty, let's say name is empty. Save it, hop back to Google Chrome, and well, it's gone because name is not empty. And if we had an exclamation mark right in front of it, you can see that name is empty because it's the opposite. If we get rid of the exclamation mark and change name to, let's say, second name, save it, hop back to Chrome, name is empty has been printed out because variable second name does not exist and therefore it's empty. And the last shortcut that I want to show you is the isSet directive, which is the same as the empty method in PHP, isSet is one that people use a lot. So let's write it down. Let's say isSet, hit tab, and this method does a check if a variable has been set or not. It returns true if it has been set, and it returns false if it hasn't been set. So let's say variable name. Let's see if it has been set. If it is, let's say name has been set. Save it. Check Chrome. And name has been set, has been printed out. Since Laravel 7, there is an option to create a switch statement. And it's mostly used to perform different actions based on different conditions. So before we continue on, let's remove everything inside the about.blade.php and let's add a comment because I want to add some notes right here. Alright, I recommend using a switch statement if you are comparing multiple possible conditions of an expression. So let's say comparing multiple possible conditions. And sorry, talking and typing is very difficult. You have multiple values that may require the same code. Or you have some values that will require essentially all of another's value execution. So let's create our switch statement. So let's go right outside of our comments. Let's write down switch, hit tab. You can see my switch directive. And inside the switch parentheses, we can add a condition that we want to check. Since we got our variable called name, let's just write that down. Alright, what's next? Well, we have cases right here. And you basically can see one case as one if statement. It's just one check. So let's get rid of the one. Let's add single quotes. And well, let's say Dari. You can also see that every case ends with a break directive. And this is mainly used to prevent the code from running into the next case automatically. So if our variable name is equal to Dari, we want to somehow stop it from running. And that's done with a break. So let's create an h2 in here, because if variable name is equal to Dari, let's say name is Dari. Case number 2. Let's say if it's equal to John, print out name is John. And let's create a new case as well. So right after the break, let's create a new case to see if name is equal to, well, let's say Michael. If it is, h2, name is Michael. Let's save it. Let's go back to Google Chrome and let's refresh it. And name is equal to John. Now, what if there is no case? What if we set John equal to David? So let's change the h2 to David as well. Let's save it. Let's go back to Chrome, refresh it, and we have nothing on the screen. In any case, even if you know that there is a match, I always recommend you to use the default directive that we have right here. The default directive will be executed if no constant expression value is equal to the value. So right below our default, let's create another h2, which says no match found. Let's save it. Let's go to Google Chrome, refresh it, and no match found has been printed out. I want to quickly show you the syntax of loops. And for the people that are new to coding or haven't done it in a while, you can see a loop as a coding structure that will constantly repeat a sentence or instruction until a condition has been met. And that condition has been provided by us. So we have a couple loops. Let me get rid of the switch and the comments. We have the for loop. We have the for each loop. We have the for else loop. And we have the while loop. And let's start off with the for loop. Let's say add for. And let's close it off and for. Now inside the parentheses, we need to add 3 parameters. The first one is the initialization, which is used to initialize the counter variable. So in our case, let's say variable I is equal to 0. And we also need to close it off with a semicolon. Then we got the condition, which is the evaluation. If this is true, the loop will continue, and if it's false, the loop will end. So let's say variable I is less than 10. So it will loop until variable I is less than 10. Well, right now, variable I is equal to 0 and will be equal to 0 every single time. So we need to add one more param, which will update the loop counter with a new value. So let's say variable I plus plus, because I want to let it increase with 1 every single time. So inside our loop, let's create an h2. I don't know why my syntax doesn't work. which says the number is, and what I want to do is to print out the variable name. So curly braces, variable I. Let's save it. Let's hop back to Google Chrome, refresh the page, and the number 0 until 9 has been printed out. Well, right now the starting point is 0, but the last number is 9. Let's set that equal to 10. So what we need to do is to loop until variable I is less than or equal to 10. So let's save it, hop back to Chrome, and the number 10 has been printed out as well. And this is basically it for the for loop. Now for the second loop, which is the for each loop, we need to have an array because it iterates over array elements. So let's go to our pages controller. Let's change name to names. And let's get rid of John. Sorry, John. Let's create brackets because it needs to be an array. Let's add names. So we have John, John's back. We have Michael, we have David, and we have Jessica. All right, we need to return a new view, but let's get rid of the with method. And inside our view method, let's add a comma, brackets, and let's pass in names as variable names. All right, let's save it. Let's hop to our about page and let's create the for each loop. Let's write down for each, and you can see a collection as one single item. Now, what does this mean? We have the collection, which is the first param, and that is basically the entire array that we want to loop through. So in our case, it's names. Now we have the keyword as, because we don't want to print out the entire array, but the specific element. As, well, right now it's called item, but let's change it to name. So we have our entire array called names, but we want to loop through it and print it out as one single name. So let's do that. Let's create an h2. Let's say the name is variable name. All right, let's save it. Let's refresh the browser. And the name is John, Michael, David, and Jessica have been all printed out. We also have the for else loop. And this is not a loop that you have seen in PHP or, well, most programming languages. So let's go to Visual Studio Code and let's write down for else, because this works on an array as well. Let's say add for else, parentheses, and let's close it, and for else. The idea behind it is pretty much the same as the for each loop, but the for else loop has a built-in code that will do a compile check for an empty input. So we want to loop through variable names as one single name. If it can be done, let's create an h2, which says the name is variable name. But what if it isn't? So let's say that variable names is empty. Well, after the h2, we could create something which is called add empty. So let's say h2, there are no names. Let's test it out. Let's save it. Let's go back to Chrome. Let's refresh it. And you can see that John, Michael, David, and Jessica have been printed out just as the for each loop. But if we go back to Visual Studio Code, and let's go to the pages controller, and let's get rid of all the names inside our names variable. Let's save it. Let's go back to Chrome. Let's refresh it. And the empty directive has been printed out right here. All right, let's go back to Visual Studio Code and let's return our names, because I don't want to get rid of John, Michael, David, and Jessica, because we only have one loop left, which is the while loop. And the while loop is mostly used to evaluate expressions inside the parentheses. So let's say add while. For this, we can work with the array. So let's create a variable called I and let's set it equal to 0. This is, by the way, not the way to create variables in your views, but let's do it for now. While variable I is less than 10 is to basically print out variable I. Now, if we save it right now, it will create an infinite loop because we're never increasing variable I, which is actually a problem because our application will crash. So what we need to do in a while loop is to always increase it with something. Variable I plus plus. Let's save it. Let's hop back to Google Chrome. Let's refresh the page. Oh, I made a typo right here. My bad. H2 needs to be variable I. So let's save it, refresh the page, and this is a duplicate, but well, you get the point. I have walked you through a lot of front-end stuff by now, but the most important one is the usage of assets like JavaScript and CSS. So that's what I want to do in this video. By now, you guys know that Laravel is a PHP framework based on back-end coding, but it also has a series of components that we could use in order to generate front-end code. Laravel uses something which is called Mix, and Mix is a Webpack-based front-end build system which allows you to run stuff like Babel, CSS, JavaScript, and much more. Now inside our root directory, there's a file called webpackmix.js, so let's open it up. And this is basically a file that you could copy from project to project. Right now, we don't have that many files that we're compiling, but just keep in mind that there is an unimaginable number of configuration properties that you could use right here. Right here, you can see that we're linking our resources JavaScript directory to our public JavaScript folder. So we want to compile it from the left into the right. And the same thing happens for our post CSS too on the line below, right here. We need to have our app.css or SCSS inside our resources directory /CSS/app.css, and we want to compile it to our public directory where is a folder called CSS. Instead of compiling CSS, we could also compile SCSS like I just said, and that's what I want to focus on right now because the process is exactly the same. So what we need to do is to change our variable of post CSS to sass, and let's change the path to resources /SCSS/app.scss. Alright, now how does the folder structure work? Well, the power of Mix is its directory structure. If you create a PHP project, you constantly need to decide where the source and compiled assets will be. With Mix, we could just stick to their convention and never think about it again. Now, if we take a look at that directory, you can see that every Laravel application has its own resources folder right here. So if we open it, you can see a CSS, JS, a lang, and views directory. Right now, we changed the directory name from CSS to SCSS. So inside our resources directory, let's create a new folder called SCSS. And inside our SCSS, let's create a new file called app.scss. Let's save it. We're not ready to compile yet, but whenever we do, the files inside our resources directory will be exported into the public directory where there will be a CSS and JavaScript folder. Like I said before, Mix runs on Webpack, and in order to run Webpack, we need to set up a few tools. First things first, we need to have Node.js installed. And you might have it or you just don't know it anymore, so let's check it out. Let's hop to iTerm. And if you want to see if you have Node installed or not, you only need to run node space -v. So let's hit enter. Right now, I'm running on version 12.4.0. If you don't have it installed, you need to run brew install node if you're on a Mac. If you're on Linux, you need to write down sudo space apt-get space install space -y space node.js. Or if you're on a Windows, I will put a link in the description where you could download Node. And if you've done that, come back to your terminal and just write down node space -v to see if it worked or not. Whenever you install Node, something called npm will come with it. And that's what we need in order to compile our assets. A good thing to remember is that you don't need to install Node for every project. If you install Node once, you can use it every single time. Alright. What do we need to do next? Well, in our terminal, we need to run a command called npm install. Let's hit enter. And this might take a second because we're requiring all necessary packages. Alright, before we make it work, we need to perform one more command. Let's write down npm run dev to run our Webpack once. So let's hit enter. This might take a second as well. When it's done, you need to run it one more time for it to work. And right now, you can see that we have compiled two files successfully. The first one is the CSS file, and the second one is our JavaScript file. We haven't done anything in particular to compile, so let's fix that first. So let's hop to our style sheet. inside the resources directory, and let's create a variable called primary-color, and let's set the value equal to red. So let's say ff0000. Now let's style the body, and let's set our background-color equal to our variable. So let's say primary-color again. What we need to do next is to hop to our front end, so our style sheet. So we need to link our style sheet. So let's go inside our layouts directory. Let's open app.blade.php. Let's get rid of the style that we have right here because we don't need it. Let's create a new link with the href to asset, parentheses, css, / app.css. And let's see where the file is. Alright, let's open our public. You can see that we have a CSS directory right here that we didn't have before we compiled. Let's open it, and we have an app.css, which is empty right now, but won't be in a second. If we save it and hop to the front end, refresh it, nothing is happening. The background color has not been changed to red. Now, with the npm run dev command that we just performed, we're basically compiling it once. There's another command that I like to use, and that's npm run watch. So let's do that. Let's hit enter. Alright, Laravel Mix compiled successfully. So let's go back to Google Chrome. Let's refresh the page. And you can see that our background is red. But if we hop back to our terminal, you can see that our npm is still running. So if we remove the background color inside our Visual Studio Code, our style sheet, in the body, let's save it. You can see that Laravel Mix builds it automatically. Let's hop back to Google Chrome, refresh the page, and you can see that our background color is not red anymore. Let's hop to the project we've downloaded from my GitHub. And if you haven't, I have the link in the description where you could download the files. I will just go to my GitHub right in the browser. Let me open the repo. Let's open the style sheet, and let's just copy everything in the style sheet. Alright, this takes a while. Okay, let's copy it. And let's place all of our CSS inside our app.css. Alright, let's save it. And you can see that we're getting a Laravel mix error right now. So let's see what's going on right here. Let me go to iterm. You can see that a module is not found because it can't resolve our image. I wanted to show you what will happen if you get an error message. So what we need to do is to change our path because we don't have our image directory. So let's hop to Visual Studio Code. Let's Command F or Control F. Let's write down background and let's search for the background image. Alright, as you can see, we linked our storage directory. So if we open our storage directory, you can see an image-banner, which is equal to the image that we need right here. But the folder name is different. So let's write down storage instead of image. But right now, it will look in the public directory, and that's not what we want. So we need to add a / right in front of storage. Let's save it. And you can see that Laravel Mix has been built successfully. Now let's hop back to Google Chrome, refresh the browser, and you can see that our CSS has been compiled. Alright, the last thing that I would like to show you is all of the front-end presets that we could pull in. You don't need to do this because it will mess up what we just built. And we don't need to do it for now, but it's good to note that what we're going to do is easily done with Laravel. Most people like to work with React or Tailwind or Bootstrap. Instead of using the link tag inside your header, you can pull them in as a front-end preset from third-party presets in GitHub. And the commands are very easy. So let's hop to our terminal. Let's open a new tab. Let's go right inside of our desktop. So cd desktop, workspace, first project. And the command that we need to perform is very easy. Let's write down PHP Artisan preset %, followed with the framework that you would like to pull in. If you like React, write down React. If you like to work with Bootstrap, just write down Bootstrap. Now, what I'd like to do is to use Tailwind for now. What I want to do is to show you a GitHub repository that I prefer to use as well. So let's hop to Google Chrome. Let's go to a new tab. And let's write down Laravel front-end presets. Alright. We need the first GitHub repository. So let's open it. And right here, you can see all the front-end presets that we could use. What I want to do is to pull in Tailwind, so let's open it. And let's scroll down a little bit, because right here, you can see how we could use Tailwind. So, first off, let's copy this command right here. Let's go to our iTerm, let's paste it right here, hit enter. And this might take a second, so no worries. Alright, it has pulled in all Tailwind stuff that we need. But before we continue on, we need to run PHP Artisan UI Tailwind. Let's hit enter. Oh, excuse me, it's Tailwind CSS, my bad. Let's hit enter. This might take a second as well. Alright, you can see that our Tailwind CSS scaffolding has been installed successfully, but please run another command. So we need to do the same exact thing as what we did with npm. So we need to npm run dev. So let's do that. This might take a second as well. And as you can see, our Laravel mix build has been done successfully. So what I want to do is to hop to Visual Studio Code. Let's open the app.css. As you can see right here, our entire app.css file has been filled in with Tailwind stuff that we could use. And honestly, Tailwind is not something that I want to focus on right now. But since CSS languages and frameworks are growing rapidly, I thought it'd be good to show you what it actually is and how you could easily pull it in. Our main goal is to basically put data inside our database, put it in the code and do something with it. And for that, Laravel comes with a very cool tool called Eloquent. Besides the power of Eloquent, it's also one of the most important features when working with databases, and in my opinion, this is where you see the actual difference with PHP or any other PHP framework. Eloquent is an ORM. ORM stands for Object Relational Mapper. This might sound pretty scary or difficult, but you will get used to it very soon. ORM basically allows you to write queries using the object-oriented paradigm. So not in a programming language, but more using Laravel's language of choice instead of SQL. Before we hop right into writing queries and other stuff, I want to show you how the database credentials are stored. In our root directory, we have a folder called config. So let's click on it. And right here, you see a lot of files that we might need later on. But for now, let's just open the database.php file. We also need to open our .env file. So let's do that as well. Right here, you can find your database variables that are referring to the variables inside the database.php file. As you can see, our D file refers to our environment variable called dbconnection and it's MySQL. So if you want to change it or use another database provider, change it right here. But we will be using MySQL for this course, so let's keep it like this. There are lots of other drivers that you could use. We got SQLite right here. We have MySQL, of course. We have PGSQL, SQL SRV, which I actually never worked with. But keep in mind that you could also edit or delete these named connections or create your own. A good thing to know is that you could also have more than one connection. You can make up to 5 database connections and there are a few reasons why. Let's say that you have multiple types of data, right? Or you might reach from one and write to another. That's when it's very handy to use 2 drivers. So let's create our own connection. In our .env file, let's fill in the fields that we have. Like I said, our database driver is MySQL. Our database host is, well, for me, it has to be my localhost. So play around with it. The database port is alright. The database name, well, we haven't created yet, but we will do it in a second. The database username is root, and my database password is Dari1234. If you don't have a password, just keep it empty. Alright, what we need to do now is to hop to the terminal, and right here, let's go into MySQL. And to do that, let's write down MySQL-u root-p. It will ask for a password, and my password is Dari1234, like I just said. Let's hit enter. And right now, we're in our MySQL. So what we need to do first is to create our database, right? So let's say create database called first project. Let's hit enter. And you can see that one row has been affected. Now, to see if it works, let's write down show databases. And as you can see right here, first project has been created. And the way I prefer to work is to not close off MySQL, but just to open a new tab. And let's go right into our desktop workspace first projects. So we don't need to fill in our password every single time we want to go into MySQL. You might think that it's very difficult to set up a table with the right data types and stuff in the command line, which you probably have done with PHPMyAdmin. Databases in Laravel makes it a lot easier as well. What we need is something called a migration, which is a new term in this course. And you can see a migration as the version control for your database. So, how in heck do we create a migration? You can run it right inside of the command line. But before we do that, we need to set up our controller and our model. So first, let's create our controller. So let's say PHP Artisan make me a controller called posts controller. Now what we need to do is to go to our controller. Let's close off the .env and database file because we don't need it. Alright, let's open the app, HTTP, controllers, post controller. In here, let's create a new function called public function index. What we want to do is to return a view with a path to post/index. Alright, let's create that specific view now. Alright, so let's open resources, views. Let's create a new folder called posts. Let's create a new file in there called index.blade.php. And let's write down post for a second. What's next? Well, we need to create our route. So let's open routes, web.php, and I hope you're getting a little bit more familiar with it. So let's add a new use. Well, we could actually copy it because it's in the same directory. And let's change the pages controller to posts controller. Now let's create our endpoint. So posts endpoint, which has a route get request to /posts, comma, pass in the posts controller, class, comma, and the method is index. Alright, let's save it. Let's save my index.blade as well, and my post controller to be sure. Alright, let's hop to Google Chrome. Let's change the endpoint to /posts, and post has been printed out. Alright, are we done? Or do we need something else? Well, if you're familiar with MVC, we need to have a model, right? In order to interact with the database. So let's create a model as well. Let's hop to iTerm again. Let's write down PHP Artisan make me a model called post. And it needs to be singular. Let's hit enter. Our model has been created successfully. And like I've said before, models are stored right inside of our app directory. But instead of going to controllers, we have a folder called models. So let's open post model. What we want to do right now is to create tables, and therefore we need to add migrations. Now, there are two ways how we could do this. The way I don't prefer is to use the migration command. So let's hop to iTerm, and inside our terminal is to basically say PHP Artisan make me a migration called create posts table. So we will create a migration with the name create posts table. And honestly, this is not the best way to create a migration. What you want to do is to automatically create one when we create our model. Because that's where a model is used for, right? To interact with our migrations. So let's hop to Visual Studio Code and let's delete our post model. We don't need it. Let's hop back to iTerm and let's get rid of the command as well. Let me zoom in. All right. And in here, let's create our new model and our migration. So let's say PHP Artisan make me a model called post space, and let's add a -m flag, which will automatically create a migration for us. Let's run it. All right, you can see that our migration and model have been created successfully. Now your next question might be, well, Dari, where are my migrations stored? So let's open Visual Studio Code. Let me actually close off the routes and the views because we don't need it. And as you can see, we have a database folder. So let's open it. And you can see a migrations folder. So let's click on it. And let me actually make this a little bit bigger. because you can see that we have more than one migration and we only have created one. Well, Laravel comes with a default migration of a login system, a register system, create password, password reset, and so on. This is something that we will cover later on. Now what we do see is the create post table right here. So let's open it, and let me make it smaller again because we don't need the rest. Right here, you see our migration. Well, we have an up method and a down method. Now how this works is whenever you run the migrate command, it will look for the earliest date of your migration, as you could see right here, and it will run the up method. Like it says, you're migrating it up at this point. And a very cool thing is that you could also roll back your migration. So you don't need to delete it inside your MySQL manually, but you could do it inside the down method, which you will see because it has a drop if exists, and it will drop the table posts. Little recap. The up method migrates everything inside of it, and the down method will undo everything that has been migrated. Right now, we're actually ready to create our first table. Whether in a create table call or a modify table call, it will always use the instance of blueprint that's passed into the closure of the schema. If we click through on blueprint, you can see all the various methods available for creating columns, and you don't need to learn them right now because it will come during this course. You can create integers, string, binaries, you can build stuff, you can add fluid indexes, and way more. Alright, we're ready to create our first table. Let me open my migration again. And what we don't need is our ID and timestamp because I want to create everything from scratch. So let's delete it. What do we need when we want to create a post? Well, we have our table variable, which has a method called increments in it. Now, inside the parentheses, we need to write down the table name. So in our case, it's ID. We could pass in an integer right here instead of increments, but then we need to manually increase it every single time. So why should we not use our increment method that we have? So what's next? Well, every post has a title. So what's next? Well, every post has its own title. So what we could do is to say table, which is a string, and the name is title. So the column name is title, the data type is string. We have a body, so table medium text, and let's give it a name of body. Let's also create a timestamp to know when it has been created. So let's say table timestamps. Once you have your migration defined, which I have right now, we are actually ready to run it. It will not change it automatically when you save the file like I'm doing right now, because we need to run a very easy command. Let's hop to iterm, and let's write down PHP Artisan migrate. Just as easy as that. Let's hit enter, and you can see that it called the up method of all the migrations that we had. Every single time you run this specific command, it will check whether you're ready to run all available migrations. So if there are no typos or whatsoever in your up method. And as you can see, it has migrated the post table that we just created. So let's hop to MySQL. In here, let's say show tables. Oh, let's first say use first project, excuse me. All right, then let's say show tables. And you can see that we have a users table, post table that we need, password reset, migrations, and failed jobs. Don't look at the others for now. What we need to do is to say desk, so descending our table posts. Let's hit enter. All right, and you can see that we have a column, ID, title, body, created at, and updated at. Now there are a couple other commands related to migrations that I would like to show you. The first migration is, well, let me go to another tab, PHP Artisan migrate install. And what this will do is keep track of which migrations you have or haven't run. Let's hit enter. Right now it won't work because it's pretty much the same as the PHP Artisan migrate command, because it will be run automatically behind the scenes when we migrate. The second command is the migrate reset, which will call the down method inside our migration. So if you run it and go to MySQL, try to desk our posts again, you can see that our table post does not exist anymore because we have rolled it back. We also have PHP Artisan migrate, refresh. And this will roll back every database migration you've run on this instance and then runs every migration available. And this is basically the same as the reset, but it will also migrate it. So right now, if you hop to MySQL and say desk post again, you can see that it resetted it and then it run our migrations again. There are 3 more commands, but honestly, we won't be using them a lot. But I will just tell you what they do, but I won't perform the commands. We have the PHP Artisan migrate, fresh, which will drop all of your tables and run every migration available. It's the same as the refresh, but this won't use a down migration. It will just delete the tables and then runs the up migration again. We have the rollback, which will, basically roll it back. And the last one is the status. And we could actually run this one because it will just show a table listing of every migration, whether or not it has been run yet in this environment. Now that we have set up our database connection and went over the basics, we need to input data inside our database. And if we hop to MySQL, we can do this by writing down our own queries inside the command line. So let's say that we want to insert into posts the table's title and body, and the values are this is my first post, and the value of the body is body of the first post. Since we have set our ID to auto increment, we don't need to increase it automatically inside the query. Let's hit enter. You can see that 1 row has been affected. Let's write down select all from posts. And you can see that we have 1 row inside our table right now. And don't look at the created at and updated at. That will come later on. My issue is that this took way too long. And this is for only 1 post. What we could do is to use our model factories, which is basically a pattern for creating fake entries for our database tables. So it's just adding dummy data inside our tables based on the data types that we've passed in inside our migration. By default, every factory that we have is named after an Eloquent class, but you could also name them after the table if you're not working with Eloquent. So let's hop to the code because I want to show you where our factories are stored. So right inside our database folder, we have a factories folder, so let's open it. By default, you could see 1 factory, which is the user factory. So let's open it. Right here, you can see that there is a default user factory class, which extends the main factory class. So let's click through on the factory class. Let's see what's going on over here. In the factory class, you can find a lot of properties and static factory methods patterns that we could use. Let's scroll down because right here, you could see a factory instance of a given number. We could create a new factory instance. We could get the raw attributes and way more things that we could do. Let's see. Well, if I scroll down, we have more than 700 lines. And since I can't cover them all, I just want you to take a minute and scroll through them to see the power of factories. And if you're done, let's continue on with this video by going back to our users factory. Alright, let me open it again. We have a function where we're defining our user model factory. We're returning an array right here with a couple of fields. And this is an associative array with the name of name, email, email verified at, password, and remember token. And these are not randomly added right here. Since we want to insert dummy data inside the database, the keys of this array need to be the same as the column names. So what we can do is to go to iterm, let's desk users, and right here you can see the ID, name, email, email verified at, password, and the other stuff. So if you go to the Visual Studio Code, we're basically adding everything that's right here inside the database. Now the values that we are trying to set, so this faker name, this faker unique, are created with a faker property that we have, which is the faker PHP library that allows us to generate random data for testing. What I would like to do right now is to generate a new factory class. So let's hop to the command line. Let me open a new tab. And right here, I want to use a command called PHP Artisan. And we want to make something again, which is a factory called post factory. All right, let's hit enter. Our factory has been created. Let's hop to Visual Studio Code and let's open our post factory, which has the same structure as our user factory. We're pulling in the post model and we're creating a property called model, which is equal to the class of post. But let's say that you don't want to use this specific model that we have, so the post model. You don't want to change it manually by setting it equal to, let's say, user. For that, we could use another command, but before we perform it, let's remove this file for a second. Now let's hop to the terminal once again, and in here, let's hit the arrow up, and let's add a flag to it of -- model is equal to post. We could also set it equal to user, but for now, let's just set it equal to post because that's what we need. Alright, let's save it. Let's hop back to Visual Studio Code again. We have our post factory again. Let's keep it easy for ourselves. Let's go to the users factory and let's copy the entire return array. Now let's replace it inside of our post factory. Alright, we don't need our remember token for a post, and we also don't need our password. Alright, let's change the name to the title. Let's set it equal to this faker, but not the name, but title. Let's change the email to body. And let's get rid of unique save email and let's set it equal to a paragraph. What do we have next? We could also add the created_add, which is equal to now. But with the release of Laravel 8, we need to change a couple things right here. We need to use another import called illuminate \support \str. And instead of saying post : class, we need to write down \app \models \. So we need to write down the entire path to the post model. And don't forget to add the first \ in front of app, otherwise it won't start at the root directory, and that's what we need. Now I want to use PHP Artisan Tinker right now, and I won't go in depth about it because I want to make a complete video about it later on. But for now, just follow along. We could also use seeding, but that's not what I prefer to use because I think PHP Artisan Tinker is way stronger. So let's save it. Let's hop to our command line. Let's write down PHP Artisan Tinker. And this will basically redirect us to a shell where we could perform a lot of stuff. What we could do right here is to set our entire path to the model. So app \models \post. Then double colon, because we want to call the factory global helper. So let's write down factory. And then we want to create a new row. So pointer create. Let's hit enter. And right now, you can see that we created one row with dummy data right here. We have a title, we have a body, the created at, updated at, and we have our auto increment ID. We could also add more than one row. So let's hit the arrow up again. And right after factory, we could call another method, which has the name of count. And inside the count parentheses, we need to specify the amount of rows that we want to add. So let's say 2, hit enter, and we created 2 more posts. Before I wrap up the video, let's go to MySQL, and in here, let's say select all from posts. And you can see that we have added 3 new rows inside our post table. Just as easy as that. What I want to do right now is to put in our dummy data by writing down queries. At the core of every Laravel database, there is a functionality called the Query Builder, which is a fluent interface for interacting with several different types of databases with a single clear API. Let's hop to the code editor, and right inside of our post controller, let me show you what a non-fluent query is. So let's say non-fluent db. Let's select from our table called posts where, so we want a where clause, our ID, is equal to 1. And this looks good if you're new, but it's not beneficial. You want to use a fluent interface because it primarily uses method chaining to provide a simpler API to the end user. So what you want to do is to say fluent, we want to db, the table called posts, then we want to say where the ID is equal to 1, and then we want to get everything. I want to start off very basic with raw SQL and build from there. Let's get rid of our return value, and let's also get rid of our comments. So an empty function. There are lots of different ways how you could handle what we're about to do. You can return it directly, you could create a variable, or you can just dump it on the screen. And that's actually what I prefer. So let's create a variable, posts, and let's set it equal to db, because we want to make a raw call to the database. Let's write down : and as you can see, a dropdown appears with all the options that we could use. There are some specific methods for various actions, so we can delete, insert, select, table, transaction, and way more. Right now, let's just use the select method. Now inside the select method, we can perform queries. So in our case, let's say that we want to select everything from the table posts. Right below our variable posts, we can dd, so die dump, and we need to pass in variable posts. Now if we save it, this actually won't work if you go to the output. If we refresh it, you can see that our class db has not been found. So what we need to do is to hop back to Visual Studio Code, and right below our first use, let's create a new one of illuminate /support /vacates /db. So we need to pull in our db that we're using right here. Let's save it. Let's head back to Chrome, refresh the browser, and you can see that we got an array back with 3 items inside of it. Post number 1, post number 2, and post number 3. Be aware that this will return an std class object. Later on, you will understand what this is. Most of the times, you want to use a select statement, but you usually want a where clause inside of your query. So something like this. We want to select everything from posts where the ID is equal to, let's say, 7. Save it. Refresh the browser, we get 1 item back, so our ID, which is equal to 7. But since Laravel's database architecture allows for the use of PDO params, you are very safe for potential SQL attacks. So we don't want to pass in our ID number 7 like this. What we want to do is to set it equal to a question mark. And then after our query, we could add an array, which is equal to the value of the question mark. So let's say 7. Save it. Refresh the browser, get 1 item back, which is ID 7. Now, what we did right here is fine because we're using prepared statements. But if you're like me and you don't like the question mark, to use the question mark, you could also use name params. So let's say that instead of the question mark, we want to pass in : ID. And inside our array, we need to create an associative array where our ID is equal to 7. Save it, refresh the browser, and the output is still the same. Now what we've done so far had nothing to do with query builders, but it was me showing you that you could use your own queries, just like what we did. What I want to do right now is start off creating our own queries with the query builder because it makes it possible to chain methods together to build a query. So right above our post, let's create an ID and let's just set it equal to 7. Let's get rid of everything after the db : And what we want to do is to build a query from the table. So let's say table, which is a method. The table that we want is called posts. Now after the table method, let's use another method called where. So let's say we want to have a where clause. We can add it right after the table, but we could also add it on the line below. And that's actually what I prefer, since it's easier to read. So what do we want to see? Well, we want to check where our ID is ID. And what we want to do next is to get everything. And this is called a chain. At the end of our chain, we want to trigger the actual execution of the query that we just built by using the get method. Right here. Let's save it. Let's hop to Chrome, refresh it, and we have a collection. Let's open it with ID number 7. It is also possible to get a specific column. So right after our table method again, let's get rid of everything. And let's say that we want to select only the body and we want to get it all. And this will return the body of every single row that we have in our database. So we have 3 items back. The first one is the body of number 1, body of number 2, body of number 3. So let's say that we want, and the where method takes 3 params. The first one is the column. So let's say created underscore at, comma. The second one is the comparison operator. So we want to see if created underscore at is greater, comma. And you guessed it, the last param is the value. Now, sub day. Before we save it, it makes no sense to add the last param of now if your goal is to see if something is equal to. Alright, let's add the get again. Save it, hop back to Chrome, refresh it, and we have 0 items back because our created at is not greater than now. But if we say less than, we're getting back all of our elements. Alright, there's also an or where method. So right below our where, let's say or where. And this is basically an or statement. So if the where method isn't true, it will check if the or where is true and still print something out. So let's say that title, comma, is prof point. Change the title right here to a title that you have in your database because it might not be the same for us. Let's change the where clause to greater than. Let's save it. Let's refresh the browser and you can see that we have 2 items. The first one has a title of prof and the second one as well. Another cool method that we could use right here is the where between method. So let's get rid of the or where and the where. So let's say where between. And this method allows you to scope a query to return only rows where a column is between 2 values. And honestly, we don't have the best data for this, but since we have an ID, let's just test it out with the ID. Right after our ID, let's add a comma, because we need to add a second param of an array with 2 numbers. So let's say 7, 9. So we want to see if the ID is between 7 and 9. Let's save it. Refresh the browser, and we have 3 elements, which is true because we have IDs 7, 8, and 9. The where between method includes 2 values that we have put inside the array. Why are 7 and 9 here? Well, the where method uses the 2 numbers that we have included inside our array. So 7 and 9 are included as well. And if we change it to 1 and 5, refresh it, we get nothing back from the database. We could also select rows where a given column is null or it's not null. Right now, we don't have empty records in our database, but we could see if a value is not null. So let's say where not null, the title. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and since our titles are not empty, so let's see, they are still printed out. There's also a where raw method, which allows you to pass in a raw unescaped string. And I actually don't prefer using this because SQL queries will not be escaped, and this is the right opportunity for hackers to attack your application. So let's just skip this one. Another pretty cool method is distinct. So let's get rid of the where raw. What distinct basically does is selecting rows where the selected data is unique. Now, in order to do this, we need a select because we want to select a specific column. So let's say title. On the line below, let's add distinct. Right now, we do have duplicates in our database. Let's go to iterm. You can see that we have 2 titles with the name prof. So we should be getting back 2 rows. Let me save it. Let's go to Chrome, refresh the browser, and you can see that we have 2 rows with 2 different titles. There are also a couple methods to modify data, such as order by, group by, skip, take, latest, and in random order. So let's cover them all right now. The first one is order by. So let's get rid of distinct and select, and let's say order by the title, and I want it to be ascending. This could also be descending, but for now let's just keep it ascending. Save it, refresh the browser, open our array. You can see that the M comes before the letter P. The skip and take are two methods that I want to skip for now, because later on I want to show you how we could easily create pagination. These two methods allow you to define how many rows to return and how many to skip before starting the return. We can also sort our database based on the created at column, and that's very easy. So what we need to do is to get rid of the order by, and let's just write down the latest. Let's save it. Let's go to Chrome. If we refresh it and open our array, you can see that it's based on the created at in descending order. 2155 is the latest, for the second one as well. The third one is 2154. We can also order them in an ascending order, but we don't need to add it as a param. We just need to change latest to oldest. Save it, refresh the browser. Let's open it one more time. And you can see that 2154 is the first one, and the second one is 2155. We can order them in a random order. So instead of saying oldest, let's say in random order. Save it, refresh the browser, and let's check the order. ID 7, 8, 9. Well, this doesn't make sense, so let's refresh it one more time. ID is 8, 7, and 9. Besides the get method that we're using right here, there are a couple other returning methods. If you don't add a returning method, you will always return an instance of the query builder. So I want to cover a couple other returning methods. Now let's get rid of everything, and let's say order by created underscore at, comma, descending. Instead of saying get everything, let's say get me the first one. Save it, refresh the browser, and the first one is ID number 8. And you can see that there is a limit of 1 added to it. The issue that you could cover with the first method is that you will get an error message if there are no results. We can use a method that will find a row with a specific ID for us. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. Let's get rid of the order by. Let's replace first with find. And let's pass in the ID that we have right there. Save it. Refresh the browser, and we found a specific ID. But if we change it to, well, let's say ID 10, refresh the browser, we're getting null back because it does not exist. We could get the count of the matching results. So let's say where our ID is equal to ID. And instead of saying find, we want to return the count. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and the output is 1 because our IDs are unique. And if we return the where method, we're basically selecting every single row that we have in our database. So the return value is 3. Another cool method is the minimum and maximum value of a column. So instead of saying count, let's say the minimum is from the table ID. And you can see that it's 7, which is true because we have 7, 8, and 9. And the maximum needs to be 9. So let's test it out. And you can see that the output is 9. And the last two return methods are the sum and average. So let's just test it out with our ID. Let's say that the sum of our ID is 24. So we will add up every ID that we have. And the average, save it, refresh it, is 8. Pretty important thing is inserting data in the database. What we need to do is to get rid of the average. And let's say we want to insert something inside of our database. Inside our method, let's add a set of brackets. And let's hit enter, because we want to pass it in as an array. So what do we want to pass in? Well, we want the title of new post, comma. We have a body of new body. Let's save it. Let's go to Chrome. Refresh the browser, and you can see that the output is true, which is good because this means that it worked. So to test it out, let's go to iterm. Let's say select everything from posts, and you can see that we added a new post inside of our database. Since we have inserted a new row with the ID of number 15, let's update the title because that's also possible. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. Let's go right after our table because we need to have a where clause. So we want to update it where our ID is equal to 15. Now we don't want to insert, so let's get rid of that as well. What we want to do is to update. And once again, we need to add a set of brackets. And we want to set our title to new title. And let's also change the body. So the body is updated body. All right, let's save it. Chrome, refresh it. The output is 1, so this is a Boolean, so it's either true or false. Let's go to iTerm, hit the arrow up. So we want to select everything from posts again. And you can see that the body has been changed to updated body. And to complete our CRUD functionality, let's perform a delete query. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. We can keep the where clause, but we need to get rid of the update. So what we need to do is to delete. So let's write that down. Now a cool thing about the delete method is that we don't need to pass in anything inside our parentheses because it will delete it based on the where method. So let's save it. Let's go to Chrome, refresh the browser. Output is still 1. iTerm, hit the arrow up, and you can see that our ID 15 has been disappeared. This was it for this video about query builders. If you do like my videos and you want to see more, or you just want to support the channel, just click on the subscribe button down below and don't forget to like the video. Eloquent is an ORM, and like I said before, ORM is an object relational mapper, which also means that it's a database abstraction layer that provides a single interface to interact with multiple database types. A single Eloquent class is responsible for not only providing the ability to interact with the table as a whole, but also representing an individual table row. And this might sound pretty difficult. To keep it simple, Eloquent has one primary focus, and that's simplicity. Keep that in mind. Whenever someone asks you, why Eloquent? Just respond with one simple word, simplicity. I can scream that it's simple, but why? Just like the rest of Laravel's framework, it relies on convention over configuration, meaning that it tries to build something with minimal code. I have created a new project called Cars, and I want you to do the same. I want to retake a couple steps that we've done so far. So let's hop to the CLI. And what I want to do is to require Tailwind for our UI. So let's say composer require Laravel-frontend-presets /Tailwind CSS space --dev. Hit enter. This might take a second, so I will pause the video. So let's install npm. So npm install and npm run dev. This might take a second as well. So what's next? We need a controller, a model, and a migration. We could perform them all in one single command, but that's not what I prefer. I usually make my model and migration in one command and my controller in another. So let's say PHP Artisan make me a model called car-m, so the dash migration flag. And you can see that our model and migration have been created. So let's create a controller. Let's say PHP Artisan make me a controller called cars controller. And I want to add a pretty cool flag that we haven't talked about. And that's the resource flag. So let's say --resource. Whenever you want to create your CRUD functions, you need to create them manually, right? You need to create a method to show the cars, to update the cars, to delete the cars, and so on. So what we could do is to create them automatically. Let's hit enter. You can see that the controller has been created. Let's hop to Visual Studio Code and let's open our controller. Alright. And as you can see, we have our index, create, store, show, edit, update, and destroy methods. In most cases, Laravel resource routing assigns the CRUD routes to a controller. Now what we do need to do is to create a route. So let's do that. Let's open routes, web.php. Without the resource flag, we use the route like this, right? Let's get rid of it. What we could do right here is to basically say route, again, double colon. But instead of saying get or something else, we could say resource. The idea behind it is exactly the same. What is our first endpoint? Well, /, comma, what's our controller? Cars controller, double colon, class. Now let's pull in our cars controller. Let's say use app /HTTP /controllers /cars controller. Let's save it. Let's hop to iTerm because I want to show you something pretty cool. Let's write down PHP Artisan route list. And what this basically is all our endpoints for the methods that we have in our controller. We have an index, store endpoint, create endpoint, show, update, destroy, and edit. So what we've done inside our web.php is basically saying, well, our first endpoint is the / and then we want to pull in all the methods that we have in our cars controller. So let's go to our cars controller. Let's scroll up to the index method. Let's return a view to index. You see the difference? We don't need to define every single route in our web.php file. Instead, we've defined them in one single command. So right now, let's open our views. So resources, views. Let's delete the welcome page because we don't need it. Let's create a new folder in here called cars. And inside our cars, let's create a new file called index.blade.php. In our index.blade, let's just write down cars. Oh yeah, and obviously we need to change our endpoint to cars. So /cars. The / was just to show you what the first endpoint could be. Let's go to Chrome, refresh it, and cars have been printed out. Alright. I want to create a UI where we could perform Eloquent stuff. So for that, I obviously need a UI, but I don't want to create anything fancy. At the end of this course, I will add some projects with a way better UI. But for now, let's hop to our Visual Studio Code. Let's create a new directory inside views called layouts. Oh, my bad. Let me rename it for a second. And let's add a app.blade.php where we will place our core HTML. So let's write down doc. All right. Let's create a section inside our body. So add yield with the name of content. Let's pull in our Tailwind CSS that we have inside our public directory, CSS app.css. All right. Let me close that off actually because we don't need it. Let's go right below our meta. Let's say link. The href is the asset method, which goes to our public directory. So css /app.css. Save it. And since we have pulled in our Tailwind stuff, let's change the background color of our body. Let's set it equal to a class bg-gradient-2-r from -gray 100 to gray 200. And this won't work for now because we need to go inside our index blade. Let's get rid of cars. Let's extend the layout page. So layouts.app. Let's save it. Let's go to Chrome, refresh the page. And I'm not sure if you can see it, but the background color has changed a little bit. So right now we're able to define our section. So let's say add section and section. The name of our section is content. Inside our content, we need a div, another div, and an h1. And the text of our h1 is cars. Give it a class of text 5XL, uppercase, and bold. And I won't go in depth about what everything means. Tailwind is very straightforward, and I might create a course later on. So the div that's wrapped around our h1 has a class of text-center, and the entire div has a class of margin-auto, so mauto. Width is 80%, so 5, and the padding y-axis is 24. Save it, go to Chrome, refresh it, and this looks alright. Now let's create a content that will eventually be inside the loop whenever we pull stuff out of our database. So let's go to Visual Studio Code, right below our div, let's say another div with a class of width 5/6, padding y is 10, and we have another div inside of it with a margin of auto, so m-auto. So I want the year that a car is founded, the name of the car, and I want a paragraph. So let's create that. Let's say span, founded, let's say 2020. The span has a class of uppercase. The text is text-blue-500. Font bold. Text is extra small and it's italic. Save it, go to Chrome. Let's actually wrap this inside the div with the margin auto as well. So let's copy this one, let's paste it right here, align it a little bit. So what do we need next? Well, right below our span, I want an h2 with the name Audi. It has a class of text-gray-700 and the text is 5XL. Chrome, refresh it. All right. Right below my h2, I want a paragraph. And let's create some lorem ipsum text. So let's write down lorem, hit tab. Let's give our paragraph a class, text-lg, text-gray-700. And right below our paragraph, let's create a HR, so a line with a class of mt4, margin top 4, margin bottom 8. Save it, refresh it, and let's actually create a little bit more spacing around our paragraph. So let's say py is 6. Alright, this looks good. Whenever you work with Eloquent, you want to interact with the database. So let's set up our database by creating our first migration. So let's go to the code editor. Let's open database, migrations, and it's the last one, create cars table. What I want to do is to change my ID to increments, and I want to give it a name of ID. Right below my ID, let's create a new table, which is a string with the name name. I want the year when the car is founded, so let's say table, integer, founded. And I want the description, so table, long text, which is the description. Let's save it. But before we migrate our database, let's open the .env file. Let's check our database credentials. My host is localhost. My port is alright. We will create our database. Username is root. And my password is Dari1234. This is the data that I need for now. So let's go back to the command line, because we need to go inside MySQL and I already have it open. What we could do is to create a database. So create database cars. One row has been affected. And like before, don't close off MySQL because we need it later on as well. Let's go back to the other tab because now we're ready to migrate. Let's say PHP Artisan migrate. And we have a connection issue, so I probably haven't saved my .env file. Alright, let's run it again. Yes, and it has been migrated, as you can see. So what do we need to do next? Well, we need dummy data inside our database. So let's go back to MySQL. Let's create an insert query. So we want to insert into cars, the columns name, founded, and the description. And the values are, let's say, Audi. It's founded in 1909. And let's give it a description of this is the description for Audi. Let's close it off with a semicolon. Let's hit enter. One row has been added. Let's change the second one to Mercedes. And the value of the name too. And Mercedes has been founded in 1926. And the last one is, let's say, BMW. BMW is found in 1916. And the name is BMW as well. Alright, so that's desk cars again. Alright, let's select everything from cars. I forgot from. Alright, we have 3 rows right now that we could use. So my goal is to basically show you all Eloquent models in order to retrieve, update, delete, and insert data. But before we do that, let me show you a couple of things that we could add inside our model. So let's hop to our car model. Let's open it. If you took notice, we haven't defined anywhere inside our code that the car model needs to interact with the car table in our database. That's because the default behavior for table names in Laravel is snake cases and it pluralizes your class name. There is obviously a way to manipulate this and to give it a different name. And to do that, we need to create a new property. So protected table, and we need to set it equal to a string, which will override the default table called cars. We don't need to do it. So what I want to do is to set it equal to cars, just as it is. We could also manipulate the primary key. So if we hop back to MySQL, and let's say desk cars, you can see that the ID is indeed the primary key of our table. So we can change that by basically creating a new property, so protected, called primary key, and we can set it equal to a new table. So we could say that our name is our primary key, which makes no sense, but we could do it. Now there might be a case where you just don't want your primary key. In that case, you can set the value of your primary key equal to false. But what I want to do is to just set it equal to ID, just as it is. So if we hop back to iTerm, you can see that we have a updated at and created at. Well, if you don't want to use it, you could create a new property called timestamps, and you just need to set it equal to false. But if you want to use it, so let's say true, you have the opportunity to customize the format. And that can be done by saying protected date format is equal to the same as the PHP date syntax. So let's say hours, minutes, seconds. And once again, these are all optional. You can either remove them right now or keep it. I will remove the date format because I don't want that. Now that we've talked about the model, we're ready to talk about how we could retrieve data with Eloquent. And you can see this as a select query in MySQL. So whenever you want to retrieve all blog posts and print them out, or you want to retrieve a user by checking the user's credentials, or what we're going to do is basically retrieving all cars that we have in our database and send it back to a view. This is something you will be doing most of the time. You want to pull data from your database using the static call on your Eloquent model. So how do we get started? Let's open our controller. Let me actually close off everything because we don't need it. Yeah, and we need our cars controller. Now the first thing that we need to do is to pull in our car model. So at the top of our screen, let's use app /models /car. So a single model. Now what's next? Well, we want to perform something like this, right? We want to basically say select everything from the table cars. In Eloquent, we can create a variable, let's say variable cars, and let's set it equal to the model that we have. In our case, it's car, followed by double colon, and we want to get everything. So we need to use a function called all. Before we continue, let's dump our variable cars to see what the output is. Let's save it, Google Chrome, refresh the browser, and we have an array. Let's open it, and we have all cars right here. Now let's hop back to the code editor. Honestly, it's not necessary to create a variable and set it equal to our Eloquent model. We could also pass the Eloquent model right into the view, but I think this looks a little bit cleaner than doing that. So what I want to do is to add a comma right after our index. We want to pass in an associative array, cars, pointer, variable cars. Let's get rid of the DD, and we don't need the select. The reason why I'm passing it in as an array is because I want to loop over it in our UI. So let's do that. Let's go to our views, so our index.blade. Let's actually copy the entire div with the margin auto. Let's remove it. Let's go right inside of the div. Let's create a for each loop. And let's for each over the cars that we have as a single car. So let's paste in whatever we just copied. All right, let me align it. And what I want to do is to replace 2020 with a variable car. And I want to pick out founded. And let's do the same thing for Audi. Let's say car, name. And for the paragraph as well. Variable car, I want to grab the description. Save it, go back to Chrome, refresh it. And apparently our dump is still there. So let's actually save this file. And you can see that our Audi, Mercedes, and BMW has been printed out. Obviously, there's also a way to filter through all cars. So as you can see, we have our variable cars, which is equal to all cars. But instead of saying all, let's get rid of it. And let's use the where method. So what do we want to achieve? We want to see if there is a value in the column name that's equal to, let's say, Audi. And then we want to get all cars. So let's go on the line below and let's say get. Let's save it. Let's hop to Chrome, refresh it, and only Audi has been printed out. Now this is how you get a specific value. Right now, we're writing down Audi right here. But let's say that a user wants to log in. Well, you can grab their ID and use it right here. Or whenever a user clicks on a specific product, your endpoint will change and you can use that specific endpoint right here. You may have noticed that everything that we're doing is basically the same as Laravel's query builder. And that is definitely true, but you could do a lot more stuff. So keep in mind that everything we did with the query builder on the DB facade is also possible with Eloquent objects. Now as you can see, we're using the get method right here, which is exactly the same as a normal query builder call. We're building a query and then we're calling the get method to get the results. Whenever you want to process a large amount of records, so actually not what we're doing right now, there might be a possibility that you run into memory or locking issues. And since Laravel is so great to use, there's a method which allows you to break your request into smaller pieces, so it will chunk it down. So on the line below, let's create a new variable cars and let's set it equal to car, chunk. The first param is the amount of rows where you want to chunk. So let's say 2, comma, function, parentheses, curly braces. Inside our parentheses, let's pass in variable cars. And let's loop through all of our cars. So let's say cars as a single car. Print underscore R, that car. Save it, hop back to Chrome, refresh it. You won't see any difference right here. But the query has been split into multiple queries based on the number that we have passed in. Right now it's 2. So we have 4 rows in our database, then we're performing 2 queries of 2 rows. What we've done so far was printing out stuff that has been found. Now there might be a chance where there is no model found and you just want to throw an exception. For that, we could use the find or fail and first or fail method. It will retrieve the first result of the query. Let's get rid of our second cars variable. We do need our where method, but instead of saying get, let's just say first or fail. It will retrieve the first result of the query, and since we have set it equal to Audi, everything will be fine. So let's go to Chrome, and we're getting an error right now because we need to change something on our front end since we're retrieving only one single row. So let's go to Visual Studio Code, the index. Let's actually delete the variables that we have right above our div, and let's just print out variable cars. Let's save it, refresh the browser, and you can see that we have one single row where the name is equal to Audi. And we could also print out the name by saying pointer name, which is equal to Audi. But what if we change Audi inside our where class to something that we don't have? So let's say Tesla. Save it, refresh the browser, and we're getting a 404 because it does not exist. There are a couple aggregates that we could use in Eloquent as well. So let's go on the line below and let's say print underscore R, the car, where the name is equal to Audi, and return the count. And cars with 1R, excuse me. And let's comment out this one. Refresh the browser, and you can see that the return value is 1 because we have one match. Instead of counting the match that we have, we could get rid of the where clause and say all. So we want the count of all the cars that we have. Refresh the browser, and the output is 3. We can print out the sum. So let's get rid of everything after the double colon. Let's say sum. And well, let's say the founded, which is an integer. And we need to add an extra set of parentheses. Save it, Chrome, refresh it, and the sum of 3 integers is 5,751. And we can print out the average. So let's say AVG instead of sum, refresh it, and the sum is 1917. Now that we're done with retrieving data, I want to show you how we could insert data. And this is where you will see a difference from normal query builders and Eloquent. So let's hop to the code editor. Let's get rid of the average. Let's undo our comment. Let's just return all. cars. And now we're done with the index. So we can proceed with the create method. So inside the create method, let's return a view to cars.create. We basically need a form which will allow us to insert data into input fields. Click on the submit button and do something with it inside the store method. So what's next? Well, let's actually create our view. So inside our cars, let's create a new file, create.blade.php. Now let's write down cars. Let's actually drag our index inside cars as well. Let's move it. Let's change our index view to cars.index. And let's change the endpoint as well. So inside the web.php, let's change it to /cars. Alright, save it. Let's hop to Google Chrome. Let's change the endpoint to /cars. All cars are printed out. Let's add a /create after it. And we have cars printed out on the screen. So what's next? What we want to do is to add a create button somewhere here. Let's say right here. First, we need to hop to our index page again. Let's scroll up and let's go right below our class margin auto with 80% and padding on the y-axis. Let's create a new div. Give it a class of padding top 10. Let's create an answer in here with the text add a new car, and I want a symbol of @var. Let's change the href to cars/create, and let's give our button a class. So let's say class is equal to border b2, padding bottom is 2, border dash dotted, italic, text dash gray dash 500. Save it, refresh the browser, and we have a button right here to add a new car. If we click on it, you can see that our endpoints change to cars/create. So what do we need to do in our create? Well, we could basically copy everything inside of our index and paste it right inside of the create. We don't need the car information, so let's get rid of that. And we don't need the button, but we just need the content. Alright, so inside the content, let's create a new div, which has a class of margin-auto. The width is again 80%, and the padding on the y-axis is 24. This is the div around everything. So let's create another one with a class text center, and in there I want an h1. Create car. The class is text 5XL uppercase bold. Save it. Refresh the page. Now let's create our form by saying div. The class is flex. Justify items in the center. Justify in the center. And the padding top is 20. Then we need a form because we need to submit it, and I'll come back later on the action and the method. Alright, we have a div in here which has a class of block. Type is equal to text. Let me actually outline this on the line below. The type, it has a class of block, shadow-5XL, margin bottom is 10, p-2, width is 80, italic, and I want to add a placeholder, but I want to style the placeholder. So placeholder-gray-400. Let's give it a name of name, and let's give it a placeholder. So let's say brand name. Let's save it and test the output. Alright, this looks fine. Let's copy paste our input actually. So the second one has a type of text, the class is alright, the name is founded, and the placeholder is founded. We need one more because we have our description. The name is description as well. We need to submit it, so we need a button. So let's say button with a class of bg-green-500, block, shadow-5XL, margin bottom is 10, padding overall is 2, and the width 80, uppercase, and let's change the font to bold. And let's add a text of submit. We need to submit our button, so let's set the type equal to submit as well. Save it, let's test the output, and this looks alright, we don't need anything fancy. What's left here? Well, let's scroll up because we need to change some things inside of our form. Whenever your user fills in the form, the action is /cars. And we know that we're performing a post request. So let's say the method equal to post. If we fill in the form right now, so let's say Tesla 2000 test submit, it's not working. And this is related to cross-site request forgery. By default, all Laravel routes accept read-only routes. So the get, head, or options request. Now if we go right below our form, write down add CSRF, save it. Let's go back to Chrome, refresh the page, and let's inspect the page for a second. If we open our form, you can see that we have an input type hidden, the name is _token, and the value is a weird ID. This token is generated at the start of every session, and every non-read-only route compares the submitted token against the session token. So why do we do this? It's mostly used when one website pretends to be another. The goal is for someone to hijack your users' access to your website by submitting forms from their website to your site. Let's go back to Visual Studio Code. Let's go to our cards controller because we're ready to do something. So we're creating a form, but we want to store data. So we need to work in our store right now. And usually when I program, I always perform a DD to see if my form will be submitted or not. So let's say OK, save it, go back to Chrome, refresh the page, click on submit, and let me close off my inspect element. And you can see that it actually works because OK has been printed out. There are two ways how we could insert a record. Let me remove my DD. The first one is by creating a new instance. So let's say variable car is equal to new car, what I just showed you. Then we could say that we have our car, but we want to specifically say that our name is equal to the request method right here. And from the request, we could grab HTTP information from input and then the name of our input field. So in our case, it's name. Let's do the same thing for the column founded and description. So car founded is equal to request. Look for input fields with the name of founded. Let's do the same thing for the description. Let's set that equal to request. Find an input field with the name of description. Let's save it. Let's go back to Google Chrome. Well, let's change the endpoint to cars. Let's add a new car. Let's say it's Tesla, founded in 2000, and the description is test. Let's submit the form. It actually works because we're not getting an error. So let's hop to iTerm. Let's say select all from cars. And well, something went wrong right here because Tesla has not been added inside our table. And the reason why this did not work out is because we need to save it. And that's not what we're actually doing. Let's say that we have our car instance and we want to perform the save method on it. So it will save the name, founded, and the description. Until you use this save method, the instance of car represents the car fully, but the data hasn't been saved. Before we test it out, let's actually return a redirect to /cars. Let's test it out. Let's go to Google Chrome, refresh the page, and you can see that Tesla has been printed out and inserted inside our database. Let's test it out on iTerm. Let's select everything from cars again, and you can see that Tesla has been added. All right. The second way is the way that I actually prefer to use, and that's by passing in an array to a model. So let's actually comment out everything that we just created. And let's create a new variable car, and let's set it equal to car, and let's call the create method. So what we need to do is to pass it in as an array, so brackets, and inside the brackets, we need to pass an associative array. So we basically need to do the same thing as we did before. Let's define our column name, so name, and let's set it equal to request. Grab everything from input with the name of name, comma, founded. Grab everything from the HTTP that's inside an input field with the name of founded. And let's do the same thing for the description. So request, it's input, description. This won't work right now because every time you want to pass an array to a new model, every property that we have right here needs to be approved for mass assignment in our model file. So what we need to do is to open our car model, and right below our primary key, we need to create a new property, so protected, fillable, and let's set it equal to an array where we need to say which items can be mass assigned, or columns, excuse me. So let's say the column name, found it, description. Let's save it. Let's hop back to Google Chrome. Let's create a new car. Let's say Volkswagen. I don't know when it is found. And the description is Volkswagen as well. Let's submit it. Scroll down. And Volkswagen has been added inside our database. I need to mention one more thing. In our cars controller, we could use make instead of create as well. But I prefer to use create because it will save the instance to the database as soon as it's called. So we don't need to add the variable car save method. And whenever you use make, you actually do need to use it. So that's why I prefer to use create. This was easy, wasn't it? Well, updating records are pretty similar. You can get a specific instance, change its properties, and then save it. Or you could pass in an array of updated properties. So right here, we're going to work with the edit and the update page. We're going to work with the edit and update method. So same thing as before. Let's return a view in the edit form. Let's return a view for the edit form. So return a view called cars.create. Let's create it. So in our cars folder, create a new file, edit.plate.php. And we could basically copy paste our entire create file. And the only difference is that we just want to add values in our input. So let's copy it. Let's go to the edit page, paste it right here. But before we start editing something in our edit page, let's quickly add an answer on every item that comes from the database in order to show the page. So let's go to our index. Right inside our for each loop and below our margin auto div, let's create a new div. Let's give it a class of float to the right. And let's create an answer in here. Endpoint to cars / and we want to edit a specific post. So we need to grab the ID that we have from our car that we're printing out. So let's say car ID / edit. And just to make sure that our URL is good, let's go to iTerm. Let me open a new tab. Now let me say PHP Artisan route list. Now let's search for the edit action, which is right here. And you can see that it has cars / car, so the ID / edit. All right, let's add text first of edit, and let's say n_var again. Let's give it a class of, well, we could actually copy the class that we have right here. Let's paste it in, but let's change the text gray to text green. Save it. Let's go to Google Chrome, refresh it, and you can see that every item has an edit button. Let's click on it. And you can see that the endpoint is good, so we need to work on our form. So let's do that. Let's go to Visual Studio Code, edit page. Let's scroll up. Let's say update the car. And since we want to edit a specific row in our database, we need to pass in that row to our views. So let's hop to the controller again. What we could do is to say dd variable ID, refresh it, and the ID is 1, which is right. So based on that ID, we could basically say we have variable car, let's set it equal to car, and find me a car with that specific ID. Let's dd car again, save it, refresh the browser. Now let's open attributes, and we have a car with ID number 1. The problem that we face right now is that the find method will return a collection, so we need to loop over it. And if we add the first method to it at the end, so first, we will return an object, so we don't need to loop over it in our UI. Let me get rid of the dump, and let's return it to the view. And we don't want to pass it in as an array, like I just said. So let's say width cars as car. Well, let's say car as car. Let's actually replace our view with edit. Let's save it. Let's go to Chrome. Let's go back to the beginning. Let's click on edit and we're on our update. And you can see that Audi has been printed out. Let's do the same thing for the founded. Let's say value is car founded. And for the description as well. So let's say value variable car founded. All right, let's have a look at our endpoint because it's cars/update right now. Let's hop to iTerm. And as you can see, it should be cars/the ID. So let's change that. Let's set it equal to cars. Let's remove update /car ID. Let's save it. Let's test it out in the output. All right, let's refresh it. You can see Audi, the value over founded, and the description. So let's hop to VS Code because we're ready to perform our update method right now. And we're basically going to follow the same approach. So what we did in our edit was finding a car and we sent that back to the view. So what we need to do right now is to basically go up, copy the create method that we have, scroll down, paste it right inside of our update. And we need to change a couple things right here. We don't want to create, but we want to update a car. But in order to update a car, we need to do something with this specific ID that we have. So the current post. Let's go right after our model. Let's say where, pointer. Let's go on the line below. And in our where clause, let's see where the ID is equal to the current ID that we have right here. All right, are we done? Well, no. Let's return the view as well. So the redirect. All right, let's save it. We're trying to update something, right? And that isn't possible with a post request. As you can see right here, our method is equal to post. And in order to fix this in Laravel, we need to perform a put request, which our CSRF token will understand. So let's save everything. Let's go to Chrome. Let's change the name to Audi2 and let's submit it. Something is going wrong right now with our token, right? Or with our method. And if you're familiar with HTML and PHP, you know that it's only possible to submit a GET or a POST request. So how do we fix this? We could keep our method equal to POST and we could go right below our token and say add method. And we basically want to transform our POST request to a PUT request. And that's how you use Eloquent's update model. Save it. Let's go back to Google Chrome. Well, let's go back to our cars. Let's click on edit, change Audi to Audi2, submit it, and you can see that our name has been changed to Audi2. Now there's one more request left, and that's the delete method that we have right below our, let's see, update method. And once again, deleting is very similar to updating with Eloquent. So first, we need to create a form in our index.blade.php. Let's say right below our edit. And it can't be an answer because we need the request. And that's not possible when you create an answer. So inside our form, let's create our CSRF token again. Our action is to /cars/ the specific car ID. Let's save it and let's go to iTerm. As you could see right here, destroying has a URI of cars / the ID. The method is equal to post. Let me close it off actually. All right. And right below our CSRF token, we need to create a method where we want to delete. So inside our form, I want a button where the type is equal to submit. And let's actually copy the entire class that we have of our answer above. Let's paste it right inside of our button. And instead of saying green, let's say red. And let the text be delete. Delete with the same icon that we have. Save it. Let's hop to Google Chrome, refresh the page, and we have a delete button right here. But let's add a little bit padding in our form. So let's say class is equal to pt3. Save it, refresh it, and this looks all right. Let's go to Visual Studio Code. We already have our ID passed in right here. So let's test it out. Let's say dd that specific ID. Save it, Google Chrome, refresh the page. Let's click on delete. And the ID is 1, which is equal to the URI. Let's go back. Since we already have the ID inside our method, we could go up to our edit, copy the find method, place it right inside of our destroy. So we want to find where that specific ID exists. And we don't need to do the same thing as we did before with our create or update. We only need to say car, delete that specific row. Let's return a redirect to /cars. Save it, go to Chrome, refresh the page, let's click on delete, and you can see that it has been deleted. Let's delete them all. And you can see that this works fine. But to be honest, this is not the way that I prefer. What I usually like to do is to pass my model right inside of my method. So let's get rid of ID. Let's say our model car, variable car. And if we do this, we don't need to pass in the ID since it's already passed in inside our action. So let's get rid of this line. We do need our car delete because we can do it instantly. And this is how you save yourself an extra line of code. There's no reason to look up an instance just to delete it. But this is a thing that I will show you later on as we proceed with the course. I didn't change it at first because I thought it was just as easy to keep the resource list. And we can do the same thing for other methods as well. Like I said, that's not for now. Later on, when we're going to work with APIs, you often need to convert arrays to JSON. And before we continue on, guys, I want to start using my Instagram more. So if you haven't followed me on it and you're interested in more personal stuff about me, I've added a link in the description, so go check it out and give me a follow. Alright, so what we've done so far was doing a request to the database in order to find one or multiple rows. Now whenever you try to return multiple rows, you're returning a collection, which you can see as an array on steroids. But what if you want to convert it into a string? That's when you could use serialization. If you have a complex array or an object, you want to convert that into a string. And that specific string is usually a JSON in web-based context. Serialization can be very complex for database records. And in my opinion, this is where ORM falls short. But Laravel comes with two very powerful methods that we could use. And that's the toArray and toJSON methods. So before we test it out, let's hop to our index.blade.php file. Let's open it. Let's get rid of every piece of Laravel because we're not going to use an array anymore. So every IDs as well, but we're going to work with a string, which is in JSON. And don't close off the file because we will return it in a second when we're done. Let's open our cars controller. Let's go right inside of our index. Right now, we're returning a collection. So let me show that to you. Let's say var_dump variable cars, save it. Let's hop to the browser, refresh it, and you can see that we have an Eloquent collection right here. We don't have a car in our database, so let's add one. Audi 1908. This is my Audi description. Submit it. And once again, we have an object, which is a collection with this specific data inside of it. Now we can convert this to a string. So let's hop to Visual Studio Code, and right after our all method, let's add another access operator called toArray. Save it. Let's go to Google Chrome, refresh it, and don't look at this right now, but look at what is var dumped on the screen. We have an array with everything that we need inside of it. Alright, let's go back to Visual Studio Code. Let's get rid of the var dump. Let's go back to our index blade and let's go right above our section and let's just print something out. So let's say add for each. Our collection is called cars, or our array, excuse me. Add cars as one single car. Printing out an array is a little bit different than a collection. What we used to do is saying car, access operator, name. What we need to do right now is to add brackets, single quotes, name. Save it, go to Chrome, refresh it, and Audi has been printed out as you could see. Now you could also convert it to a JSON. And to do that, we need to go back to our controller and only replace toArray to, well, you probably guessed it, to JSON. Let's var dump it once again. So var_dump cars, save it, Google Chrome, refresh it, and you can see that the output or the var dump is a string with multiple values in here. But our loop isn't working anymore. So what's going on right here? Well, you usually don't convert a collection into a JSON object, but you do convert it to an array. JSON is mostly used for API stuff, which we will cover later on. Well, as you can see right here, we have an opening double quote right here and a closing one right here. So JSON will convert it to a long string sentence. So we can't loop over it. So what we need to do is to decode it. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. Right below our cars, let's say cars again. Let's set it equal to JSON_decode variable cars. Save it. Refresh the browser. And you can see that our JSON has been converted to an object, which is a generic PHP empty class. Now to fix our UI, let's go to Visual Studio Code. Let's get rid of name. Let's say name again with the access operator. Go to Chrome, refresh the page, and well, you can see that we have one row right here, but we deleted all of our UI stuff. So let me get rid of the var dump to show it to you. Save it, Google Chrome, refresh it, and all these printed out right here. As you just saw, well, let me undo it. You can see that JSON will print out everything. We have our updated ad, our created ad, the description, founded, name, and ID. Sometimes you just don't want that. You don't want to send back every single database information that you'll have in your APIs. What Eloquent allows us to do is to hide certain attributes if we cast it to JSON. So in order to do that, we need to hop to our model, and right below our fillable, we can create a new property, protected, called hidden, and let's set it equal to an array. And inside our array, we need to pass in attributes that we would like to hide. Now right now, we don't really have data that can't be shared with others, right? We have our name, founded, description. But what if you have a password? Or let's say a remember token? Now that's when this is very, very handy to use. And in our case, let's just say that we want to hide our ID, just to show you what it is. Save it, Chrome, refresh it, and as you can see, our ID has been deleted or removed right inside of our object. So let's add our name, founded, and the description, just to test it out. Save it, go back to Chrome, and we have only our created ad and updated ad. But let's undo it. So let's just get rid of ID as well, and let's just say updated_ad. I think this looks better because we don't actually use it. There's also an option to show attributes. So instead of blacklisting them, we could whitelist them. So let's create a new property. Let's say protected. Property name is visible. Let's set it equal to brackets. And inside the brackets, we need to add the names that we would like to show. So let's say that we want to show the name, founded, and the description. Save it, go back to Chrome. And you can see that one thing has been changed right here because our created ad has been removed. So it only shows the columns or the values that we have added inside our visible. So if we add updated or created_ad, save it, refresh it, our created ad has been added. What we're doing right now is testing it on a JSON object, but we could also test it on array. So let's change toJSON to toArray. We need a var dump, but we don't need to decode it anymore. Save it, go back to Chrome, and the output is exactly the same. And if we, let's say, remove created ad, save it, refresh the browser, and our created ad has been deleted. In a relational database model, which Eloquent is, it's expected that you will have tables that are related to each other. So let's say that we have a table cars with our ID, name, founded, and the description. Now every car obviously has its own car model or multiple car models. Would you adjust your current car table by adding a new column model, or would you create a new table? Well, if you would add a new column, it would look like this, right? We have our ID, name, founded, description, and our model. Like I said, the issue is that one car has many models, and not only one. So we would have multiple IDs with the same name, same founded, same description, but different models. And that's not beneficial. In a relational database model, it's expected that you will have tables that are related to each other. And Eloquent provides simple and powerful tools to make the process of relating your database tables easier than ever. Now in Eloquent, we call this an one-to-many relationship. We can have one car, and that one specific car has many models. So our database would look like this. We would keep our cars model just as it is, so the ID, name, founded, and description. But we create a new table called cars_model, which has its own unique ID, but the car ID, which refers to the ID in the table cars, it has a model name, and it has the timestamps. There are two ways how we could handle our migration. We could create it right inside of our current migration of cars, so right below of it, since it's related, or we could create a complete new migration. And for my demonstration today, I will add it right below the current migration of cars that we have, so it makes it a little bit easier. But I recommend you to use a new migration instead of adding it right here. Let's create a schema. So let's say schema, create. Now inside the create method, we need to define the table name. So let's say car_models. Then we want to pass in the function, just like what we're doing up here. Let's pass in blueprint variable table. Right outside of our parentheses, let's add curly braces. Our car model has its own unique ID. So let's create a table increments and let's pass in the ID. Then we have an integer. So let's say table, an unsigned integer with the name car_ID, which will refer to the ID that we have right here. We'll do that in a second. We have another table, which is a string of model_name. Let's add a table for timestamps. The next one that we have is new. So let's say that we have our table, which has a foreign key of car ID. So let's say foreign. And inside our method, let's pass in car ID. So we're basically saying that the unsigned integer that we have is our foreign key. We need to link it somehow with our cars table to the ID. So let's do that. What we could do is to say access operator references to the column that we have inside our cars called ID on. So on the table cars. So let's do that. Let's say cars. And this can be it. So we're basically saying our foreign key is car ID, which references to the ID on cars. What I want to do is to add one more method. So let's say on delete. And what we want to do on delete is cascade. And let me outline it actually, so it looks a little bit better. Alright, why do we add the onDelete that we have right here? Well, if you delete the car, you don't want your car models to be in your database since it's not being used, because the ID does not exist anymore. And that's what the onDelete does. If you delete a specific car, it will automatically delete the car models related. We can add one more value inside the parentheses inside of cascade, but for our example right now, let's just keep it as it is. But just in case you don't want to delete it, you could also set it equal to set null. So whenever you delete a specific car, it will set the car model's car ID to null. We will keep it as cascade. What we need to do right now is to migrate it. So let's hop to iTerm. Let's say PHP Artisan migrate. Alright, it's saying that nothing is there to migrate, so what we need to do is to say PHP Artisan migrate rollback, which will roll back our migration, and then we can migrate it once again. So it migrates the create cars table. So let's hop to MySQL. Let's say show tables, and you can see that we have car models and our cars table. When I created a video about introduction to Eloquent, we didn't do anything with our show method right here. The reason why is because I want to use it right now. And before we continue on, guys, I want to start using my Instagram more. So if you haven't followed me on it and you are interested in more personal stuff about me, I have added the link in the description, so go check it out and give me a follow. I want to show you how we could set our models manually first. So let's hop to the command line interface, and right here, let's say desk car underscore models to see what we have. As you can see, our ID is pre, which stands for primary, but our car ID is mul. Mul basically tells your database that there can be multiple IDs in this column that have the same value. And that's correct, right? Because a car can have multiple models. There's also another one which you don't see right here, and that's uni. So let me write it down. Uni, which stands for unique. We need to do something inside our model that will do something with the data that we have. Since we already have our car model, we need to create a new model. So let's say PHP Artisan, make me a model called car model. Let's hit enter, and our model has been created successfully. If that went a little bit too fast for you, let me rewind. How this works is that a car model belongs to a specific car, and the car has many models. And we need to fix this right inside of the models that we have. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code, and let's start off with our car.php, so our car model. What we need to do right here is to create methods that will return the right data based on our tables. Let's create a method, let's say public function, and the name is pretty tricky because it needs to be related to the associate table that we want to use. This could be underscores, camel cases, or whatever. But in my opinion, try to keep it the same as the model name. For the one-to-many relationship, we have the opportunity to get multiple models. So let's say that we want to call it car models instead of a car model. So what do we need to do right here? We need to return something, which is this, a method called HasMany. Parentheses, semicolon. Inside the parentheses, we need to pass in the model class of the associated table. So in our case, we want to associate car model, class, with the car model that we have. And we don't need to add the full path right here because we're requiring Eloquent's complete model. What we have done right here was defining the relationship method for the car model. We need to create another method for the car model that's related to the specific car. So let's open our car model.php. Well, we could actually copy our, let's say, protected table and primary key. Let's go back, paste it right here. Table is car underscore models, and the primary key is ID as well. So what's next? We need to create a new method. So let's say public function. And once again, the name needs to be related to the model that we want to associate it with, so car. So let me add it as a comment. A car model belongs to a car. So what we need to do inside our method is to return this, and I'm basically repeating myself again. One model or multiple belongs to, and inside our parentheses, we need to pass in the model that we want to associate it with. Let's say car, class. Save it, and let me actually save my model as well. All right. We need to add data inside our database, and there are multiple ways how we could do this. We could do it directly inside of our controller, but what I just want to do is to go to iTerm and add it manually. So let's say that we want to insert into cars because we need a specific car, the title, founded, description, comma, values, Audi, comma, 1908, and this is my Audi as the description. Oh, it's not title, excuse me. It's name, my bad. All right, let's select all from cars. This went well. Let's desk car underscore models. All right. So we need to insert into car underscore models just the values car ID and model name. So let's say car underscore ID, model underscore name. Values, and as you can see, our ID of the Audi is 1. So 1, comma, inside single quotes, A1, which is the model of the Audi if you're not familiar with cars. Hit enter, one row has been affected. Let's hit the arrow up, and let's change the second one to A3 and A5. 3 is enough. So let's select all from car underscore models. And this is fine. You can see that our car ID has multiple values which are the same. And right now we're ready to output the data on our page. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code. Let's go to our cars controller and the show method. Since we've used the resource flag, you can see that the ID has been passed in automatically. Well, actually, let's go to our UI and let's change that first. So inside our index, let's go to the car name. Let's copy it. Let's create an anchor and let's place it right inside of the anchor. Let's give it the href of /cars/ that specific car with the ID. Save it. Let's go to Chrome, refresh it, and you can see that our audio is clickable. But let's add a hover as well. So in our H2, let's say hover, text-gray-500. Save it. Let's go to Visual Studio Code. And since we've used the resource flag inside our cars controller, our show method has the ID passed in. So what we could do is dd ID just to double check that everything works fine. Refresh the page, click on Audi, and in the URI you can see that the endpoint is 1 and 1 has been printed out. So this works fine. This is always a double check that I do when I work with Laravel. Let's get rid of our dd because we could create a new variable car since we're getting one single car back. Set it equal to the car and find everything of that specific ID. Now let's return a view that we don't have yet to cars.show, and we want to pass in an object and not an array, so with car as that specific car. Before we continue on, let's dd car again to see if everything works fine. Save it, refresh the browser, and I'm not opening my attributes, but you can see that one car has been returned. Now we're ready to create our view, so let's go back to our cars. Create a new file, show.blade.php. Let's say extends, layouts.app. Let's create a new section called content, end section. Let me close off my migration and my controller because we could copy most of the stuff in our index. So let's scroll up. We could use our header. But instead of saying cars, we could print out the car name, variable car name. Let's go to Chrome. Well, let's remove our dd first in our controller. Excuse me. Save it, Chrome, refresh it. Audio has been printed out. Let's go to our index. And we don't need to add a new car button, but let's copy this entire class. All right. Let's paste it right below our div. Let's scroll up. We don't need the loop. We don't need the edit button and the form. And the closing div, of course. We do need the founded. We don't need the name since the name is printed out at the top. And we do need the description. Save it and let's go to Chrome. We need to remove our end for each. Refresh it. This is all right. Let's style it a little bit. Remove the width because we don't need it. Let's say that we want to text center everything. And this looks pretty good right now. Well, what we could do is to add some lorem ipsum. Excuse me. It looks a little bit better than one piece of text. All right, let's scroll down. Let's copy it. You don't need to do this. It's just for myself. Let's edit it. Let's change the text. All right. Let's click on the audio again. All right. And right now we're ready to print out our models. What I want to do is to go right above our HR. Let's create an unordered list with a paragraph of models. Let's set the class equal to text large, text gray 700, and padding y-axis is 3. Right below our paragraph, we want list items. But before we do that, I want to loop through my models first. And I don't want to create a for each, but I want to add a for else. Well, that went wrong. And the reason why I want to do that is because there might be a chance that a car does not have models. So we want to print out something if there are no models, right? So first, if there are models, create a list item with a class of inline, italic, text-gray-600, padding X is 1 and the padding Y is 6. So right here, we want to print out our model name. But before we do that, let's fix our loop. We want to loop through our car, but we want to access another property called car models. So we're accessing the method that we have in our car model as one single model. In our list item, we could basically say model, give me the model underscore name. If it's empty, print out a paragraph of no models found. Save it, go back to Chrome, and you can see that the models A1, A3, and A5 have all been printed out. You might wonder why we didn't use the access operator to access our model name, and that's because we're returning an object, so we can't use the access operator. And this was it. Now the HasMany true relationship is pretty convenient for pulling in relationships of a relationship. Does that sound weird? Let me show you an example. If we take a look at what we've done earlier, so we created our table cars that has many car models, but every car model has its own car engine. Whenever you try to print out Audi, you could also print out all the models and the specific car engines based on the models. So not the engines per car, but the engines per model. And that's basically what the HasMany true relationship does. With this structure, it will assume that your engines table has a model ID to relate the models to the engine. So what we're going to do is to create our migration first, then the model, and then we will retrieve records from the database. So let's hop to our terminal. And in here, well, let me go to this screen, all right. In here, let's create a new model and migration. So let's say PHP Artisan make me a model called engine-m. Let's hit enter. All right, our model and migration have been created successfully. So let's define our migration now inside our Visual Studio Code or code editor. Let's scroll down, let's open it. And right here, we have a table called engines with a unique ID. Let's call it ID. We have a table, which is an unsigned integer that will be linked to the models. So let's call it model underscore ID. Now every engine has its own name. So let's say table string engine underscore name. Let's keep the timestamps and let's link our model ID to our models table. Let's say table foreign. Let's say model underscore ID. References to ID. On the table car underscore models, and on delete, just cascade everything. Let's save it and we're ready to migrate. So inside our CLI, let's say PHP Artisan migrate. And apparently I've made a typo because, I need to close it off with a semicolon. All right, let's run PHP Artisan migrate one more time. And our migration has been created. So now we need to add some data inside our engines table. So first, let's go to MySQL. Let's show all tables. You can see that we have our table engine right now. So let's desk engines. All right, this looks pretty cool. Our ID is our primary key and the model ID is the foreign key. So what I want to do is to insert into engines. We only need to add the model ID and the engine underscore name. The values are, let's say 1, which is the Audi A1, comma, 1.2 TFSI. Let's hit enter. Let's hit the arrow up. Let's change the second one to 1.2 TFSI 122. Arrow up. Let's change it to 140. Let's actually select everything from car underscore models. We just entered data for the model name A1. And let's add some data for the ID number 2, so the A3 as well. Hit the arrow up. Let's change the model ID to 2. And let's change the value to 1.2 TFSI and 185. And let's do the same thing for the third one, which is, let's say, 2.0 TDI. Enter. Let's select everything from engines to see our data. And this is all right. I can work with this for now. What we need to do is to hop to our model, but we don't need to do anything inside the engines model that we have. What we do need to is to go to our car.php, so our car model. right below our headquarter method that we have, because we're going to define a HasMany relationship. Let's create a public function, and the name is engines, since we're trying to access the engines. And here we need to return this HasMany true. This method accepts two arguments. The first argument is the name of the model we wish to access. And since we're trying to access the engines, let's say engine, class, comma. The second argument is the name of the intermediate model, so the model that we need in order to access the engines. And since we're retrieving the engines based on the car model, it will be car model, class. Let me align it actually, so it looks a little bit better. Alright, this can be it. But I need to show you one more thing before we continue on. In Eloquent, the foreign key conventions will be used when performing relationships queries. There might be a chance where you would like to change it. In that case, we could add a third and fourth argument to the HasMany true relationship. So let's say, comma, inside single quotes, let's say that the foreign key on our car model class is called car_ID. Let me add a comma and add a comment. So foreign key on car model table. Now for our engines, our foreign key is model_ID. So let's say foreign key on engine table. Let's save it. And we're ready to test it out in our controller. So let's go to our cars controller. Right inside the show method, let's dd, let's say variable car, and we want to access the engines. Save it. Go to the browser. Refresh it. Let's click on Audi. We have a collection right here. Let's open it. And from the table engines, let's open the attributes. And it's 1.2 TFSI. This is not actually what I want to show you. What I want to do is to get rid of my DD and print it out in the UI. So let's open our show.blades.php. And let me actually zoom out a little bit for this section. I want to get rid of the loop and the unordered list. What I want to do is to create a table for this. So let's say table. Let's give it a class of table-auto. And here we want a table row with a class of bgblue100. That's a typo. Inside my table row, I want to have table headers, so th, with a class of width-1/2, border-4, border-gray-500. And in here we need to write down model. Let's copy our table header. Now let's paste it one more time, because the second one is the engines. We have our headers now. Now we need the data right for our model and engines. So right below our table row, let's create a for each loop, because we want to loop over our models and engines. So let's create a for each loop, because we want to loop over our models and engines. So first, let's say car models as one single model. If it does exist, give me a new table row. In there, I want a field, so a td, with a class of border-4, border-gray-500. In here, we want to print out the model name. And before we continue on, let's actually save it and test it out in the browser. I removed my headquarters, so let me actually get rid of it right here. All right, let me save it. Let's go to Chrome, refresh it, and this works fine. So now we want all of our engines right inside of these cells. So right below our table cell, we need to create a new one with the same class. So border-4, border-gray-500. We want to create a for each loop, because we basically need to loop over all of our engines. So let's say car engines as one single engine. But the problem that we have is that if we print out the engines like this right now, all engines will be printed out for every car model. So what we do need to do is to create an if statement where we check if our model ID is equal to the engine model ID. If it is true, print out engine _name. Save it, refresh the browser, and all of the engines have been printed out for the right model. Now let's add one more thing because our empty statement is empty. Well, that sounds weird. So let's say no car models found. Save it, refresh the page, and it still works pretty fine. Next to the HasMany relationship, there's also another relationship which is pretty similar, and that's the HasOne relationship. What we've done with the HasMany true was accessing many related items through intermediate items. And as the name suggests, with the HasOne true, you're basically accessing a single related item through a single intermediate item. So what if each car has its own model and every model has its own production date? So we have Audi with the ID number 1, which has a model name of A1. Model name has been linked to a specific date. So once again, let's create a new migration. Let's go to iTerm. Let's go to our folder tab. And right here, let's say PHP Artisan, make me a model called car production date space -m. Now let's hop to our migration because we need to set up our table. Let's keep the ID, but let's pass in the name ID. Let's say table unsigned integer, which is the model underscore ID. Now we have our date as well, so table date, and let's call it created underscore at. We don't need the timestamp, but we do need to link our model ID of our foreign key to the table models or car models. So let's say table foreign. Oh, let's get rid of it actually, and let's just copy the previous one of the engines. Now, model ID refers to ID, car models on delete, cascaded. Let's save it. Let's go to iTerm because we need to migrate our stuff again. PHP Artisan migrate. Migration has been created. Now the next step is to add dummy data inside our car production dates table. So let's desk tables again. Well, let's show tables, excuse me. Let's then say desk car underscore production underscore dates. All right, this went well. What we need to do is to insert into car underscore production underscore dates model underscore ID and the created underscore at. Now the values are ID number 1, and for the created at, let's set it at 2007 because the A1 has been created in 2007, 06/27. So 27th of June in 2007. Let's hit enter, let's hit the arrow up. Now for the second one, which is the A3, it has been created in 1996. And I don't mind doing the months and the days. Arrow up one more time for the A5, which has been created in 2007 as well. Let's select everything from car underscore production underscore dates. Oh, excuse me, select all from, my bad. All right, so we have our IDs, our model IDs, and our created at. Now the next step, once again, is to define our relationship. Let's go to our car.php, right below our engines. Let's say that we want to define a HasOne true relationship. Oh, another typo. Let me zoom in because in here we want to create a new method. So public function called production date. And what we want to do is to return this HasOne true. And just like the HasMany, we need to pass in at least 2 arguments. The first one is the name of the model we wish to access. So car production date, class. Let me actually outline it again, comma. The second one is the intermediate model, and that's car model, class, comma. Let's actually define the foreign keys as well. So let's say that the foreign key of our car model is car underscore ID. And for our car production date, it's model underscore ID. Save it. Let's go to our controller. So our cars controller, and right inside of the show method, let's var underscore dump car production date. Save it. Let's go to Chrome, refresh the page. We got an object returned with a Laravel true key with the right data that we need. Our year is 2007, like I said. It has a model ID and its own ID. Now let's print this out in the UI. Let's remove our var dump, save it, and in our show.blade, since we already have our loop and we only want to print out one specific cell from the database, we don't need to create another loop. What we could do is to go right below our TD, create a new TD. Well, give it a class again of border-4, border-gray-500. And inside of our TD, we could basically say, give me the PHP date function, which accepts two arguments. The first one is how you want to print out your date. So let's say the day-month-year, comma, and we want to string to time, our car, production date, and we want to print out the created _at. Save it, go to Chrome, refresh the page. Now let me zoom out actually. And well, our dates have been printed out, but we need to add a table header. So let's duplicate it. Let's change it to date. As you can see, the width of our cells are a bit too big. So let's set the width to 1/4. Save it, go back to Chrome, refresh it, and this is exactly what we need. Now, compared to the other relationships, I'd say that the many-to-many relationship is probably a bit more complex. So let me show you a little example right here. We have our table cars and a new table called products. A car brand can have multiple products. Think about automobiles, electric vehicles, automotive parts, luxury vehicles, pickup trucks. Each product type can be related to many cars. Audi and Mercedes can both be an automobile or an electric car. In fact, they are both an automobile. So what would you do? Would you keep our current table cars and add a product ID? And for our products table, add a car ID? Since a single product can't have a column cars ID and a single car can't have a product type ID, because remember, we need to create a many-to-many relationship. What we have on the screen does not work. So let me show you a better solution. What we need to create is something which is called a pivot table. And right now, you might be wondering what a pivot table is. It's a table that connects the two tables. So we still keep our table cars, and we also add our table products, and we don't link them, but in between, we place a pivot table. Now for the naming of our pivot table, I prefer to place the two singular table names together, ordered alphabetically, and separated them by an underscore. So since we're linking our cars and products together, our pivot table should be car_product. You don't need to pass in any strings as the data type. You only want to pass in the ID of the car and the ID of the product. Now that I've showed you a demo, let's hop to the CLI and let's create a new migration and model. First, we need to create one for our product. So let's say PHP Artisan make me a model called product-m. Let's go to our migration. Let's actually open it up. All right. We want to keep our table name products. We don't want to change our table name. Products is fine. We want to keep our ID. Well, let's actually change it to increments. Let's give it a name of ID. And in here, I want another column, which is a string called name. And I also want to keep my timestamps. And that's it. We don't need more. So let's save it. Let's go to iterm and let's write down PHP Artisan migrate. Our migration has been created. Now for the pivot table, we do need a model and migration as well. The model is there to interact and the migration is there to create our table. So right here, we could say PHP Artisan make me a model called car product-m. All right, let's open the migration as well. Let me scroll down. And in here, we need to create two columns for the IDs that we need. So let's get rid of the first. The first column is an integer called car_ID, and it's unsigned. Let's actually duplicate it because the second one is our product_ID, which is unsigned as well. Now here comes a pretty weird part. Both our car ID and product ID are foreign keys. So what we could do is to say table foreign. Let's say car_ID references to ID on the table cars and on delete cascaded. Let's end it with a semicolon. let's copy it and let's paste it right here. Let's change the second one to product underscore ID. References ID on products, and on delete, cascade everything. Now, before we migrate it, Laravel will automatically define your table name. Sometimes you just want to define your own table name. So let's change our table name to car underscore product. Save it. Let's run PHP Artisan migrate. Our table has been migrated. Now let's go to MySQL. Let's say show tables. We have our car underscore product and our products. Let's desk products to add it. So what we want to do is to insert into only the column name, the values, let's say electric vehicles. Insert into, my bad, products, name, and the values is electric vehicle. All right, let's hit the arrow up. Let's add another row called automobiles. And let's add the arrow up one more time to add luxury cars. Now, if we select everything from our table products, we have 3 new values in here, which is all right. And let's also select all from cars. So our car has an ID of 1 and our products has 3 new IDs. So what we could do is to insert into car underscore product. Let's say car underscore ID, product underscore ID. The values are 1, 2. So Audi is an automobile. Let's hit enter. Let's say that Audi is also a luxury car. All right. Let's also add a new car in our database. So insert into cars. Let's say the name, founded, description. Values are Mercedes, 1926. And let's say this is my Mercedes for my description. All right. Select all from cars again. What we could do is to basically hit up again because we want to insert into car product. The car ID is apparently 7, as you could see. Let's say that Mercedes is a automobile and a luxury car. So let's say 2, arrow up, and 3. All right, we're ready to define our relationships right now. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. Let's go to our car.php. Let's create a new function, public function products. In here, we want to return variable this, all the products that belong to a specific car. So belongs to many, which takes 1 param, and that's the product model. So let's say product, class. Let's save it. Let's close off our migrations because we don't need it. Let's go to our cars controller and let me show you how we could print stuff out. Now, right below our variable car, let's say var underscore dump. Let's say variable car products. Save it. Let's go to Google Chrome, refresh the page, and you can see an entire list of data inside our collection. What we could do is to say Command F or Control F, and let's write down pivot. You can see that we indeed return data from a pivot table. And like I said, just like the HasMany relationship, we get access to a collection right here of the related items, but this time it's from both sides. So from the cars and from the products. So what I want to do right now is to print it right in the UI. Nothing fancy, but just to show you how we could print it out. So let's go to our show.blade.php again. And let's go right at the bottom above our HR. Let's say paragraph. Let's give it a class of text left. Let's say product types. Let's create a for else loop. We want to loop over car, but all products as one single product. If there is a product, let's print it out. So product name. Otherwise, create a paragraph and let's say no car product description or something. Save it. Let's go to our cars controller. Let's get rid of our var dump. Save it. Google Chrome. Refresh the page. And the products types are automobiles and luxury cars. Next to the many-to-many relationship, there's also an inverse many-to-many relationship. we have only printed data from one side, so from the cars. Since I haven't got a UI where to print out the product types, I want to show it to you right in the controller. So before we do that, we need to create our relationship inside our product.php. So right here, let's say public function cars. We want to relate our cars to the product. So we want to return this belongs to many car. It takes one param, which is the car, colon, class. Save it. Let's hop to our cars controller. Right inside of the show method, we could create a new instance called products, and let's set it equal to new product. And what I want to do is to find data from this specific car. So we want to pass in the ID. Oh, excuse me, we don't need new. My bad. Let's print underscore products. Save it. Go to Chrome. Refresh the page. And we have an object of product with every piece of data that we need that is related from our product to our cars. Like I said before, the many-to-many relationship is unique because it's the first relationship that has a pivot table. What we have done so far was accepting requests from the forms and sending it immediately back to the database without doing any checks. Now to give you an example, let's go to Google Chrome. Let's create a new car and let's add the input fields. So the brand name is Mercedes. The founded is, well, it should be an integer because we're trying to add the year where a car brand has been found. So what we could do is to add a string right here. So let's say Dari. The description is Mercedes as well. Let's submit our form. And right here, we're getting an error. So let's see what it is. We're getting a general error, incorrect integer value. Our database is accepting an integer for the input field founded, as you could see right here. And what we have done was sending back a string to the database. So let's fix stuff like this. I want to divide the video in two chapters. First, we're going to cover the controller validation, and then we're going to cover the form requests. Laravel has quite a few ways how you could validate incoming data, and I want to split that section in two since we have two primary options. So let's go back to our code, right into the store method that we have, and let me actually remove the comments because we don't need it. The request object that we have right inside of our controller right here has a validate method that we could use. And it will provide a convenient shortcut for the most common validation workflow. What we need to do is to add it right above where we create a car. So let's say request, validate. Just like creating a new car, we need to pass in an array right here. So let's add brackets and let's hit enter. Inside the array, we need to pass in the values that we have inside our input field. So let's say we have our name, pointer, and a value. Now the value right here needs to be required. So we're basically telling our application every single user needs to fill in a name. Now let's do the same thing for founded, which is required as well. And for the description, we want to set the value to required as well. Right here, you can see 5 lines of code. And if you have worked with PHP before, you might think that this is definitely not enough to do validation. Well, the lines that you see on our screen right now are doing way more validation than you actually think. Based on what we have entered right here, it will determine what kind of error message needs to be printed out. So let's rewind. Let me explain to you step by step what this method does. First, the validate method will check the incoming data from the request and check whether it is true or not. If it is valid, so if it's true, we will move outside of the request and we will create a new car. So let me add it as a comment. If it's valid, it will proceed. So whenever our validation is valid, it will create a car. But what will it do if it's not valid? Well, it will throw a validation exception. And then it will redirect you to the previous page with all the necessary validation errors. Next to setting our input fields equal to required, we could use a couple other rules. Now to add them, we need to separate them with a pipe. So let's go right after required for the name. Let's add a pipe. And what we want to do is to say that our name is unique and it needs to be on the table cars. So we will look in the table cars to see if, let's say, a name already exists. And based on that, it will send back an error message. Or it will let you continue to create a car. Now for the founded, let's add a new rule. Let's say that it has to be an integer. Another pipe. The minimum is 0. Pipe. The maximum is 2021. So the year that a car has been found has a minimum year of 0 and a maximum of 2021. Now right here, we're passing it in as an array. But you could also pass it in as a 2-dimensional array. So what we could do is to add brackets right around required. Just like this, comma. And let's do the same thing for unique. Just like this. But this is not something I recommend. I prefer to use the pipes. So let me undo everything. All right. Now there's a bunch of rules that you could use right here. And it will take ages to add them all in one single video. I'll recommend you to look at the Laravel documentation to see which ones there are. I will only show you the necessary ones that I always use. And during the next few videos, you'll be seeing some more rules that you could add. Now if we hop to our browser and refresh it, our error message is still appearing on the screen. That's because we somehow need to print it out in the UI. So let's go to our create.blade.php. Right here. And let's go to the bottom of our page. And let's say right below our form, create an if statement. And what we want to do is to use the global errors variable. And we want to see if there are any errors. So if there are errors, we want to print out some stuff. So first a div with a class of width-4/8. Margin is auto and the text is center. So then we need to create a for each loop because we're getting back an array. So there could be more than one error message. We want to loop over errors, all. So all the errors that we have as one single error. And what we want to do then is to print them out as a list item. Let's give our list item a class of text-red-500 and list-none. And inside our list item, let's print out variable error. Save it. Let's go to Google Chrome, refresh the page. Let's actually undo it, add a new car. Let's say, give it a name of Mercedes. Found it in, let's say, a string. Description is Mercedes as well. Let's submit it. And the founded must be an integer have been printed out, but something happened with our UI. So let's go to our create blade again. Well, let's copy our entire if statement and let's paste it right below our div. Save it, Google Chrome, refresh the page, and let's actually do it one more time. Mercedes, 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 submit. And the founded must be an integer have been printed out. Let's add one more car without a name. So founded is 1918, description is Mercedes, submit, and the name field is required has been printed out. And this is how it works. We haven't set the messages right here that will be printed out whenever the request goes wrong. Now a cool thing Laravel provides for us is to create our own custom rules. And in order to do that, we need to run an Artisan command. So let's hop to the command line. In here, let's say PHP Artisan make me a new rule called uppercase. Let's hit enter and our rule has been created successfully. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code. Now to customize our rule, we need to go right inside the app folder that we have. And then you can see a rules directory right here that has been created. So let's open it and you can see the uppercase.php file. If we open it, you see two methods that are created for us. Obviously we have the construct, but we have the passes and the message. Now let's start off with the passes. Now this accepts an attribute name as the first param and the user provided value as the second param. what it will do is return a Boolean whether or not the input passes the validation rule. Then it will go to the message method that we have right here, which will return the validation error message. So let's create it. In the passes, let's say return string to upper. We want to pass in the value and we want to equal, see if it's equal to value. Now for the message that we have right here, let's get rid of everything in here. We could say that the colon attribute, which is the placeholder in your message for the attribute name. So let's say the attribute must be uppercase. Let's save it. And this won't immediately work because we need to call it somehow inside our controller. So let's go to our cars controller. At the top of our page, let's require the file. So use app /rules /uppercase. Let's go back to our store method. So let's say that we want to tell our application that the name needs to be in uppercase. So let's get rid of the rules that we have. And let's say that we want to create a new instance of our uppercase that we created. So new uppercase. Without a typo, new uppercase. All right. If we save it, let's go to the browser, refresh it, write down a brand name without a capital, founded in 1918, and the description is Mercedes. Submit it. The name must be uppercase, have been printed out, and this is the exact message that we created in our uppercase.php. So the attribute must be uppercase. Now obviously, I'm not really sure if this is the right example, but it's just to show you how these little things that make Laravel so incredible work. What we have done so far was accepting requests from the forms and sending it immediately back to the database without doing any checks. Now to give you an example, let's go to Google Chrome. Let's create a new car. And let's add the input fields. So the brand name is Mercedes. The founded is, well, it should be an integer because we're trying to add the year where a car brand has been found. So what we could do is to add a string right here. So let's say Dari. The description is Mercedes as well. Let's submit our form. And right here, we're getting an error. So let's see what it is. We're getting a general error, incorrect integer value. Our database is accepting an integer for the input field founded, as you could see right here. And what we have done was sending back a string to the database. So let's fix stuff like this. I want to divide the video in two chapters. First, we're going to cover the controller validation, and then we're going to cover the form requests. Laravel has quite a few ways how you could validate incoming data, and I want to split that section in two since we have two primary options. So let's go back to our code, right into the store method that we have, and let me actually remove the comments because we don't need it. The request object that we have right inside of a controller right here has a validate method that we could use. And it will provide a convenient shortcut for the most common validation workflow. What we need to do is to add it right above where we create a car. So let's say request, validate. Just like creating a new car, we need to pass in an array right here. So let's add brackets and let's hit enter. Inside the array, we need to pass in the values that we have inside our input field. So let's say we have our name, pointer, and a value. Now the value right here needs to be required. So we're basically telling our application every single user needs to fill in a name. Now let's do the same thing for founded, which is required as well. And for the description, we want to set the value to required as well. Right here, you can see 5 lines of code. And if you have worked with PHP before, you might think that this is definitely not enough to do validation. Well, the lines that you see on our screen right now are doing way more validation than you actually think. Based on what we have entered right here, it will determine what kind of error message needs to be printed out. So let's rewind. Let me explain to you step by step what this method does. First, the validate method will check the incoming data from the request and checks whether it is true or not. If it is valid, so if it's true, we will move outside of the request and we will create a new car. So let me add it as a comment. If it's valid, it will proceed. So whenever our validation is valid, it will create a car. But what will it do if it's not valid? Well, it will throw a validation exception. And then it will redirect you to the previous page with all the necessary validation errors. Next to setting our input fields equal to required, we could use a couple other rules. Now to add them, we need to separate them with a pipe. So let's go right after required for the name. Let's add a pipe. And what we want to do is to say that our name is unique and it needs to be on the table cars. So we will look in the table cars to see if, let's say, a name already exists. And based on that, it will send back an error message. Or it will let you continue to create a car. Now for the founded, let's add a new rule. Let's say that it has to be an integer. Another pipe. The minimum is 0. Pipe. The maximum is 2021. So the year that the car has been found has a minimum year of 0 and a maximum of 2021. Now right here, we're passing it in as an array, but you could also pass it in as a 2-dimensional array. So what we could do is to add brackets right around required, just like this, comma, and let's do the same thing for unique. Just like this. But this is not something I recommend. I prefer to use the pipes. So let me undo everything. All right. Now there's a bunch of rules that you could use right here, and it will take ages to add them all in one single video. I'll recommend you to look at the Laravel documentation to see which ones there are. I will only show you the necessary ones that I always use. And during the next few videos, you'll be seeing some more rules that you could add. Now if we hop to our browser and refresh it, our error message is still appearing on the screen. That's because we somehow need to print it out in the UI. So let's go to our create.blade.php right here. And let's go to the bottom of our page. And let's say right below our form, create an if statement. And what we want to do is to use the global errors variable. And we want to see if there are any errors. So if there are errors, we want to print out some stuff. So first a div with a class of width-4/8. Margin is auto and the text is center. So then we need to create a for each loop because we're getting back an array. So there could be more than one error message. We want to loop over errors, all. So all the errors that we have as one single error. And what we want to do then is to print them out as a list item. Let's give our list item a class of text-red-500 and list-none. And inside our list item, let's print out variable error. Save it. Let's go to Google Chrome, refresh the page. Let's actually undo it, add a new car. Let's say, give it a name of Mercedes. Founded in, let's say, a string. Description is Mercedes as well. Let's submit it. And the founded must be an integer have been printed out, but something happened with our UI. So let's go to our create blade again. Well, let's copy your entire if statement and let's paste it right below our div. Save it, Google Chrome, refresh the page, and let's actually do it one more time. Mercedes, 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 submit, and the founded must be an integer have been printed out. Let's add one more car without a name. So founded is 1918, description is Mercedes, submit, and the name field is required has been printed out. And this is how it works. We haven't set the messages right here that will be printed out whenever the request goes wrong. Now a cool thing Laravel provides for us is to create our own custom rules. And in order to do that, we need to run an Artisan command. So let's hop to the command line. In here, let's say PHP Artisan make me a new rule called uppercase. Let's hit enter and our rule has been created successfully. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code. Now to customize our rule, we need to go right inside the app folder that we have. And then you can see a rules directory right here that has been created. So let's open it. And you can see the uppercase.php file. If we open it, you see two methods that are created for us. Obviously we have the construct, but we have the passes and the message. Now let's start off with the passes. Now this accepts an attribute name as the first param and the user provided value as the second param. What it will do is return a boolean whether or not the input passes the validation rule. Then it will go to the message method that we have right here, which will return the validation error message. So let's create it. In the passes, let's say return string to upper. We want to pass in the value and we want to equal, see if it's equal to value. Now for the message that we have right here, let's get rid of everything in here. We could say that the colon attribute, which is the placeholder in your message for the attribute name. So let's say the attribute must be uppercase. Let's save it. And this won't immediately work because we need to call it somehow inside our controller. So let's go to our cars controller. At the top of our page, let's require the file. So use app /rules /uppercase. Let's go back to our store method. So let's say that we want to tell our application that the name needs to be in uppercase. So let's get rid of the rules that we have. And let's say that we want to create a new instance of our uppercase that we created. So new uppercase. Without a typo, new uppercase. All right. If we save it, let's go to the browser, refresh it, write down a brand name without a capital, founded in 1918, and the description is Mercedes. Submit it. The name must be uppercase, have been printed out, and this is the exact message that we created in our uppercase.php. So the attribute must be uppercase. Now obviously, I'm not really sure if this is the right example, but it's just to show you how these little things that make Laravel so incredible work. But as you start to build out your own application, you probably start noticing some repeated patterns in your controller. The validation that we're doing in our store method, so validating the name, founded, and description, could be copied. We could scroll down to the update and place it right above where we update our car. And as you might see, we're repeating the same 5 lines of code twice in our application, and it could be way more. And later on, you even need authentication for some methods as well, so you will repeat yourself there as well. If your goal is to structurize your code better and extract these common behaviors that we have inside the controller, you may be interested in Laravel's form requests. And to do this, we need to create a form request from the command line. So let's hop to the CLI. Right here, let's say PHP Artisan make me a request, followed by the name of the request. So let's say create validation request. Let's hit enter. And our request has been created successfully. So a form will be created for us. And to find it, we need to go back to our code. Inside our app folder, you can see our HTTP and a new folder requests. If we open it, you can see the create validation request form that we just created. Now in here, you can see 2 methods, authorize and rules. They are both public, which means that they are available from anywhere inside your code. So let's focus on the authorize first, because it's an optional method. If this method returns true, so let's replace false with true, this action is authorized to perform this request. If it's false, it will be rejected. And in our case, we need to set it equal to true. The second method that we have is the rules. And this is actually pretty self-explanatory. It will check some rules before it will perform. So what we need to do is to return. Well, we could go to our cars controller, copy our name, founded, and description inside our validate, paste it right here. Let's remove new uppercase to required. Save it. You might be wondering how we could use our form request. And this is where Laravel's magic comes into play. Any route that type hints a form request as one of its params will benefit from the definition of that form request. So what we need to do in our controller is to go to the top, right below our use, create a new use, app/http/requests/create validation request. Save it. Let's go down to our store method. Instead of creating an instant of the request object right here, we can change it to create validation request as one request. Now what Laravel will do is validating the input and authorize the request since we've set it to true inside our create validation request right here. So we will authorize it. If the input is invalid, it will act just like the request object that we had before. So inside our store method, we could basically say request validated. You could actually set this equal to a variable. So let's say validated is equal to request validated. If you want to see the output, so you could DD it. But in our case, let's just write it down like this. Let's remove our entire method that we have because it's not necessary anymore because we're already validating it. Save it. Let's go to the browser, refresh it first, create a new car, Mercedes, 1918, Mercedes. Well, let's actually change the founded to a string so we know if we're getting an error message or not. Submit it. And we have been redirected to the previous page with the appropriate error message passed along right here. Later on, if the user is not authorized, Laravel will return a 403 forbidden error message. So what we could do right now is to go to VS Code, copy our request validated. Let's go to the update, remove the 5 lines of code, paste it right here, change the request object to create validation request, and this works as well. What we've done so far was adding text, numbers, dates, and some other data types to our database. Now, there's also a matter of file uploads to consider. So what our goal eventually is, well, let me go to the UI, add a new car, is to basically add a new button right here where users could upload their image. Let's rewind for a second. What are the steps that we need to perform in order for this to work? Step number 1 is to add a button, like I said, right here, where we could search for an image right inside our computer or laptop. Step number 2 is to use the request object that we have right inside of our controller, right here, to upload the image. And step number 3 is to validate the upload. Now, for the last step, we need to save the image somewhere in our application, and then we need to send back the image name to the database. Not the image itself, but just the name. So first things first, let's go to our resources, views, cars, create.blade.php, and right above our first input field that we have, where we're asking for the brand name, let's copy it, and let's paste it right above. And let me actually zoom in one more time. All right. Now, for the input, the type needs to be equal to a file because we're going to upload something. Now, let's change the name to image. And we don't need a placeholder. So let's get rid of that as well. The class could be the same. So let's save it, go to Chrome, refresh the page. And this is all right for now. I don't need anything fancy because this video isn't dedicated to perfect styling. That will be done whenever I create a complete project. But before we continue on to our controller, there's one more thing that we need to add right here. Let's go to our code again. What we need to do is to tell our form that we're posting an image. So the data needs to be encoded. And to do that, we need to add a new attribute to our form. So right inside our form, we have our action method. So right after our method, let's hit a space. Let's write down enc type is equal to, well, double quotes. And you can see the options appearing on my screen. And what we need is multipart / form -data. All right, let's save it because step number 1 is done. Now for step number 2, we need to use the request object and do something with it inside the controller. But before we do that, we need to make some adjustments to our database. Like I said, our goal is not to save the image in the database, but instead we want to save the path of our image. So if we go to our CLI and to our MySQL, you can see that we have our ID, name, founded, description, created at, updated at, but we need a new column that will print out a string with our image path. Since we already have data inside our table, we need to create a new migration. So let's go to the other tab. Let's write down PHP Artisan, make me a migration called add underscore image underscore to underscore cars underscore table. All right, it has been created. Let's open it. Migrations, and it's always the last one. So for our up method, we only need to add one column. So let's remove the comment. Let's say table. Like I said, it's a string. And the name is image underscore path. Now let's also add our down method. So let's say table. And what we want to do for down is to drop column. And what we want to drop is the image underscore path. So what this allows us to do is to add a new column without rolling it back. So let me show that to you. Let's go to iterm. Let's say PHP Artisan migrated. Our migration has been added. Now if we go to MySQL, hit the arrow up and select everything from cars, you can see that we added a new column right here called image path. Now we're ready to go to our controller and work on our image upload. Let's close off the migration and the create.blade. Let's open our cars controller and let's go to our store method. Before we do anything, let's get rid of our request validated. And let's dd the request all, just to see what will happen if we submit an image. And before we continue on, in the last video we talked about form requests and we changed the request to our create validation request. Let's change it back to request for this video. Now let's go to our UI, refresh it. Well, we actually need to add an image. So let's open a new tab and go to Pixabay. Let's write down Mercedes. And you can choose whatever image you want. It really doesn't matter. I'll open this one. All right, free download. Download it. I'm definitely not a robot. And if I sound like one, just let me know. Download it. All right, mine has been placed on my desktop. So let's close off this tab because we don't need it. Let's choose a file. So it's on my desktop. Let's give it a brand name of Mercedes. Founded in 1918. Description is this is my Mercedes. And be aware we're DDing, so we're not adding a new car. Submit it. And right here, you can see that there is a token. So the underscore token that has been sent to the request object. We have the name, founded, description, and the image. Now, if we open our image, you can see a lot of information regarding the image that we just uploaded. And I'm not going to cover every line of code that you see right here, because most of the things that you're seeing on the screen speak for itself. All right, before we process our image, save it, and show it, you always need to validate it. So let's go back to our controller. Let's get rid of our DD. Let's say that we have our request and we want to validate. So what we need to validate is an array. So brackets, single quotes. We want the name from our UI, which is the image. And let's add some rules to it. First thing that we want to say is that it needs to be required because we always want to have an image. So pipe. Then we want mimes or memes. I actually don't know how you pronounce it the right way in English, so correct me if I'm wrong. But this basically means the image extensions that we're going to allow. So let's say JPEG, comma, PNG, comma, JPEG. And we could add one more rule, and that's the max. You need to be aware that the max needs to be in kilobytes. So let's say 5048. I know that in the last video I showed you how you could remove pieces of validation that you do on multiple places. But for the sake of this video, I want to keep my validation right here. Before we continue on, let's actually add our name, which is a required field as well. We have our founded, which is a required field. pipe, integer, pipe, the minimum value is 0, and the max is 2021. And we're basically repeating ourselves right here, but don't worry. We have our description, which is a required field as well. So what we're eventually going to do right here is returning an instance of Symfony's upload file. And that might actually be something that really doesn't make sense if you're a beginner of Laravel or Symfony's framework. But Laravel's framework is based on Symfony's framework. Right now, we're using Symfony's upload file class, which will allow you to easily inspect and manipulate a file. Now there's an entire list of methods that we could use, and I want to show them to you. So let's go right above our validate. Let's say methods we can use on the request. And to show it to you, let's create a new variable called test, and let's set it equal to the request file. We're getting the file from input name, and right behind our file, we're going to add our methods. And I will add them as a comment as well. The first one is guess extension. So right after our file, let's say guess extension. So right below our variable, or well, the line of code that we have, let's dd variable test. Let's save it. Let's go to Chrome, refresh the page, and this will show us the extension of our image. And in our case, it's JPEG. We could also get the MIME type or the meme type again. So let's say get MIME type. Let me copy it, replace it, save it, refresh the browser. And as you can see, this will tell you what type it is. So whenever it's a document, it will say it's a document, an image. Well, what we have right now, an image or whatever. So we have a couple store methods. So let's say the normal store method, the as store method, and the store publicly. And we will be using the store method in a moment, so I won't cover it right now, but these are basically different type of store methods that we could perform. Now, there's another method which is called the move method, and we will be using this one in a second as well. So the next method is the get client original name. And what we eventually want to do is to allow an image to be uploaded with whatever name. And then we need to change that name to something unique. And that can be done with a get client original name. So let's replace it, save it, and refresh the browser. And you can see the current image name that we have. We could get the entire meme type. So get client mime type, replace it, refresh the browser. And this is pretty much the same as the guess extension. It will say that it's an image JPEG. To only get the extension without the file name and without the dot, we could say guess client extension. Copy it, replace it, refresh it, and the output is JPEG. We could get the size of our image with the get size method. Typo, get size. Replace it, refresh the browser, and this is the current size in kilobytes. And there are a couple methods to validate. So we could basically see if there is an error with the get error method. Let's replace it, refresh it, and the output is 0. So whenever you upload a file that does not have the right extension, it will return true or false. And in our case, we're uploading an image, so the output needs to be 0 because it's correct. And the last method that we have is the isValid method. Replace it, refresh the browser, and this will also return true or false if it's the right extension or not. Alright, now that I've showed you all the methods that we could use, we're ready to create our application. So let's get rid of our DD and our variable. And right after all of our checks that we're done, we could create a new variable. So let's say new image name. We need to create a new name. If you're going to work on large applications, You don't want people to add an image with the same exact name. Now, to fix this, we could do a lot of different things. And I'm not saying that I'm showing you the best way, but I think this is the most favorite way. We could set our variable equal to the time method, concatenate a dash, so in single quotes a dash, concatenate the current name that has been entered inside our input field, concatenate it with a dot because we're going to add the extension after. So let's say dot request image extension. So what we're doing is adding the time dash the current name that has been added with the image followed by the extension. Now once again, before we continue on, let's DD it once. So new image name, save it, Chrome, refresh the page, and the current name is a timestamp dash Mercedes.jpg. And to be honest, this looks kind of decent. So what is the next step? Well, now that we have a new name, we need to store the image. And this can be done in various ways. You can store it inside a storage. What I want to do is to keep it pretty simple and store it in the public folder. So right after our variable, new name, new image name, let's say request image. And right now we need to move it. Like I just said, the move method. So this takes two params. The first one is the location. So let's say public underscore path, which is a method which goes right inside our public directory, and it will search for, inside single quotes, a folder called images, which we don't have yet, but we will create it in a second. Now the second param is the image name. And like we have right here, it's called new image name. So let's paste it right here. Let's save it. And let's create our folder first. So let's scroll down to our public directory. Let's create a new folder called images. And once again, this may sound silly. Be aware that the name that we're passing inside our public underscore path method needs to be equal to the folder name inside our public directory. So before we test it out, let's debug it one more time to see what's inside this line of code. Let's set it equal to test. Now let's change our DD to test. Save it, go to the browser, refresh it, and you can see a lot of information right here. And it's just basic stuff. It's the current path of our images directory, the file name, the extension, the real path, so the path from our users directory, and some other non-informational stuff. So this is it. Let's remove our DD. Let's get rid of our variable. Save it. Refresh the browser. And whoops, we're getting an error message right there. So let's see what's going on. Whoa, I made a typo right here. Refresh it. So how do we fix this? Well, that can be done inside our model. So let's go up. Let's open our models and car.php. And as you can see, we have a protected fillable. So we're saying what needs to be filled, but our image underscore path is not in here. So let's add it. Let's say image underscore path. All right, save it. Go to our controller, because the last thing that we need to do is to add it in our create method. As you can see right here, we have our name found it, but we haven't added our image. Let's say image underscore path equal to, well, we're not going to grab it from the request, but we just want to pass in the new image name variable. Save it, go to the browser, refresh it, and our Mercedes car have been added. Now what about the image? If we go to our database, select everything from cars again, you can see that it has been indeed added to our database. So where is it stored in the UI? Well, we created the images folder. So let's go to our public directory, right here, images, and let's open the image, and it has been added. So let's close it off. Now the last thing that we need to do is to print it in our UI. So you could either print it out right here, but I think it looks better if you print it out on the Mercedes page. So what we could do is to go to our UI. So the show.blade.php right above our name. Let's create an image tag. Let me align it on the line below. Give it a source of Laravel. Let's open the asset, which will look inside the public directory. And let's add the path of images / concatenate our car access operator image _ path. Save it and let's test it out in the output. And our image has been added. So let's give it a class to style it a little bit. So let's set the class equal to W-40, so width 40, margin bottom is 8, shadow-XL. Save it, refresh the page, and this does not look good. Well, let's change it to 10/12. Save it, refresh it, and it could be a little bit smaller. So let's say 8/12. Refresh it. The UI really doesn't matter, so I'll keep it like this. This was it for this video, where I showed you how you could create a simple image upload in Laravel. In my opinion, there's way more validation that you could do, but the basic validation of Laravel is awesome to start with. If you do like my videos and you want to see more, leave this video a thumbs up, and if you're new to this channel, please hit that subscribe button. I know that during this course we talked a lot about Artisan. Before I show you a couple other important commands that we could use, I want to look in the root folder of our application, because you might have noticed that there's a file in here called Artisan. So let's open it. And this is the file that you're calling with the PHP Artisan command. What you're basically doing is passing the file into PHP so it could be parsed. Everything after the PHP Artisan command is just passed into Artisan as an argument. Now, for the people that have worked with PHP Symfony framework, Artisan is a layer on top of the Symfony console component. If you are familiar with writing Symfony console commands, you should feel comfortable with PHP Artisan. There's also a possibility to get a list of all available Artisan commands. To do that, let's hop to our CLI, and let me zoom in. Alright. In here, we can run PHP Artisan list from the project root. And as you could see right there, we're getting an entire list of Artisan commands that we could use. Honestly, there's not enough space and time here to cover all of the commands. As you could see, there are so many, but we'll cover some of them. What I have done is separating some basic commands that might be useful with some grouped commands. I want to start off with the basic commands. So in our CLI, we could write down PHP Artisan clear-compiled. Now what this command will do is removing Laravel's compiled class file. Let's run it. And if you do not know what that is, well, it's like an internal Laravel cache run. Now the second one is the down and up method. So PHP Artisan down. And this is used to put your application in maintenance mode in order for you to fix an error, run migrations, or whatever else. And if you want to restore an application from maintenance mode, use the PHP Artisan up method. As you all might know, we have an .env file where we store the environment variables that we have in our application. With the PHP Artisan env command, we can see the current application environment, and right now it's local because we're running it locally. Now the command that I use a lot and will help you in the future as well is PHP Artisan help. As the name suggests, it will provide a global help and a help for a command. And right now you can see a couple options. So let's say PHP Artisan -- version, and we get a version number. PHP Artisan -- env, and we're getting everything that we could use from the env. Now the next command is the PHP Artisan optimize command, and this will clear and refresh the configuration and route files. These are the basic Artisan commands that you need to know next to the controller, migration, and model commands, because you do need these when you work on a real-life project. Beside the basic commands, there's also a list of group commands, And we won't cover them all, but I'll cover the most important ones. If you have worked with PHP before, you must have run into clearing your cache once in your life. In Laravel, you could do that using the PHP Artisan cache clear command. And right now, you can see that our application cache has been cleared. So whenever your CSS isn't loading, you know what to do right now. In the next video, we're going to create a complete login system. But when we do that, there will be a column in our database with a password reset token. Let me show that to you. Let's go to MySQL, select everything from users. Let's say desk users. And right here, you can see our remember token. But you don't always want your remember token to be saved in the database. What we could do is to clear these with an artisan command instead of using the delete from method in MySQL. So what you need to do is to run PHP artisan auth clear resets. And this will remove all expired reset tokens that you have in your database. And as you can see, it runs right now because Laravel will automatically create a users table in our database, even if you don't did it yourself. But we have no data, so nothing has been deleted. We can generate a random application encryption code, which will be stored in our .env file with the PHP artisan key generate command. And right now, you can see that the application key has been set successfully. So let's go to the code. Let's open our .env file. And you can see our app_key, which is an encrypted token. Whenever you have an application that needs to use sessions, you can create it manually in the code, but you could also do that with Artisan. So in the CLI, let's write down PHP artisan session table. And as you could see, this will create a migration for us. So let's go to our database directory, migrations, and it's the last one, obviously. And right here, you can see a new schema with the name sessions that will store our users' information regarding the session. Laravel's view rendering engine automatically caches your view. Usually, it does a pretty good job of handling its own cache validation, but if you ever notice that it's not working, you need to run a new command called PHP artisan view clear to cache it. And as you can see, the compiled views have been cleared. In many programming languages, setting up a basic user authentication system with registration, login, sessions, password resets, and access permissions consumes a lot of time. Laravel found a way to make authentication very easy to use and to understand. Whether you have a freshly installed Laravel project or the project that we're running right now, Laravel projects always have a create user table migration and a user model. There are a lot of different ways how you could pull in a login and register system UI. This can be done through Bootstrap, Tailwind, and way more. And since we use Tailwind in this course, let's go to the CLI and write down PHP artisan UI. So create me a UI of Tailwind CSS space -- auth authentication. Let's hit enter. And this will create the UI for us. And as you can see, please run npm to compile your fresh scaffolding. So let's copy it, paste it right here. And this might take a second, so we'll edit it out. All right, as you can see, npm is running. So let's open a new tab. Let me zoom in. Let's go to the desktop workspace cars. All right. And we will get to the UI in a second. But first, I want to start off with the user model and user migration. Now for the migration, let's open the database folder, migrations, and let's see which one it is. It is the create users table, so the first one. Now in here, you can see that we're creating our table users with an ID, name, a unique email, the timestamp where the email has been verified, a password, the remember token, and timestamps. This covers everything you need to handle basic user authentication in most applications, right? Now, like I said, the first migration that Laravel automatically created for us is the users table. It also has a model called user. So let's open our models. Let's open user.php. Now in here, you can see a bit more code than we had previously or what we have created before. And honestly, it's a little bit more complex. Since we've talked about the protected fillable, we're saying that the name, email, and password needs to be fillable, and the password and remember token needs to be hidden. Before we continue on, I want to make sure that you guys know what the difference is between authentication and authorization, since it's something that could confuse you. Now, whenever you want to authenticate, you're basically verifying who someone is, and then you will allow them to act as a person inside your application. Think about the login and logout process. It allows the user to identify themselves during the time they use your application. Now, authorization means that you're going to determine whether the authenticated user is allowed, so authorized, to perform specific behavior in your application. A good example might be adding an access type to your application, which makes a user enter specific pages on your application. If we go back to our user model, we can obviously conclude that this data will be picked up from the users table. The name, email, and password needs to be filled in, and the password and remember token properties are excluded when you output the data as JSON, which is good, right? Because you don't want to show your password and your remember token. So let's scroll up. What is this authenticable that's extended by the user class? So let's command click on it. And if you're new to coding, you might think that this isn't very important, but it actually is. This file implements 3 different files. The first one is the authenticable contract, requires important methods that allows the framework to authenticate instances of this model to the authentication system. Now if we scroll back up, open the user PHP. Now if we click on authorizable contract, you can see a method right here named can, which allows the framework to authorize instances of this model for their access permission in different contexts. And finally, we have the can reset password contract. And if we open that one as well, you can see 2 methods, the get email for password reset and the send password reset notification. This allows the framework to reset the password of an entity that satisfies this contract. Now, since we have required the authentication UI, let's open it right now and see what just happened. First, let's close off these pages. And let me scroll up. I don't need the vendor anymore. And we don't need the database. But let's open routes and the web.php file. If we go to the CLI first and write down PHP Artisan route list to see all the routes. I made a typo. Route colon list. Excuse me. Now let me zoom out. You still can't see the login, register, and all the other routes. This is happening because we need to clear our routes and optimize it once. So let's write down PHP Artisan route colon clear to clear the route. And then let's perform PHP Artisan optimize. And if we perform PHP Artisan route colon list one more time, you can see all the routes that has been created for us, including the login, register, password reset, and way more. Let me zoom out. All right, this looks better. I won't go over all these routes, but most of them make sense if you followed my PHP course up until this point. So if we go back to our web.php file, you can see that we use auth routes. And this is basically the same as route resource. This bundles up all predefined routes, so you don't need to define them manually again. And a new get route has been created for us right here, which will require the home controller class, but we will cover these in a bit. If we go to the browser and remove the endpoint, you can see that we've been redirected to a new login page, and that has been done with a total of 3 lines of code in our UI, and we didn't even create this login page. This is pretty cool, isn't it? You might wonder how this process works. It all happens in the authentication namespace controllers. So let's go to our controller. Let's close off the model, HTTP, controllers, and you can see a new folder called auth. Let's open it and let me make it a little bit bigger. All right. Right here, you can see a confirm password, forgot password, login, register, reset password, and a verification controller. I want to go over these files to show you what actually happens behind the scenes. And first off, I want to start with the register controller. In here, you can see some basic uses. So the controller register uses the hash and the validator. And the class register controller extends the default controller. It has a property, or better called a trait, called register user. And then it has a redirect, so a protected redirect to the route service provider, : home. And this will define where users will be redirected to after their registration. If you want to change it, press Command and click on home, and you will be redirected to a constant where you could change the values. But we won't do it right now. Let's open the register controller again. Now, if we scroll down a little bit more, you can see a constructor, which I won't cover right now because it's the middleware and we haven't talked about that yet. But we have two methods, a validator and a create method. The validator method accepts a data array, as you could see, with the data from the input fields. Then it will validate it as we did a couple videos back, right here. And then it will make a new user. Now there's also a create method, which defines how to create a new user based on the incoming registration. So right here, you will hash the current password, right here. Now for the login controller, let's open it. You obviously know that it will allow users to log in. And I think it pretty much speaks for itself, right? It will bring in the authentication users, so a trait, same as in the register controller, and it has a redirect to home again. And it has its own middleware. We also have the reset, which will simply pull in the reset password trait right here, that provides validation and access to basic password reset views. A password broker class of Laravel will be pulled in to handle sending password reset emails. We have a forgot password controller that simply pulls in the send password reset email trait, and it will show the password email form. We have a verification controller that will pull in the verified email trait right here. It will verify the emails and it will sign up users. So up until this point, we talked about migrations, models, controllers, and routes. And most of these were also created within the CLI. So what about the actual UI? Since Laravel 5.2, Laravel provides an authentication scaffold for us that gives you a skeleton code. And well, I actually showed it to you when we entered our UI because this is completely new to us. And a cool thing about it is the fact that it takes care of the authentication in the web.php file, or the auth, right here. It will create the routes for us, so we don't need to do anything. So if we go to our app.blades.php inside our resources, views, layouts, you can see a lot of new code that we didn't write ourselves. But the most important one is right inside of the nav, right here, this part. Right here, we have an if statement. Well, first we have a guest. So whenever a user is not logged in or not registered, show a login button and a register button. Else, print out the name and create a logout button. Now, I don't want this video to be me talking all the time, so I want to code a little bit. What my goal eventually is, well, let's go to /cars as an endpoint, is to remove the add new car whenever a user is not logged in. And if a user logs in, it can edit and delete its own post, so not someone else's. This can be done with the user interface. So let's go to our cars, index.blade.php. And before we write any code, let's write down, or dd, our auth, : user, save it, go to Google Chrome, refresh it, and right now it's null, so there is no data of a user. So what we could do is to go to /register, create a new user. So let's say code with Dari, info@nice, and let me add my password. Let's register a user. And as you could see, we're logged in right now because the endpoint is /home. So this is the redirect to in every controller that we have. If we go to /cars, we still have our DD and we have a lot of information regarding the user. So now we're able to tell the application if it should allow users what type of button needs to be available for them. So let's create that. So let's rewind for 1 second. In order to show the edit and delete button of a specific post, we need to make sure that we add a user ID inside the cars table. Because if we go to our MySQL right now, let's write down select all from desk cars. You can see that we have nothing which links the users table to our cars table. So let's go to the other tab because we need to create a new migration called PHP Artisan. And let me zoom in a little bit. All right. Make me a migration called add_user_ID_2_cars_table. Enter. Our migration has been created for us. So let's go and open it. Migrations. It's the last one. And in here, we only need to add a new table, which is an integer. And the name is user_ID. Let's also add the down method. So table drop column with the name user_ID. Right now we are ready to migrate it. So save it, iterm, PHP Artisan migrate. All right, now we need to somehow add our user ID inside the create a car method. So let's do that. Let's open the controller. So the cars controller. Let's go to the store method and right below image path, let's say that we want to have the user_ID and then we want to pull in the auth, user, and the specific ID. Save it, but before we test it out, we need to add the user_ID inside our fillable in the model. Let's open the car.php and then the fillable right here, let's add user_ID. Save it. Let's go to Google Chrome. Well, let's remove our DD first. Save it. Refresh the page. We're logged in. And the add a new car button is still available. But if we log out and go to /cars, add a new car is still available. So let's go to our UI. And let's say right above our div, create an if statement. Because we're ready to show the add a new car button for users that are logged in. So what we want to check is if auth user has been set. If it is, copy the entire div, paste it right inside of the if statement. Now let me align it. Save it, Google Chrome, refresh it, and the button is gone. So let's log in. All right, login, go to /cars, and add a new car button has been added. Now, we could add an else statement right here, but it's optional. So let's say add else on the line below, paragraph, please log in to add a new car. Let's give our paragraph a class of py-12 and it's italic. Save it, go to Google Chrome. Well, please log in to add a new car will not be visible because we're logged in right now and I don't want to log out. Because if we add a new car, so choose the file. I've got an image right there. The brand name is Audi this is Mercedes. 1918. Description, this is my Mercedes. Submit it. And you can see that Mercedes has been added. But if we log out right now, go to /cars, you can see the edit and delete button still available. So to change this, we need to somehow check for the user ID of the auth and the user ID inside the cars table that we just added. So let's go to our code, scroll down, right inside of our loop, below the div class margin auto, create a new if statement where we want to check if it is set, so our auth user ID has been set. And we want to see if the auth user ID is equal to car user underscore ID. So the user that has been set needs to be equal to this specific car of the user ID. So let's copy the entire div, paste it inside the if statement, and let's align it again, save it, go to Chrome, refresh it, and the buttons are gone. Let's log in one more time. Let's change the endpoint to cars, and the edit and delete button are still available. Now the last thing that I want to show you is how we could redirect a user if they're accessing some page that they're not allowed to from the URL. Well, let's log out for one more time. Let's go to /cars. But if we add /create to it, we're still able to create a car. So how are we going to block this? There are many different ways how you could do that. We could set it inside the web.php. We could do it inside controllers. But what I like to do is to use middleware. And I know that I really haven't talked about the middleware, but in this case, it's so important and it's so much better than all the different methods that I want to show it to you. So let's go to our cars controller. Right here, right above our public index, let's create a constructor. So public function _construct. And what we want to say is that this middleware in here, we need to pass in two params. The first one is called auth in single quotes, comma, array. In here, we want to say accept. So the methods that we do want to show people or users is another array. And in here, we need to pass in the methods. So we want to show a user the index page without being logged in and the show page. So we don't want to show them the store page or the create page. Save it, Google Chrome, refresh the page, and we have been redirected to the login page. So let's try to go to cars again. We can access the show method, so number 23. And if we log in for the last time, you can see that we are allowed to enter the cars /create. All right, this was it for this video. We covered most of the authorization and authentication in Laravel. And if you do like my content and you want to see more, leave this video a thumbs up. And if you're new to this channel, please hit that subscribe button.